Now, today, we're going to see what if cute femme Harry Potter fallen in love with Tony Stark? Perry 1. You can join Patreon to watch all parts instantly. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Little Ivy Harriet Potter was the cutest little girl in the world. She was about 6 years old and had the most adorable curls of red hair. Her chubby cheeks were just the right chubbiness, the kind that grandmothers wanted to pinch. Her large emerald green eyes were anime-like in their brilliance. She was what Hollywood looked for in star babies. So, why was she shoved in a boot cupboard? Well, her aunt hated her. But little Ivy was a happy girl, which made her aunt hate her more. She had tried to make the girl miserable her entire life, but Ivy was just too adorable to be unhappy. She was loved by everybody, except her aunt. There was just too much bitter jealousy there. Ivy looked too much like her mother did as a child. Lily had always gotten her way too. Ivy's Uncle Vernon would give her sweets when her Aunt Petunia wasn't looking. He tried to run interference, but he was scared of his wife. Her cousin Dudley would help her with her homework at school and give her part of his lunch too. He also kept the bullies from picking on her. Not that they did, she was just too cute. He would make sure that she had many friends and that people treated her right. The neighbors loved her too. They let her do small chores for extra pocket money, like take out the trash or water the garden. Nothing too strenuous. They liked seeing the little girl happy. They would give her new outfits, telling her aunt that it was something a relative had outgrown. They knew if they ever told the vindictive bitch that they were new that she would bend them. The neighbors were not pleased with Mrs. Dursley, but they didn't know about the cupboard and just thought that she was petty. Ivy was a lovely child, and she was usually only seen going to and from school and around the front of the house. One of the many chores that she had to do was to tend the garden. Her aunt didn't like for her to have idle hands, so she made sure that Ivy always did something around the house. Uncle Vernon tried to talk Aunt Petunia down, but the woman would not be deterred. One day a man came. He was a tallish man with brown hair and an expensive suit. He had been wandering in the neighborhood for a while. His car had broken down, and he had been looking for a public phone. His cell phone was dead, and he couldn't contact anyone from his office. He was in the burbs, and he didn't know anyone here. He stopped and looked at the little girl with the head of red curls. He recognized her from somewhere, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Little girl, what is your name?" the man asked, making Ivy stop what she was doing, which was pulling weeds. "Ivy Harriet," she said, always giving both her first and middle name. Her voice was like the tinkling of bells, and it was just the right pitch to the ears. "Well, Ivy Harriet, what is your parents' names?" the man said, squatting down a bit to be closer to her height. He didn't mind that the girl's hands were dirty. He could clean the suit. She was just too adorable to be mad at if she touched him. "My Aunt Petunia said my mom's name was Lily. She won't tell me my daddy's name," Ivy said, a tear in her eye, making the man want to hug her. She was just so cute. He would do anything to make that sadness go away. "Your aunt sounds like a mean person," the man said, realizing that he recognized where he knew the girl from. He knew her mother, if only briefly. "I knew a woman named Lily. She had hair just like yours, only not as curly. You must have gotten that from your father," he added, tugging playfully on one of her curls. It sprang back into shape when he let go, making Ivy giggle. That is the type of noise that should come from that picture-perfect doll-like face. "You really knew my mom," Ivy said, her eyes going wide and bright. No one ever told her anything about her parents. "My aunt doesn't like my mom," she said softly, looking quickly at the house, and then she took the man's hand, making him stand and follow, and drug him down the street to the corner park. "We can talk here," she said, sitting on a swing. "I didn't know her very well," the man confessed warily, as he sat on the swing next to her, not wanting to give the girl too much hope. "I only knew her for a week," he said, thinking back to the time he had spent with Lily Evans. They hadn't spent that much time together. He had had business meetings, and she had been touring America at the time. She said she had just graduated from school and was only there for the week. He had run into her literally in the airport and offered to buy her a drink. She had informed him that she was underage in America, but had they still been in England, then she would have taken him up on it. "Oh," Ivy said, her eyes going mournful, which once again looked cute. He reached over and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. She beamed a smile at him. She was never sad for long. I met her when she was visiting Malibu, California. He started and told her of the time he had spent with her mother. They had clubbed a bit, and they spent some time on the beach. Lily had told him she was engaged, so they never did what he normally did with unattached females. Not that he'd tell this precious little girl about his playboy ways. All he wanted to do was make her happy. She sounds nice, Ivy said when he was done talking. I am sad that she died in a car accident, she said, her tone mournful. Is that what your aunt said? The man asked, thinking it might have been more than that. The Lily he knew couldn't drive. Aunt Petunia doesn't say nice things about my mom, the tiny girl said, hanging her head and sniffling. Come now, don't cry, the man said, taking a hanky out of his pocket and wiping the tears off her chubby cheeks. What can I do to make you smile again? He asked, handing her the handkerchief. Will you find out what happened to my parents? Ivy asked, her eyes wide and pleading. She knew her aunt was lying because she remembered a green light and a man's evil laugh. I think my aunt lied to me, she added, making her eyes wider and more yearning. I am a very rich man. I think I can find out for you, the man said, taking out a piece of paper and jotting down Lily's name and Ivy's too. Do you know your last name? He asked the little girl. Potter, she said, her face brightening, making everything around her seem to brighten as well. I'll do my best to see what I can find, he said, tucking the paper in his pocket. Do you know where I can find a phone? Mine is dead, and I need a tow, he explained, holding up his dead phone. You can use our house phone, she said, taking his hand again and dragging him to the house. Aunt Petunia is gone now. I saw her car drive by a minute ago, she said, hoping that her aunt hadn't noticed she had been talking to the man, but not overly confident that she had been missed. All right, but only for a minute. I don't want you to get in trouble, he said, letting himself be dragged by the cute child. It's cordless. I'll bring it outside, Ivy said, thinking that was the best solution. That way she wouldn't have brought anyone into the house. So she took him to the house and had him sit on the step, and she got the phone. It was hard, and she had to get the stool to get it, but she got it in the end. She took it to the man and gave it to him. Thank you, Ivy, the man said, pushing the correct buttons and calling his driver to let him know that he was stranded in the burbs. He gave the street that he was on and then hung up. I'm going to go and wait for my friend at the park. You put that phone away and I'll come back when I know more about your mom, the man said, handing her the phone. Thank you, mister. I never got your name, the 6-year-old said, looking at him with a cute tilt of her head. Her curls all fell to the right side of her head in an adorable fashion. You can call me Tony. Thank you, Mr. Tony, she said, with a charming curtsy. She then giggled and ran back into the house. She put the phone away and stowed her stool. She then went back outside to say goodbye to Mr. Tony. But the man was gone. She looked up the street and saw him walking away. Bye, Mr. Tony, she called, making everyone that was near look to see who she was talking to. Bye, sweetie, Tony said as he turned and walked backwards. He waved and then turned and continued to the park. His mind was going a mile a second, which was not unusual for him, but instead of plans and configurations, he was thinking of the adorable little girl he had just left behind. Hey, boss, Happy said as he pulled up to the curb where his boss Tony Stark was waiting. The man seemed to be preoccupied, which was normal. Happy, Tony said, getting in the car. He plugged his phone in right away. The car needs towed. It broke down about a mile from here. On Twiddlebird Lane, he added, thumbing through all the texts that he had received while out of touch. Twiddlebird Lane? What kind of name is that? Happy asked, getting on his own phone and calling for a tow. Beats me. That's the name, though, Tony said, thinking of 3 different derogative he could use with that name, but keeping them to himself for the moment. You know how the British are? He said with a shrug. They're not so bad, Happy said, driving down the road, mindful that he stayed on the correct side. No, that's not what I meant, but they do have some strange naming quirks, Stark said, still answering his texts. Where's Pepper? He asked, thinking that she would have been with Happy. You missed a meeting, the driver said, shrugging his shoulder as if that explained everything, which it did. Pepper always covered for him when he missed meetings. She was a CEO after all. The only meetings that he was required to attend were board meetings and R&D meetings. Those were the ones that required his input. I'll explain when I see her, Tony said, then booted up his laptop, which had been stored under the seat. Jarvis, I need you to search for anything you can find of Lily Potter née Evans. I want who she married, how they died, and what they did for a living." "Of course, sir," the very smart computer said in his British accent. "Did you wish to know anything else about her?" he inquired. "Just where they lived, and anything you can find out about their death, and see what you can dig up about Ivy Harriet Potter too," Tony said, tapping away on his keyboard. He was doing his own research on what to get little girls for Christmas because he was so getting that child something. He looked through all the websites that had toys. He never knew there were so many. Maybe he'd build her something. "I would ask if it was a new flame, but you mentioned death and a child," Happy said after everything had been quiet for a while, steering through downtown London. "Not your usual forte," he added, looking back in the rearview mirror. "I met the most adorable little girl," Tony confessed. "The kind that people would sell their kidneys just to make smile," he stated, reminding himself of Ivy's sunny smile. "She asked me to look into her parents' death." "What an odd request from a child," Happy pointed out, thinking it was not something a child should be thinking about. "Her aunt is a piece of work," Tony said, even though he never met the woman. "Is it an abusive situation?" Happy asked, not sure where Tony was going with this. "No, I don't think so. The girl looked well cared for," Tony said, trying to see if there was anything off about his interaction with Ivy. She was a bit frightful of her aunt, but not overly scared of the woman. More like the woman was a hag and not a shrew, he tried to explain. "Do you plan on helping her?" Happy asked, wondering why this little girl was so important to his boss. Tony didn't like kids. "I knew her mother," Tony said, like that explained everything, which it did not. "You know lots of women," Happy pointed out with a smirk. "Here now, my Playboy days are over," Tony said, looking up from his laptop. It was true. He hadn't slept around since he went through the portal. He just couldn't seem to want to party like he used to. Sure, he still went to the parties, and he still got drunk, but he didn't enjoy it like he used to. It was all pointless now. He turned back to his laptop and saw the cutest little doll. It was a Shirley Temple doll, which Ivy kind of reminded him of. He ordered it in all the clothes that came with it. It cost him a fortune since it was an antique. They would arrive at his apartment here in London. He still might make her a bracelet that would track her. She was just too cute to be left vulnerable. "What were you doing talking to that man earlier?" her aunt shrieked at her. Ivy was standing there with her cute little dress all dirty from doing the yard work all day. She had gotten it all done like she was supposed to, but her aunt had seen her at the park with Mr. Tony. "His name is Mr. Tony," the cute little girl started to say with wide, innocent eyes, when her aunt lifted a hand as if to box her ears. She hated it when her aunt boxed her ears. It hurt like the ends for ages. "I don't care what his name is. You know you're not supposed to talk to anyone," the woman said, tugging her curls in a painful manner. It was bad enough that the gossips on this block thought she was a shrew. She didn't need strangers talking about her, too. She had tried to blame it all on Ivy Harriet at first, but the little brat was just like Lily and too cute for anyone to think there was any evil in her. But Petunia knew better. She was the devil's spawn, just like her mother. "Sorry, Aunt Petunia," Ivy said, tears falling down her cheeks. She was sad and making the others around her sad. Well, not Petunia, but the men of the house were sad that she was sad. They stood behind Petunia, trying to make Ivy smile, but were failing badly. "He was lost, and I helped him get founded," she said, hoping that it was a good enough excuse. "You were supposed to keep to yourself." Petunia shouted and grabbed the girl by her arm and shoved her in her cupboard. "Stay there," she hissed as she slammed the door. Maybe a few days in the dark would teach the child to cooperate. She could do without supper as well. "Now, sweetums," Vernon tried to placate his wife. She was always so unreasonable when it came to punishing Ivy. She lavished attention on Dudley, but poor Ivy was treated so poorly. "Don't you sweetums me," Petunia snapped, turning her ire on him. "I know you have been giving her food when I'm not looking. If I catch you doing it again, you will feel my wrath," she said, then stomped up the stairs to take a bath. "Duddykins, Mummy is going to take a bath, and we'll go get something to eat when Mummy is done," she said from the top of the stairs. "Vernon, make sure Dudley is dressed," she said coldly. Vernon hung his head. He knew he'd get the couch if he disobeyed. He felt a tug on his hand and looked to see his son smiling at him. Dudley put his finger to his lips and winked at him. He smiled at the lad, knowing that Ivy would not starve. Things were now normal in the Dursley household. "Pushy Tony," Tony couldn't wait until Christmas to bring Ivy her doll. He hadn't found much about her parents' deaths, but he did find that they had not been killed in a car accident. As far as he could tell, they had been murdered, and it was unsolved. That was strange in and of itself. There was no investigation as far as Jarvis could tell. The report said that the cause of death was unknown and the whereabouts of the daughter was the same. He was going to dig deeper before he revealed where Ivy Harriet was. It had happened on Halloween, and the whole thing was shrouded in mystery. Tony liked mysteries, and so did a few of the Avengers. He could get Clint and Natasha on this. They might be able to dig up something from the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. Not that he couldn't, but he was trying not to upset Fury for now. Right now, he wanted to see Ivy Harriet again. She was just the cutest thing he had ever seen before, and he wanted to see her eyes light up when he gave her the doll. He got the feeling that she didn't have many toys. Her aunt didn't seem the type to let her play often, from what little he knew of the woman. He also wanted to see her living arrangements. He had a bad feeling about it. Like he told Happy, not abusive but not good. "Pepper, come with me and meet Ivy," he said to his ex-personal assistant. She was his now girlfriend, hopefully more soon. They were on shaky ground now because he was suffering from a form of PTSD, but he was working on it. "I want to give her this doll," he said, holding up the Shirley Temple doll that was still in the box. There was an assortment of clothes that went with it. "You'll love her, I promise," he added, his eyes all but begging her to join him. "Tony, you can't give a 6-year-old a doll that she can't play with. That's just mean. You have to buy one that she can appreciate and play with. Something she can get dirty," Virginia Pepper Potts said, shaking her head at her boyfriend. She was a tallish woman with red blonde hair. A stunning beauty without being overly so. She was casually dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. She didn't wear business clothes on the weekend. Tony liked that about her. In his experience, many of the upper-class women liked to put on airs no matter what day it was. Not Pepper, though. She was comfortable in Daisy Dukes and a crop top. "Why not? My dad gave me things I couldn't play with." "I did just fine," Tony protested. He learned to appreciate the finer things in life because of those antiques that his father had given him as a child. It was one of the reasons he was so into cars. Then again, Ivy's aunt might not like it. "Let's go to the store and get something softer that she can play with. And you can give her this one when she is older," she added, liking the Shirley Temple doll but thinking it just too old for the young girl. "Little girls like to play mommy. We'll get her a doll that she can change diapers on," she said, knowing that most girls love to play with dolls like that. But was all Tony said when he was interrupted by Happy, who was coming up from the garage. He was doing his daily check on the cars. "She's right, boss," his driver said, coming into the room sipping from a mug of coffee. "It was only 10 in the morning. Or you could get her a stuffed animal. Kids love those. They can sleep with them." He didn't have any kids, but he knew that they liked to cuddle, and the softer the better. "Fine, we'll get something else, but it'll be something expensive," Tony said, putting the antique down with care. He still thought if the doll had red hair, she'd look just like Ivy. However, Ivy had a certain something that Shirley lacked. There was a vibrance around her that just made you want to do things for her. All Tony wanted to do was make her happy. The three of them went to Hamley's and got 3 dolls that each of them thought a 6-year-old would like. They were all different in colors, style, and dress. Tony's was the most expensive, of course. Pepper went for the most baby-like with accessories, and Happy got an overstuffed rag doll that the little girl could sleep with. "Take us to see Ivy, Happy," Tony said, not caring that they weren't calling first. It was Saturday, and he was sure they didn't have plans. Even if they did, he was Tony Stark, who would deny meeting him. He was one of the most well-known men in the world. He had had people cancel plans on less. "Sure thing, boss," Happy said, turning the car in the direction of Surrey. Tony and Pepper talked to business while they rode in the limo and got caught up on some of the things they had been putting off during the week. Tony hated doing business during the weekend, but needs must. That, and it was a long ride out to the burbs. Little Ivy Harriet was doing the gardening again. It was hot out. She didn't know what month it was, but school was out, and her Aunt Petunia made her do the garden every day. She was running out of things to do. The weeds didn't grow overnight. She diligently looked for weeds in between the plants, making her hands and clothes dirty. She was wearing one of the dresses that the neighbors had given her Aunt Petunia. She was made to wear them outside, so that the neighbors knew that her aunt appreciated the gesture. All it really did was make them think of her as a petty woman who wouldn't spend money on her niece, who made a child wear a dress to do the garden in. And they were spiteful that she would take their gift and abuse it in such a way that it would get dirty and torn. A long car drove up and stopped in front of the house. Mr. Tony got out with a really pretty woman. "Mr. Tony," she squealed and ran to greet him. She knew she would probably get in trouble for doing so, but that was okay, as long as she got to see her friend. She had wondered when Mr. Tony would come to visit her. "Hello there, little bug," Tony said as he picked her up and rested her on his hip. He was frowning, seeing that she was once again doing the gardening. Not that he minded that she was dirty, but should she be doing the yard at her age? He didn't know much about children, but he knew that they had chores when they were older. How old, though? Was 6 years old too young? He would have to research this. He made a mental note to do just that. "I'm not a bug, Mr. Tony," Ivy giggled. She didn't think she looked like a bug. Well, maybe a roly-poly, but they were cute. They just rolled up and hid when they were scared, like she would like to do when her aunt yelled at her. "Well, you're dirty like one," he pointed out, tugging one of her curls. She giggled again. The woman came up to them and smiled. "Pepper, this is Ivy Harriet. Ivy, this is my friend Pepper Potts," he said, nodding to each in turn. "Hello, Miss Pepper," Ivy said, her voice joyous at meeting someone new. "You're very pretty," she said in a tone that said she was only speaking the truth. "Thank you, Ivy. You're adorable," Pepper said, meaning every word of it. She had never seen such a cute kid. "You could make a fortune with that smile," she said, smiling back at the little girl. She knew there were agents in Hollywood that would sell their soul to sign on this kid. Tony was right, she was the next Shirley Temple. They were going to have to protect her from the sharks. Just remembering Tony's description of how he met Ivy was enough to send shivers down her spine. What if Tony had been a predator? Ivy could have disappeared, never to be seen again. She could have been best not to think of all the horrible things that could happen to such a lovely child. She shivered a moment and then smiled at the little girl. By this time, the neighbors were all watching from the windows, and Petunia, who was standing in the doorway, had had just about enough. She came storming up the walkway. "Who are you people?" she demanded, snatching Ivy out of Tony's arms. Ivy gave a little cry of protest. Petunia set the girl down and shoved her behind her. "What are you doing with my niece?" she said, putting her hands on her hips. She looked like she was defending the little girl, but everyone knew different. "I came to give her a gift," Tony said, still smiling though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm Tony Stark," he said, holding out his hand to shake. "This is my soon-to-be fiancée, Pepper Potts," he added, taking Pepper's hand and drawing her forward. "My driver happy," he added, nodding to the man who was still by the car with the Hamleys bag. That seemed to rattle the woman. Suddenly, she was all charm. "Oh, dear me, and you are being kept out here in the heat. Come in," Petunia said, making fussing noises. "Go put the kettle on," she said to Ivy, giving the girl a shove. Not hard enough to make her fall, but enough to get her moving. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Ivy said, hurrying in the house and to the kitchen. She didn't have to worry about it. Uncle Vernon had already started the kettle. He just nodded his head and made her go and wash her hands. She did that quickly, using her stool to reach the sink. She dried them off, while the adults were talking to Mr. Tony. Come in," Vernon repeated his wife's words as the group approached the house. "I'm Vernon Dursley, welcome to my home," he said, smiling, and then turned to his son, who was coming down the stairs. "This is my son, Dudley." He beamed with pride at the boy, who was looking at Tony with wide eyes. "Hello," the boy mumbled, then fled back up the stairs. He made quite the impression, waddling up the stairs as fast as he could. He knew that Tony Stark was Iron Man, and he didn't know what to do with himself. A superhero was in his house, and he'd just run up the stairs like a Burke. Tony felt bad for the kid, who fed their kids so much that he got that big. Hopefully, the kid recognized the fact before it was too late. Then again, seeing his father. "He's shy," Vernon said, chuckling. "Ivy, come and sit. They're here to see you," he said, waving the girl over. Petunia looked like she was sucking lemons, but she didn't say anything. Ivy shyly came into the room and went to Tony, who was still standing. He sat on the couch and took the bag from Happy. "We couldn't agree on what kind of doll to get you, so we got you all three," he said cheerfully. He pulled out the first one. "You got me a dolly?" Ivy said, Her tone was one of awe. She watched him pull a pretty doll from the bag. Yes, we did. This one is mine, he said, giving her the expensive one. She squealed and hugged it to her. He gave the other two a smug look. It was a silky doll with expensive clothes and real hair. It was hard-cased and stood on its own power. You could move its arms and legs and make it sit, but there wasn't much else you could do with it. Pepper took the bag and took out the baby doll. This one is like a little baby, she said, taking the doll out of the box. She showed her the diapers and things that came with it. She then explained to her how to make it pretend to drink the bottle and dress it in the onesie that it came with. Ivy put the pretty dolly down and looked and played with the baby doll for a minute. She smiled and thanked Pepper. It's really nice, she said, putting the dolly up on her shoulder and pretending to burp it. Her smile lit up the room. Everyone, bar Petunia, was affected by its radiance. Happy took out the overly large rag doll and showed it to her. Hello, Ivy. I'm Happy. I drive Mr. Tony around. Now, this one is to sleep with, he said, handing it to her. She put down the baby doll and took the rag doll and cuddled with it. She's really soft, she said in awe. It didn't have any hard parts at all, not even buttons. It wasn't fluffy, but it felt so soft, like Aunt Petunia's sheets. Why don't you put your dollies away in your room? So we can talk some more, Tony suggested, wanting to see his little friend's room. He wanted to make sure she needed nothing. He was sure that the relatives did their best, but he could do better. The uncle looked like he pulled an upper-middle-class income. The things in the house supported that theory. The large flat-screen TV, with the state-of-the-art gaming system, said that they were not hurting for money. Okay, the little girl said as she started putting them all in her arms. It was hard. Her arms were small, but she grabbed the rag doll by the arm and held the two stiffer dolls, one in each arm. I don't think they will fit, though, she said, looking lost. She was looking around the room like the answer would come. Her room was so tiny, and she didn't want to make Mr. Tony mad by not having a place to put the dollies. What do you mean, Ivy? Pepper asked, seeing the look of horror on her aunt's face and shame on the uncle's. Ivy, give me the dolls, and I will put them where you can play with them later, Petunia said in a sickening sweet tone. She was trying to smile encouragingly at the girl, but there was no hiding the malice in her eyes. Ivy started walking backwards, knowing that if she gave the dolls to her aunt, she'd never see them again. No, Mr. Tony gave me these dollies. You can't take them away, she said, crying. She was shaking her head and backing up to the wall. She would run out of the house if it saved her dollies. What is going on here? Pepper asked, standing up and moving in front of the child. Now, sweetums, Ivy can have her dollies, Vernon said, making a gesture for Ivy to go to her room. He was hoping that the richest man in the world would save his niece. If he saw where the poor child was kept, then maybe he could take her away from his wife. Tony stood too and crouched in front of Ivy. Show me your room, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Okay, Mr. Tony, she said, her tears drying up, and she was not the least bit worried about what her room looked like. She had no idea that little girls weren't supposed to be in boot cupboards. Don't you dare, screeched Petunia, trying to get past Pepper and Happy to stop the child. Vernon grabbed his wife's arm and dragged her back, making her turn to him. Vernon, she questioned in a threatening tone. It's time that you face up to what you've done, the man said, standing firm. Go ahead, Ivy, Tony said, not even looking at the shrew. Ivy skipped down the hall, arms full of dolls, and opened the door and proudly showed Tony her room. This is where I sleep, she said, proud that she had made her bed that morning. She always kept her room neat and tidy. It made her happy to have everything where it belonged. Tony smiled at the child's pride, and he looked inside. He saw the sign that pronounced that this was Ivy's room. He took out his phone and took many pictures and then called the local police. They say that money talks. Well, they're right. Tony had Ivy out of that house in 5 hours flat and in his apartment within 3 hours more. He couldn't remove her from the country, but he did have her away from her aunt. Petunia was facing a court case, and they were talking about probation for the woman. The abuse wasn't enough for jail time, but it was enough that Petunia would have to take classes on parenting to keep Dudley. What she was doing to him was just as bad as what she did to Ivy. Tony, on the other hand, didn't think that Petunia wanted Ivy, so he worked it so that the girl could come and live with him. Pepper backed him 100%, She'd do anything to keep that smile on the little girl's face when asked if she wanted to live somewhere else. Petunia had said she'd sign away any rights to the girl for the right price. They called the Avengers and told them what was going on. At first, the others were flabbergasted that Tony would rescue a child. He wasn't the type. Then they got over it and all wanted to meet the child to capture the man's heart. Jarvis, Tony said, while they were on the conference call, show them Ivy sleeping. Jarvis, who was in Tony's London apartment as well, pulled up a hologram both in the London and the New York apartments of the adorable little girl hugging the ragdoll, but surrounded by the other two, sleeping calmly in a large bed. Her red ringlets were falling down in front of her forehead, but she looked like an angel sleeping. She had the cutest little snore. It was more of a sighing sound. Ah, came the collective response from the Avengers across the pond. Even Natasha, who rarely showed that kind of womanly reflexes. "You're bringing her here?" Steve asked, staring at the cherub face. He had never seen such a cute kid, and he had seen tons of kids in his lifetime. "That's the plan," Tony said, he too looking at little Ivy. His lawyers were drawing up the paperwork needed to get Ivy stateside. "We'll need to fix up a room," Clint stated, looking to Thor. They looked to Natasha, who shrugged. She never had a little girl's room. She had been groomed to be a spy at a young age. "Think fairies, princesses, castles, and ponies," Pepper said, helpfully, remembering the talk she had with Ivy. "She likes all things magic," she said to the group in New York. She said that her aunt didn't like the word, so she would really like to see anything that has to do with magic. So, Disney is the way to go. She could just picture the scene now. "I can do that," Bruce said. He was looking at the little girl with wonder. The other guy was making cooing noises inside him. It was strange. "Is there a particular princess?" "She's never seen any of the films, so you'll have to pick one for her." "We can change it later if she likes a different one," Pepper said, tapping her chin. It shocked her that a little girl had never seen Disney. "Jarvis, while they're doing that, get every Disney film ever made. We'll need to set up a library just for Ivy. Stock it with books for little girls," Tony said, taking out his phone and scrolling through some things on it. "Yes, sir. Should they be about magic as well?" Jarvis asked, wanting to make sure he got the right things. "Magic, horses, babies, puppies, anything little girls like to read about. Also make sure you put some educational books in there," Tony said, waving his hand in the air. "I have some paperwork I need to fill out. I'll call you guys later," he added, leaving the room. He made his way to the study. "How's he doing, Pepper?" Bruce asked, being the friendliest with Tony. "Much better," she said with a sigh. "This thing with Ivy is pushing him to get better," she confessed. She was happy for it. The image of Ivy sleeping was still being displayed. "I think it was just what he needed." "Who were the child's parents?" Steve asked, looking at the girl again. "Lily and James Potter. Both deceased. Tony knew her mother for a week. That's all I know." "I know. He's looking into their death," Pepper said with a shrug. Ivy moved in her sleep and hugged the doll to her more. She made a sweet little sigh and turned over. "Everyone odd. We'll do what we can to make her life better," Steve said, looking to the other Avengers, who all nodded. They swore on it. "Hello, Goose. Thanks for all the reviews. They tickle my muse. Keep them coming, and suggestions are always welcome." "Sir, there is something I must tell you about Miss Ivy," Jarvis said to Tony, while the man was typing away on some documents. He hadn't wanted to disturb his creator, but this was rather important. And it was one of the few times Mr. Stark was alone. "What?" the man said distractedly. He wanted to get these done before he went to bed for the night. He only had about 10 forms left to fill out. He had been at it since just before dinner. He had enjoyed eating with Ivy and Pepper. They were the two most important women in his life. And wasn't it funny that that little girl had become so important in such a short amount of time? "Well, sir, you see, there's an anomaly about her," Jarvis said, not quite sure how to put it. "What are you talking about?" "I mean, yeah, she's too cute for words, but that's just good genetics," Tony said, looking up into the empty room, giving Jarvis his complete attention. "What I mean, sir, is that there is an energy field around her. I thought it was a glitch in my system at first, but an in-depth analysis showed that it is Miss Ivy," Jarvis said. His tone was one of wonder. "Well, as much as an AI can show. I thought it was an electrical field, but it is proving to be something completely different," he added, bringing up a hologram of his. "Analysis. There in front of Tony was Ivy's outline with an aura radiating from her body. It was golden in color, and it fluctuated all around the little girl. It was like watching the weather patterns on the globe. That's how much it was shifting. He noted that there was a dark spot on her back that was black. It was a steady stream of color and marred the golden color. He would have to look into that. Can you give me any more information? He asked his AI. He started typing on his virtual keyboard and was trying to get a reading on what he was seeing. No, sir. Only that it seems to interfere with some of my functions, Jarvis said, showing his calculations on a different hologram. I don't understand these readings at all, Tony said, looking at the analysis and comparing them to his own. The field around Ivy wasn't anything he'd ever seen before. There was something similar to it, like the energy output of his arc reactor. Clean energy. It wasn't quite the same, and he knew that it wouldn't generate electricity or anything that would power electronics. However, it was putting out energy. What would you have me do? Jarvis asked, unsure where to go from here. He was an AI, though he was programmed to grow and react on his own. Tony was still his creator, and he was the man in charge. Monitor it for now, and analyze it if it flares or anything, Tony said, not sure what it was. Let me know if anything changes. And let's keep this between us for now. He didn't want anyone to snatch little Ivy Harriet for testing. He'd keep her out of Fury's hands as long as he could, which if he had his way, would be forever. That reminded him he was going to have Natasha and Clint look in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database for the Potters murder case. He had Jarvis call them. It was still early evening there. Natasha answered. What? She asked, not one to mince words. She was dressed for bed in a long t-shirt and some comfy slippers. Her red hair was up in a short ponytail. I was wondering if you could look up Ivy's parents in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. They died under mysterious circumstances, he said, then gave her the rundown on what Jarvis had found, which wasn't much. It was what got me interested in Ivy in the first place. She asked if I would find out what happened to her parents. I knew her mom, but only for a week. He then went on to tell her what he knew about Lily and Petunia. I'll see what I can find, Natasha said, writing all that down in her tablet. I'm thinking you want to keep this from Fury, she said, though it really wasn't a question. They all wanted to keep this from Fury. It wasn't so much him as who he reported to. Those people were the ones who ordered the nuke to be dropped on New York during the invasion. Please, I want to wait as long as we can before we inform him of anything, Tony stated. Emphatically, he knew that she would understand. He still had nightmares over that nuke, and he didn't want to think of what those people would do with someone as cute as Ivy, especially with what Jarvis found. I'll do my best, she promised, then she hung up. And they call me rude, Tony said. Then he went back to the documents he had been working on. Only a few more, and he could go to bed. They sure wanted to know your whole life story just to adopt a kid. He sighed and diligently continued to write. When Ivy woke up the next morning, she was surprised that there was a cat in her bed. Well, she was surprised that she was in a bed. Her cot was not as big as this bed. She was surrounded by the dollies that Mr. Tony and his friends had bought for her. And now there was a kitty. Mr. Tony must have gotten it for her. It was a full-grown cat who was orange and white striped. A tabby, she thinks Mrs. Fig called them. It was staring at her, so she put her hand out and petted its head. Hello, Mr. Kitty, Ivy said as she continued petting the cat's head. My name is Goose, the cat said in her head. He leaned into the petting and then sat and licked his paw. You can talk, Mr. Goose? Ivy said, quite shocked, though not overly so. She had heard snakes talk before, just not cats, not even Mrs. Fig's, and she had a lot of cats. Whenever she visited Mrs. Fig, the nice lady would sit and talk about her cats for hours. She made sure to give Ivy some biscuits. They weren't very good biscuits, but it was the thought that counted. Ivy knew all about cats now thanks to those talks. And she knew that cats did not talk. Yes, but you might not want to tell people that, Goose said, bumping his head to her chubby little hand. She obliged and petted him on the head. I will protect you while you are among the muggles. He liked this adorable little girl, and she would need a familiar when she went to school. He would protect her among the magicals as well. That's if he was still around. Something might come up that required his attention, but she was just too cute to leave alone right now. Not that he liked humans, but there was something about this one. What is a muggle? Ivy asked, sounding out the word. It is a word for people who are not magical, Goose explained. He stopped looking for pets and stared her in the eye. You are a witch. He was surprised that no one had told her yet. Surely, she had done some accidental magic by now. Mr. Goose, that is not a nice thing to say, she chastised in a cute little tone complete with finger waving. I'm a good girl, she said, still wagging her finger at the cat. I mean, you can do magic, the cat said with a sigh. Oh, can I really? She said, clapping her hands and bouncing in place on her bed. Should I tell Mr. Tony and Miss Pepper? She asked the cat. They might not believe you, Goose warned, circling around a spot on the warm blankets. It was where Ivy had slept, and it still held her body heat. He got comfortable and closed his eyes. Then again, you have a talking cat, he added, purring when she started petting him again. Just then Tony came in the room to get her ready for breakfast. Ivy, he started warily. Where did the cat come from? He asked, not sure how the cat got in the room. It wasn't like they were on the first floor or anything. None of the doors they had opened to the outdoors. His name is Mr. Goose, and he said he was here to protect me from the muggles, she said brightly, her smile radiating the whole room. He can talk inside my head, and he said that I'm a witch. I thought he was being mean at first, but he said that means I could do magic. She finished off her explanation with another megawatt smile. She was still bouncing up and down, making her curls bounce as well. I see, Tony said, not sure how to handle this. He couldn't accuse her of lying. That would break her heart. He didn't want to lead her on and let her think she had magic when she didn't. That would upset her later. Jarvis? Where did the cat come from? He asked the AI. Surely Jarvis saw what happened. It simply appeared, Jarvis answered, a tone of confusion in his voice. Not something you hear from an AI often. Here, sir, I shall play you the last 10 minutes of what happened in this room, he said, and did just that. Sure enough, the cat just appeared on the bed. It was like he dropped from the ceiling and fell to the bed, and he did seem to be talking to Ivy. Tony got an idea. Ivy, can you ask Goose what he eats? He asked his adorable little friend. You can ask me yourself, Goose said, put out that the girl hadn't heeded his advice and not shared that he could talk. Holy shit, you can talk, Tony said, falling back to the closed door. He had seen some weird things in his life, but a talking cat. That took the cake. What are you? He asked, knowing this was not a real cat. I'm an alien. Let us keep this between us. If it got out that I could talk to people, there would be some bad people coming around Ivy Harriet, he said, letting the man know what he was. He would simply eat anyone who tried to harm Ivy, but it was just so much work. That, and I want to keep it from Fury for a while yet. Oh, you know Fury? Well, that makes us best buddies, Tony said, clapping his hands together and rubbing them in a we-can-do-this manner. Wait, didn't you take his eye? He asked, vaguely remembering that rumor. He wouldn't stop cuddling me, Goose said, still not moving from his spot on the bed. I didn't talk to him, so let's keep this a secret. I'll keep your secret if you tell me what you know about Ivy, Tony added, coming further into the room and sitting on the bed. Jarvis locked the door. He ordered his digital butler. He didn't want anyone to interrupt their conversation. Also, Jarvis, lock everyone out of this conversation, especially hackers. Yes, sir, Jarvis said as he did just that. He put the files in an offline database that could only be reached from Tony's laptop. Once they were done with their talk, he'd scrub the whole file. Tony picked Ivy up and placed her on his lap. So, magic? Is that why she has an aura of energy? He asked the cat. He hugged Ivy close as she smiled up at him. What's an aura? She asked, her smile brightening his day. It's a radiance that you have, he gave her a simple answer. Yes, Goose answered, looking at the golden hue the girl was radiating. He'd have to take care of that black spot when they were alone. It would be tricky, and he might scare the girl while doing it. He was going to have to explain everything to her beforehand, which also might scare her. Seeing him eat was an interesting experience. Will it hurt her? Was the question he really wanted the answer to. Tony would do anything to make sure that Ivy Harriet lived a pain-free life. Only if you make her ignore it. That will lead her to repress it, and then it will turn on her and retaliate. That is never good, the orange tabby explained in a serious tone. Right, let her do what she wants, Tony said like he was not going to do that anyway. Mr. Tony, is it true? Am I a witch? Ivy asked, not sure if this was a good thing or not. She worried her lip, remembering all the times her aunt called her a freak, and wondered if this was what her aunt was talking about. It looks like you are, but don't fret. You'll be a good witch, Tony said, hugging the little girl to his chest. Now it's time for breakfast, so why don't you get dressed and we can eat and then go shopping? Well, you and Pepper are going shopping. I have some other things to do today. He put her on the floor and patted her back to get her moving in the correct direction. Okay, Mr. Tony, she said, smiling and going to the closet which held all the clothes they had taken from her Aunt Petunia's house. She wanted to wear shorts today. There was a cute little pink and white set that one of the neighbors had bought for her that she had not worn yet. It had ponies on it. Goose, you can stay, but you and I are going to talk, Tony said once Ivy was in the walk-in closet. Like you could make me leave. Only Ivy can do that, and that's only if I let her. However, I will indulge you. We will talk tonight after Ivy is in bed, Goose said, having not moved from his warm spot on the bed. Great. A cat with an ego, Tony said, going to help Ivy get dressed. While Pepper and Ivy were out getting Ivy some more clothes, Tony was talking to Petunia and Vernon. Dudley was out playing at a friend's house. Happy was watching and making sure that everything went smoothly. Tony had a tendency to get riled easily since the invasion, and Happy could usually talk him down, or at least get him out of the room until he calmed down on his own. I need you to sign these. I will be taking Ivy to America, but you need to sign away your rights, Tony said, indicating the spots where there were sticky notes, showing where she needed to put her initials or signature. They were the standard release papers. There was nothing added to them. They simply stated that Petunia gave up all rights and privileges to Ivy Harriet Potter. She would take no responsibility or claim no rights to her thereafter. What do I get for giving up my niece? The bitch asked, not touching the documents. She was going to get her due before she gave up anything. After all, she was giving up the protection the old man promised her and her family. She was putting her little Dudley in danger by giving up the brat. What are you talking about? You are going to court for the way you treated Ivy. You don't want her. Why would you think you deserve any compensation? Tony asked, looking to Vernon, who was looking at his wife with disdain. He was wondering if he should give the man his lawyer's card for a divorce. Then again, maybe without Ivy here, they could work things out. There had to have been something there to begin with. Petunia, just sign the papers, Vernon said, growing a backbone for a moment. It was easier now that Ivy wasn't here to take the punishment. Do not tell me what to do, Petunia snapped at her husband, who backed off, earning a disappointed look from the other two men in the room. She still had not touched the pen, and she was glaring at Tony as if to say, well, I'm not paying you to take Ivy. She's coming with me whether you sign these papers or not, Tony said, pointing at the documents in question. It'll just take longer, and I have the best lawyers in the world. It was true. He had the money to keep her in the courtroom for years. By the time I'm done with you, Ivy will be of age, and you'll be broke, he added, pointing at the papers more profoundly. Petunia knew she was out of her league, and she signed the indicated places. You do know she's a freak, right? She asked, finishing off the last signature. I will not take her back. If that old man brings her back here, I'll dump her in the Thames. She knew she wouldn't be here, even if the old man tried to bring her back. They were moving the first chance they got. What old man? Tony asked, taking up the papers and putting them in his briefcase. He handed it to Happy. They were going to file those papers today. That way they could get started on getting Ivy Harriet stateside. He still needed to get the girl a passport, and Pepper was supposed to start that today as well. The headmaster of that freak school, she'll get a letter when she's 11, Petunia said, smugly, like it was something that she was now looking forward to seeing, even if she wasn't going to be there. How would the great Tony Stark look when he found out that the girl he took on was a freak? Oh, so, you knew she was a witch? Tony said, shocking Petunia and confusing Vernon. He saw the confusion and looked at the wife. You never told Vernon? That was shocking. He was sure she'd tell her husband. There are laws, Petunia said, putting her hand to her neck to play with the faux pearls there. I'm not supposed to talk about it. However, you're going to be taking care of her, and she's your problem now, she said snidely. I'll keep my eyes out, Tony said as he got off the couch. He took a card out of his pocket and handed it to Vernon. If you need a good lawyer, these guys are the best, he said, then sneered at Petunia. He and Happy made their way out of the house. She really is a piece of work, he said, getting into the back of the limo. That she is boss, that she is, Happy agreed as he handed Tony the briefcase and closed the door. Bye. Tiny Tom, thanks for the reviews. I keep trying for that crackish slant, but my muse keeps going for drama. Well, we'll see who wins. I'm giving Goose a few extras, because this is fanfiction, and I can. Also, to toot my own horn, for those of you that like Goose, I do have a one-shot that I did with him. It's called Goose in the Neighborhood. Later that night, after Ivy and Pepper went to bed, Tony and Goose had a bit of a talk. So, how do you know about magicals? Tony asked since it had been bugging him all day. Really? I am a teleporting, dimensional hopping, alien cat. And you want to know how I know about a subgroup of humans? The cat said, yawning and stretching from his place on the couch. Fine, have it your way. I ran into a half-giant that tried to keep me as a pet, the alien confessed. I'll admit I was tempted, but I decided to research about his people first. It was hard. They're not in the mainstream information flow. I had to get into the hidden society first. He stopped there and just yawned. He really didn't feel like explaining at all. The man could do his own research. Goose would point him in the right direction. Can you tell me where this hidden society is? I can get some books or something to help Ivy adjust to that lifestyle when she is introduced to it. Tony asked, not sure if it would ever happen, but wanting to be prepared. He pulled up a hologram of Ivy sleeping to entice the cat to helping him. I can, Goose said as he looked at the sleeping girl. He then settled further into his comfortable position. He may not be a real cat, but by all the gods he did like to act like one. I'll tell you how to get there in the morning, he offered. Is there anything else you can tell me? Tony asked, hoping for some inside info. There's something on Ivy's back that I need to get rid of, the non-cat said, his eyes glinting in the artificial lights. It's repulsive, and it should not be marring such a sweet child, he said, looking at Tony, then back at the sleeping child. I saw it on the scans that Jarvis did of her aura. It's a black mark. Do you know what it is? Tony asked, hoping the cat knew how to get rid of it. Pepper had mentioned a scar on Ivy's back that she had seen when she helped the girl get ready for bed. They had made an appointment with a doctor to take a look at it in 2 days' time. Not completely, but I know it is evil and it doesn't belong, Goose said. Then he got up and stretched. We can go and take care of it now. I'd rather do this when the rest of you humans are asleep. I do warn you not to shout when I do, he stated, knowing how humans reacted when he ate something in their presence. There was that one girl who liked to feed him strange things, but normal humans reacted differently, mostly in fear. Why? What is going to happen? The man asked, following the cat as it made its way to Ivy's room. I need you to expose her back, Goose said instead of answering. Mr. Tony? Ivy said, waking up a bit at people being in her room. She rubbed her little eyes with the back of her tiny hands. It was adorable. She blinked those huge green eyes at the pair that came and woke her up. Those sweet, innocent eyes. Mr. Goose, it's okay, Ivy, Tony said, picking her up, sitting on the bed, and placing her on his lap. There's something on your back that Goose said he can get rid of, he said, rubbing her back and the scar there. It was shaped like a lightning bolt. It was about 2 inches long, which was quite large on a small girl's back. You're talking about my scar? My Aunt Petunia loved that scar. She said I deserved it, Ivy said, looking saddened at her aunt's spiteful words. She said I got it when my mom and dad died. She added, looking behind her shoulder like she could see the scar if she turned her head enough. Well, Goose said he can get rid of what's in the scar. Maybe if he does that, it'll get smaller, Tony said, feeling how large the scar was through her pajama top. Really, Mr. Goose? Ivy asked, looking to the cat for confirmation. Yes, was all the non-cat said, licking its paw. Thank you, Mr. Goose, Ivy said, getting off Tony's lap and going to hug the cat. That is very nice of you, she added, giving him an extra squeeze, which he bore with ill grace. He really hated to be cuddled. I need you to expose your scar, so sit on Tony's lap again and lift your shirt up. Look away, I don't want you to see me do this. It is quite scary, Goose said, looking at Tony to get her to comply. Silly Mr. Goose, I will never be scared of you, that sweet, innocent child said, giving him one more hug. Come here, little bug, Tony said, holding out his arms, which she gladly ran to. He firmly placed her on his lap, facing his chest. He then lifted the back of her pajama shirt and exposed the scar, which looked inflamed and new. You might want to look away, advised Goose, still sitting there as calm as could be. I'll be okay, Tony said, thinking there wasn't anything the cat could do to spook him. So be it, the non-cat said, then opened its mouth and tentacles with extra mouths of teeth and suction cups, shot out and went everywhere. They were pink and purple in color. There was no way that massive tentacles came out of that tiny cat. They seemed to take up the entire room. In the center of one of them came a tongue that was coming straight for Ivy's back. It shot forward and hit the little girl's back and made a sucking sound and then shot back into the mass, and then all of the tentacles and tongues retracted back into the non-cat's mouth. The non-cat started licking his paw again. Ivy giggled like it tickled. Her laughter made Tony start. It took all of Tony's courage and strength not to shout out and scare Ivy. That had to be the most disturbing thing he had seen in quite a while. He had seen things like it on the movie screens, but in real life, not so much. The closest thing he could think of was Alien, but there was more with Goose's tentacles. He'd wager that if those two met, that Goose would be the victor. Shaking his head from those thoughts, and desperately wanting a drink, he looked at Ivy's back. He noted that the scar already looked much thinner and more healed. "You got it then?" Tony asked, hoping for a positive answer. He didn't want to go through that again. It was unnerving enough the first time, but at least he knew the cat would eat anyone who bothered Ivy. "Have your AI scan it, just to be safe," Goose suggested, but he was sure it was all gone. And now that he had a taste of the man, he would keep his nose out for him. That was only a sliver of his soul, so the rest of him had to be somewhere. "Jarvis?" The billionaire asked the empty room as he put the shirt down and settled Ivy on his lap, facing forward this time. "It seems to be gone," the AI said, doing the scan twice and popping the hologram in the room to show only a golden aura surrounding Ivy's image. "Wow, that's pretty," Ivy said, looking at the picture that was in the middle of the room. "That's your magic," Goose said, jumping on the bed and going to the foot of it. "My magic is pretty," Ivy said, reaching out as if to touch it. "It's just a picture of it," Tony said, standing and lifting her up. "Time for you to go back to bed. We're going to go to the magic world tomorrow," he added, laying her down and tucking the covers around her. "But I'm not tired now," Ivy protested. "Tell me a story," she said, opening her eyes wide and looking at him persuasively. "Put the eyes away," Tony said, sitting on the side of the bed. "Jarvis, download a story to my phone," he said, pulling said phone out and going to the correct app. "Yes, sir," Jarvis said, selecting a princess story and sending it to the reading app. So, Tony Stark read Ivy Harriet Potter a story, or 3, that night until she fell asleep. The next morning, Natasha called him back. He was in his room, so he was alone, but for Goose, who was telling him how to get to Diagon Alley. Pepper was getting Ivy ready. "What can I do for you this morning, madam?" he asked as he buttoned up his shirt. She was being projected via Jarvis, but he didn't mind getting dressed in front of others. "Lily and James Potter were killed by a terrorist named, get this, Voldemort," Natasha said, reading off her tablet. "I couldn't get much more information. It's all redacted, and I don't have that kind of clearance. If I dig deeper, it's my job," she finished, putting the tablet down and giving him that look that said it was up to him now. "I have a feeling I know why it was redacted. I'll let you all know about it when we get stateside. I don't want to say it on the phone, no matter how secure the line is," Tony said, sitting on a chair and slipping on his shoes. "You're gonna love it, though." "Sounds fun," came the sarcastic reply. Anything that was fun to Tony was taken with a grain of salt. "Trust me," Tony said as he got up and adjusted his cuffs. "Anything we need to know about?" he asked, wanting to get the day started. "No, we got the room set up. You'll love it. When do you think you'll be back?" Natasha asked, sitting down on a chair and folding her legs under her. She was much more relaxed in the tower than she was anywhere else. Her life was a stressful one, and she loved that she had somewhere to unwind. "Should be a week more with the paperwork. Not even my money can move it faster," Tony said, reaching down and picking up Goose, who glared at him. "Is that a cat?" the redhead asked, extremely curious. First a kid, now a cat. These were so far out of the norm for Tony. "Nope," Tony said with all honesty. "This is Goose," he said, making one of Goose's paws wave at the hologram. "If it were not for Ivy Harriet, I'd gut you," Goose threatened him and jumped from his arms and left the room. "He doesn't like to be held," Tony said, going to the bedside table and grabbing his watch. "We're off. I'll call you when we're on our way back to the States," he said, then waved the hologram off. He then departed the room. He found Ivy and Pepper ready and waiting. You might want to put a hat on her, Goose advised, while Pepper was getting her purse, looking at the cute little face. Why? Tony asked, trying to remember if they had a hat her size. She's as popular as you are in the magical world, was the answer. Shit, that's not good, Tony said, not wanting to deal with fans today. Do we have a hat for Ivy? He asked Pepper when she returned to the room. We bought a few sun hats, she said, not sure why he was asking. Seems that our little bug is popular, he explained, going towards Ivy's room. How popular? The CEO wanted to know, following him and go to the walk-in closet. She grabbed a hat that went with the little girl's outfit, which was another short suit. It was purple with fairies and flowers. The light purple sun hat would go well with it. You look edible, Tony said, pretending to eat Ivy's hand. She's as popular as me, he answered Pepper's question, who nodded and sighed. She didn't bother asking how he knew. Mr. Tony, you can't eat people, Ivy squealed, snatching her hand back and laughing. Do you know where we are going? Pepper asked as they left the apartment and went to the elevators. Yes, my source says we're to go to Charing Cross Road. Happy has it mapped out already, Tony assured her as they rode the elevator down. They met Happy in the garage and got into the limo. Ivy loved poking around in the overly large car. She pushed all the buttons and moved from one seat to another just to play with what was in different areas. Ivy, please stay seated, Pepper said, not liking that she was jumping around the back of the car. Yes, ma'am, Ivy said, finally settling near the mini icebox. Can I have something to drink? She asked, peeking in the icebox. How about after we leave, so you don't have to use the little girl's room while we're out, Pepper suggested, not knowing if there were any restrooms in the magical area. She would hope there were, but best not take the chance. Okay, Miss Pepper, Ivy said, beaming brightly at the reasonable suggestion. She didn't want to have to go potty in public. We're almost there, Happy said from the front. He rolled down the divider, and Ivy sat up to her fullest height and looked out the front window. I don't see the leaky cauldron, though, he said, looking around for the said pub. I see it, Ivy said, not being able to read the large words like cauldron, but seeing a sign that had a big pot that was indeed leaking. Goose told her that was what she was to look for. Put your hat on, Ivy, Tony said, grabbing said hat from the seat next to him. Yes, Mr. Tony, Ivy said, putting the hat on her head. Pepper leaned over and put a few hairpins in the hat to secure it. Happy, drop us off at the record store. We should be about, well, give us 2 hours, Tony said, looking at his watch. Yes, sir, Happy said, pulling up to the curb and double parking so he could let them out. Horns honked behind them, but they soon went around the vehicle. Everyone exited, and Happy drove away. Ivy took both the adults' hands and dragged them to the leaky cauldron. Tony followed Goose's advice and talked to Tom the bartender and got let in Diagon Alley. The three of them stood in awe. Wow, Ivy said, looking around at everything from under the bridge of her floppy hat. It shaded her eyes and made it difficult to see her face. She really wanted to take it off, but Mr. Tony didn't want her to. Okay, I need to get money first. I think that's the bank up there, Tony said as he led them to the large white building. It just screamed money to him. Their first encounter with the goblins was memorable. Ivy squealed and rushed to the guard. You are so cute, she said, taking the guard and hugging him, spear and all. Miss, you can't hug the guard. He is on duty, the other guard said, chuckling at his co-worker's misfortune. It rarely happened, but every now and then, someone's child thought the goblins were cute. Oh, I am so sorry, mister, Ivy said, backing off and brushing down the startled goblin. Garbling. My name is Garbling, the goblin stated, looking at Ivy like she was the strangest thing ever. Then Ivy looked at him with those innocent eyes. You are forgiven, miss, he said leadingly. Harriet, Ivy said, smiling brightly, making the goblin smile too, though there was nothing bright about it. Miss Potter? The goblin asked, looking at his fellow guard. Ivy nodded as Tony came up and put a hand on each of her shoulders. We're trying to keep that on the down low, the billionaire said, speaking softly. He hoped they understood that they didn't want the attention. I need to speak to my supervisor, Garbling said, rushing into the bank. Are we going to have problems? Tony asked the other guard, who waved the trio out of the way. There are people waiting to get into the bank. No, nothing like that. Our manager just needs to clarify some things with Miss Potter, the guard said, bowing a family of magical sin. There is nothing to worry about, he added, though he was not overly confidence-inducing. Can we go in and exchange some money? Tony asked, not wanting to waste time just standing around. Sure, the guard said, waving them in. The trio went to the exchange counter and traded muggle money for galleons. A lot of money was swapped. Tony wanted to purchase as many books as possible to get them scanned into Jarvis. That way his AI could compute what they had to look forward to. They waited in the lobby for the supervisor and were soon awarded for their patience. A goblin came up to them and bade them to follow him. Soon they were in a room with another goblin who was a bit taller than the others. Miss Potter, I was concerned that I might miss you, the goblin said, putting out his hand to shake. Ivy took it and smiled her brilliant smile at him. I am pleased to meet you, mister, she said, wondering why the goblins never introduced themselves right away. Ragnarok, the goblin said, nodding to the chairs for everyone to sit. This is Mr. Tony and Miss Pepper, Ivy said, indicating each person in turn. What can we do for you, Ragnarok? Tony asked as he sat in one of the chairs. I merely wish to know what we are to do with all the fan mail, the goblin asked as if this was a minor problem that was growing into a major one. Fan mail? Really? Tony asked, knowing he got mail, but it was handled by a public relations firm. Yes, it is getting too much. We can't keep it in the vault much longer, Ragnarok stated, folding his hands and putting them in his lap. Does the Wizarding World have a PR company? The billionaire asked, rubbing his forehead as if he knew he wasn't going to like the answer. What is a PR? Never mind. Do you know of any wizards or goblins that need work? They can answer the mail for Ivy and send us the stuff that's important. I will pay a good salary, Tony said as Pepper whipped out her phone and started taking notes. We can assign some goblins to the post. How would you want them answered? Ragnarok asked, intrigued. I'll send you some standard form letters, Tony said, thinking of printing viable ones off the internet. How do magicals receive mail? He asked, sure they weren't on the regular postal routes. Owls was the answer. Owls? Tony asked, rubbing his forehead again. As in the birds? Owls, was repeated. Fine, we'll get an owl, Tony said, making Ivy squeal and bounce. You are one cute kid, Ragnarok said, looking at the little girl with red curls and huge green eyes. She had shed her floppy sun hat when they came into the room. Am I really getting post? She asked wide-eyed. She couldn't fathom why people would want to write to her. Yes, but your Mr. Tony is going to pay us to make sure it's safe to send to you, Ragnarok said, not wanting any vicious letters to get to this charming little girl. Thank you, Mr. Tony, Mr. Ragnarok, Ivy said, beaming a smile at both of them. You're welcome, they both said. Well, if that is all, we need to get going, Pepper said, getting up and putting her phone away. She was more than ready to get some books for Ivy and herself. She knew that Tony was ready to leave too. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Ragnarok, Ivy said, getting up and hugging the goblin, who looked shocked at being manhandled by a human child. The pleasure was mine, child, he said, patting her back, where he knew the famous scar was, though it felt much smaller than it was reported to be. Ragnarok, Tony said with a nod. Tony, Ragnarok said, nodding back. Men, Pepper said as she took Ivy's hand, after she made sure the girl had her hat back on her head. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Ragnarok, she said as she left. They walked down the hall and into the lobby. Bye, goblins, Ivy called to all of the goblins as they left the bank. She waved behind her as they stepped out of the bank and into Diagon Alley. The goblins weren't sure what to say, so they just waved and stared. What a strange child, but she was cute. For a human. Fly. Owls. Fly. Thanks for all the reviews. Their first stop was to get an owl. They stopped at the Owl Emporium, which Tony assumed is where one got owls. It was loaded with owls of every flavor. There was brown, tawny, golden, snowy ones, and even a black one. The noise was almost overwhelming. The ruckus they made Tony glad that he wasn't with Bruce. That man might hulk out just from the stress of the screeching. Ivy squealed and started running up and down the aisles, pointing to each owl and stating that she wanted that one, and that one, and that one. There wasn't an owl there that she didn't want. Even the hyper-tiny owls, the large quiet barn owls, or the middle tawny owls. She wanted every single one of them. Ivy, we can't buy them all, Tony said, trying to be reasonable. He could buy them all, but where would he put them? They were going to leave for the States soon. Could the owls fly that far? Or was he going to have to shelter them here? He didn't know. He didn't know he only wanted one or two. But Mr. Tony, they are all sad, Ivy said, her eyes tearing up and her bottom lip trembling. She pushed up the brim of her hat so that he could see that she was sad. There were tears on her chubby little cheeks. Tony folded. He looked at all the birds, who did indeed look miserable in their cages. He looked to Pepper. She was looking at Ivy, and her eyes were glittering with tears too. "Fine," he said, going to the counter. "How much for your entire stock?" he asked the man there. "You can't buy my entire stock," the owner stated, flabbergasted that the man would give in to his daughter like that. Not even Lucius Malfoy folded so easily, and his kid was spoiled rotten. Then he looked at the little girl, and he too felt bad for the birds. He squared his shoulders and looked at all his birds. Then he looked at Ivy and slumped. 300 galleons, he said, rounding up a figure in his head. He knew he was taking a hit. He wasn't sure how much of one, but that little girl was just too cute for words. Eyes like that should be outlawed. "Sold," Tony said, pulling out the galleons for the owls. He looked around and started opening cages. Ivy squealed again and started clapping her hands when the owls started coming down to her, as if to thank her for their freedom. They all started roosting on the flat surfaces of the shop. None of them flew off, like Tony thought they would. They were hooting and generally making a fuss. But they weren't screeching anymore. "Will they hunt?" Pepper asked, thinking the rat population was going to be a lot less in London come nightfall. "Yes, they're trained to feed themselves. However, they expect treats for a job well done," the owner said, watching in amazement as the owls all stayed near the little girl. Said girl was running from one owl to the other, petting and cooing. She was running her hand down their chest and then naming them. Usually normal names like Mr. Tom, but sometimes they'd be called Mrs. Tibbles or Mr. Sparkly Pants. Ivy was having the time of her life. She had never had a pet before, and now she had dozens of them. They were all so pretty, and they let her pet them. She just hoped they got along with Mr. Goose. He seemed to be a reasonable cat. "Well, now that you are all free to do what you want, I will need some of you to stay with Ivy," Tony said, feeling silly talking to birds, but the owner assured him that they would understand. "Those of you that want to earn your keep, meet us at the Royal Arms Apartments in London. There is a roof there, and I'll come and get you from there," he stated, waving his arms as if to drive them off. They all took to the skies and were out of the store and out of sight soon after. "Do you think they will go there?" Ivy asked, worried about her new friends. Her eyes got huge, and she looked at Tony and Pepper for reassurance. "I'm sure some of them will. The rest will have wonderful lives as a free bird," Pepper assured her, leading her out of the now empty shop. The owner gave Tony a queer look as he counted out the galleons. He noted there was over 100 extra. "I need some owl treats," Tony said as a way of explanation. "Right," the man said, going and emptying his stock of those too. He made some profit back from that transaction, which made him feel better. Just then a family came in and looked at the empty shop. "Bad day for owl shopping?" the father of the group said, looking around in awe. Tony thanked the man and took the bag of owl goodies. He exited the store and found the two waiting for him. They went to the bookstore. Once there, Pepper took Ivy to the children's section as Tony looked at the magical theory selection. He just started grabbing all of the books on the shelf, and he put them in the basket he had grabbed at the entrance of the store. Then he moved on to the rest of the magical section. He wanted to know everything he could about this world that Ivy was supposed to enter when she became older. If he let her, he wasn't impressed with what he saw so far. There wasn't a sign of electricity anywhere. What kind of world didn't have that? "Tony," Pepper called for him in a tone that said someone was in trouble. "Yes, ma'am," Tony said when he approached her and Ivy. They were standing in front of a display that showed a book with a depiction of Ivy riding on the back of a dragon on the cover. It wasn't a very good likeness of the child. However, there was no mistaking who it was supposed to be. "Well, shit," he said, grabbing one of each story and putting it into the basket that didn't seem to run out of room or get heavy. "We will need to look into this and sue for liable or unlawful use of her image at the very least," Pepper said, thumbing through the one with Ivy running with a large cat that seemed to have deadly breath. "I want to see what they say first. If they are passing them off as children's books, there might not be much we can do, but sue for unlawful use of image," Tony said, going around and picking up some of the storybooks to read to Ivy. They finished up their shopping and went to meet Happy. It was about the time they told him they'd be done. Soon enough, they were on their way back to the apartment, each reading something that caught their attention. "Pepper, I have to go back to the bank," Tony said, putting a book on recent history down and making notes in his phone. It was the next day, and they had spent the rest of the day yesterday reading up on the wizarding world. "Tony, you have cash on you," Pepper said, knowing she had given him some just yesterday. The only time Tony went to the bank was to use the ATM machine, and even then it was usually to avoid the fees. "No, I mean Gringotts. It seems in the magical world they are more than just a bank. They are the hub of everything that wizards are too lazy to do themselves. I mean, if you want a lawyer or a wordsmith or even housekeeping, you ask a goblin," the billionaire said, shocked at the scope of what the goblins were able to do. "That, and it seems that Ivy's dad was rather rich, and I want to see the state of her accounts," he added, standing and fixing his shirt. "Do you mean to go now?" she asked, also standing. She was more than ready to go out for a while. She knew Ivy loved Diagon Alley. It was early enough in the morning. "I need to send an owl and make an appointment," Tony said, moving towards his office. He was glad they were in the penthouse. It was easier to access the roof from there. It was shocking that 10 of the owls that they had let go decided to live with them. The landlord was not overly pleased that they had so many birds roosting on his roof, but the decline of rats in the nearby alleys seemed to make up for it. "I want to go," Ivy said, standing up from her petting of Goose. She had been reading him a story from one of the books that had little words. She was learning from it, because if she didn't know the word, all she had to do was touch it, and magic would tell her. It was amazing. Sometimes she had to ask Goose what a word meant, but he was such a good kitty and so smart. "I'm just going to my office," Tony said, ruffling her hair as he passed. "I need to write the letter first." He went to the office and did just that, and he printed out about 4 different form letters that he adjusted to fit magical responses. He didn't want the fans to think that Ivy was ignoring them. So, the first one was an apology for the long wait in a reply. The second one was to let people know that all mail was being forwarded to the goblins for sorting and replies. The third one was a thank you for such and such. The fourth one was to ask that they not send any more letters because she was too little to answer them herself. That while she was going to read them from now on, she was still just a little girl. He was going to take a picture of her and let those that asked have a token of her appreciation. But that was for later, when she was safely in the good old US of A. He put all of these into a manila envelope and went to the roof with owl treats in hand. "Who's up for a trip to Gringotts?" he asked the owls. Immediately, 3 owls came to him. He chose the tawny one and attached the letter to its leg. He gave all 3 a treat and shooed the owl off. It took flight as Tony watched. He glanced at his watch to time how long it took for such a short flight. The owl came back during lunch, and Tony noted that it had only taken a few hours. He factored in the time it must have taken for the reading of the original missive and the writing of a reply. "Well, we have an appointment for tomorrow morning at 10, he said, reading the letter. "Ivy's doctor's appointment is at 1 in the afternoon. Will we be done by then?" Pepper asked, not sure how long they would take at the bank. She had no clue as to what Ivy's finances looked like. Then again, neither did Tony. However, she knew one could spend hours going over such matters. "You can cancel her doctor's appointment. Goose took care of her scar," Tony said, hitting himself in the head for forgetting to mention that to Pepper. Then again, she didn't know Goose was an alien. "A cat got rid of the scar?" the strawberry blonde said, lifting an eyebrow. "Well, he's a magical cat, sort of," Tony confessed, not quite telling the truth. "He can talk," Ivy added, thinking they were telling the whole truth. "He helps me with my words," she said, nodding her head like it was a shared secret. "Ivy, sweetie, Goose didn't want anyone to know that," Tony said, grimacing at the look he was getting from his girlfriend. "He was so sleeping on the couch tonight." "Now, Pepper, it wasn't my secret to share," he said, holding up his hands in supplication. She took a deep breath so that she didn't start yelling in front of Ivy. She knew there were things that Tony didn't tell her, but a talking cat? She wasn't sure if that was something he should have kept from her. "We'll discuss this later," she said, whipping out her phone and calling to cancel the appointment. She felt bad about canceling on such short notice. She hoped there wasn't a charge like there would be in the States. "I really couldn't tell you," Tony said, only to stop when she raised her hand. She pointedly looked at the worried Ivy. He nodded and knew they'd talk about it behind closed doors. "So, Ivy, what do you want to wear tomorrow? Pepper asked, going back to her meal of fish and chips. She really loved this type of meal from England. It tasted much better than the USA's version. Something in the batter, she was sure. Tony didn't have a sleep on the couch, but it was a close thing. The next day they went back to Diagon Alley. Pepper made sure to have all of Ivy's paperwork with her in a briefcase. They made quite a powerful-looking trio, in their business suits and Ivy in her cute little princess dress, complete with hat and gloves. No one would recognize her all dolled up like that. When they got to the bank, Ivy went straight up to Garbling and said, "Good morning, Mr. Garbling. How are you today?" "I am well today, Miss Potter," the uncomfortable goblin said politely. He just didn't like the attention he was getting from the humans going into the bank. "Do you have business in the bank today?" "Yes, we are going to," was as far as she got when Garbling raised a hand. "It's no one else's business what you are doing." "A yes is good enough," he said, lowering his hand and smiling at the girl. She squealed and clapped her hands. She hugged him and then quickly let go. "I knew I could make you smile," she said. Happiness laced her tone. The other guard just stood there, his face turning funny colors as he tried not to laugh at his co-worker's plight. "Yes, well, you'd better get to your business," Garbling said, waving them through. Tony and Pepper chuckled at the goblin's demeanor and moved to shuffle Ivy past him. They made it into the bank and went to a free teller. "We have an appointment with Ragnarok," Tony said, holding out the letter. "Yes, come this way," the teller said, hopping off his stool and making his way to a door that led to the back. They went a different way this time and were led to an ornate office. Ragnarok sat behind a rather large desk that was overflowing with parchment, ink pots, and quills. There were a few gizmos and pictures here and there, but mostly it was paperwork. "Ragnarok," Tony said as he escorted Ivy and Pepper to the chairs in front of the desk. He had to pull one from the wall for a place to sit, but he did that and they were soon settled. "Tony, Miss Pepper, and the lovely Miss Ivy," Ragnarok said, putting his quill down to give them his full attention. "You had questions about Miss Potter's account. I need to know what relation you are to the young lady," he said, taking out a gizmo and handing it to Ivy, who took it and started poking and prodding it. Pepper took out the paperwork they were currently undergoing with the British government to get Ivy stateside. She was already their ward, but there were still some legal things that needed to be done before they could leave these shores. She handed them to Ragnarok, and he put on some reader's glasses on the bridge of his nose, which made Ivy giggle, since he had a rather long nose. "I see," he said, when he was done reading the forms. They were all pretty straightforward. These might be legal in the Muggle world, but they are useless here in the magical world. "She has a magical guardian," he added, taking some parchment from the middle of one of the stacks on his desk, almost creating a paper slide. "I have here the last will and testament of James Potter. Lily didn't make a will. Perhaps she thought James covered it all. Perhaps she thought she would live through the war, I don't know. My point is that Mr. Potter named Sirius Black as Ivy's magical guardian if anything happened to him and Lily. So where is this Sirius Black?" Tony asked, looking at Ivy, who was intent on the gizmo she was playing with. She seemed to have gotten her princess glove caught in it and was trying to free the item. "He's been imprisoned. We have been trying to get him a trial since his incarceration, but they keep telling us that he doesn't need one," Ragnarok said, slamming his hand on a blank spot on his desk, which seemed to be blank for just that purpose. "It's been 6 years," he growled. "That is illegal," Pepper said aghast. She wasn't sure what all the laws were in England, but she was pretty sure they couldn't hold someone without a trial. "In the Muggle world, perhaps, but they seem to be getting away with it here," Ragnarok said, slamming his hand down again. "I need to hire your most cutthroat lawyer," Tony said with an evil smirk. He glanced quickly at Ivy to make sure she hadn't seen it. She was still untangling her glove. "My pleasure," the goblin said, pushing a rune on his desk. Another goblin came in and they talked for a moment, and the smaller goblin left. "He'll be here soon." As to Ivy's account, all I can legally tell you is that it is safe and growing. He was quite proud of that fact. "So, no one can access it?" Tony asked. It was what he was most worried about. "No, though many have tried. Her account can only be accessed by her and her magical guardian," Ragnarok said, flexing his fingers as if to strangle those that had tried to get into the accounts that weren't theirs. "She can only get into the accounts when she starts her magical education. It is tradition, something about making sure they are magical before giving them access. You mean there's a chance that she might not be? Pepper asked, taking out her phone and making notes. A small one, but yes. There are children born to magicals that don't have magic, the lead goblin said, looking at the strange contraption in the woman's hands. What is that? He asked, pointing at her smartphone. It's my cell phone, she said, turning it around so he could see it. Tony decided to help Ivy untangle her glove. She was getting frustrated. Pepper told Ragnuk all about cell phones and how most people could not survive in today's world without one. To say the goblin was intrigued was an understatement. And you have no problems getting it to work here? He asked, waving around his head to indicate the magical area. No, should I? She inquired, thinking it was a trick question. According to the magicals, you should, Ragnuk said, a look of thoughtfulness on his face. Surely other muggles have tried to use their cell phones in Diagon Alley before. Then he remembered they were usually escorted by a magical. He would not put it past the magicals to spell the items inert. Well, Gringotts was going to have some say in this. Mr. Tony, he said, getting the billionaire's attention. Tell me more about what your company can do for the bank. And with that, a beautiful business friendship started. Some serious talk. Thanks for the reviews. They do tickle my muse. Before they could get started on the nitty-gritty of what Tony could do for the bank, there was a knock on the door. The lawyer had arrived. A shortish man walked in. He was an unassuming man with brown hair and a slight pudge in the middle. You wanted to see me? He said to Ragnuk, nodding to Tony and Pepper and glancing at Ivy, who waved at him. He was immediately enamored. Mr. Waters, pull up a chair. You're about to get that case you've been wanting to have, the goblin said, waving to the chairs on the wall. Stephen Waters pulled up a chair and sat next to Pepper. The Black case? He asked eagerly. He had been investigating that case since Black had been arrested. He had all the ducks lined up if it ever got to court. He knew Black was innocent from the get-go. He knew the man from school, and Sirius would never betray James. There was just something fishy about the whole thing. Just so, Ragnuk said. Then he waved to Pepper and Tony and introduced them. Mr. Stark was just about to tell me how he could make life easier for us here at Gringotts, he added, glad the lawyer was here. He might not be a contract lawyer, but he could steer him in the right direction. I'm about to drag this world kicking and screaming into the 21st century, Tony said, taking out his cell phone and pushing a button. He was going to be leaving, however there were people here that could do the job in his place. He just needed to pick the right person for the job. Jarvis, look around the London office and see if anyone fits the description of a magical, he said to the phone. What should I look for? The AI asked, his voice coming out of the phone into the room, making the two magicals start with wonder, already running through the files. The goblin and the wizard looked around for the ghost they were sure was there. They didn't see one, but decided it was just invisible. Look for their school as Hogwarts School for the Gifted, Waters said, knowing that was the Muggle name for it. They will have also had to have sent away for their transcripts, he added, knowing that the ministry would have had to have doctored any school records. There might not have been any college, and they would have worked their way up the ladder, he stated, knowing that the smarter ones would have been able to do that. There are currently 7 people who have that school listed on their CVs, Jarvis said, having gone through the files that fast. He was the fastest computer in the world. He was programmed by the smartest man in the world. Are any of them in a position to help Gringotts? Tony asked, tapping his phone and looking at the files himself. He wanted to get a look at them in person. Just because their files looked good didn't mean anything. Anyone with half a brain could doctor a file. There are 3 that can do what you require, the AI stated, his tone neutral. Make me an appointment with all 3 for tomorrow around noon. Set it up for the London office, Tony said, slotting the time in his calendar. He needed to make sure that it was an appointment he kept. He really wanted to stick it to the magical world, albeit help them at the same time. Very good, sir, Jarvis said, doing just that and updating Tony's calendar. The interviews would take about 15 minutes each. If all went well, did you want Mr. Hogan to be there for security purposes? The AI asked, not sure if the magicals would react well to being exposed. That is actually a good idea, Tony said, thinking that it might be a good measure. He knew from reading that they could erase his memory, and they took that secrecy seriously. Happy would be his backup. Very well, sir, Jarvis said, then went silent. Now that that is done, let's get back to the Black case, Waters said, taking out some parchment from his briefcase. He shuffled through them and put them in order. He was just about to lay out the case when Miss Potts started talking. Before you get into that, Tony, I'm going to take Ivy shopping. She doesn't need to be here, Pepper said, looking at the bored girl. She knew she wasn't needed as it had nothing to do with Stark Industries. Yes, please, Ivy said, her cheeks brightening at the thought that she might be able to see more of the wizarding world. It was just so magical. It was all so new and interesting. She hoped she could make some new friends. All right, Tony said, handing Pepper his coin bag. There's about 1,000 galleons in there. I hope she doesn't want to buy out any more stores, he said, ruffling Ivy's hair. Don't be silly, Mr. Tony. All the owls are happy now, Ivy said, making all the adults that knew her vow not to take her back into the store, which was sure to have restocked by now. Well, just in case, that should be enough, Tony said to Pepper. His eyes all but begged her to be strong and not to let the little girl into any pet shop. Wait, before you go, I need Miss Potter to say she wants her father's will read, Ragnuck said, knowing it was needed to start the case. Ivy, honey, I need you to tell Mr. Ragnuck to read your daddy's will. Can you do that for me? Tony said, leaning forward and staring into those large green eyes. Of course, Mr. Tony. Mr. Ragnuck, can you read my daddy's will? She said, smiling all the while. Of course, Miss Potter. I will send a notice to Mr. Tony when it will be read, the goblin said, stamping something on his desk with a rubber stamp. The adults in the room breathed a sigh of relief. That was what they needed to get it all in motion. Now they could get an innocent man out of prison and get Ivy's affairs in order. Pepper stood and tucked the coin bag in her purse. She nodded to everyone, bussed Tony's cheek, and grabbed Ivy's hand. The two departed for the men folk to get on with their business. Pepper decided to look around Diagon Alley for a while to see if they had missed anything the other day. They really hadn't looked around, and she was sure there had to be a toy store. They wandered up and down the alley, but she didn't see a store catered for kids. The closest thing she could find was a broom store and a general store that sold just about everything. They stopped in the broom store. Hello, what can I do for you today? The man behind the counter asked, looking at the obviously muggle woman and her child. Looking for a training broom for the little princess? He asked, winking at Ivy. Do the brooms really fly? Ivy said in her perky and sweet voice. She could just feel the wind in her hair already. She wanted to fly like her owl friends. Yes, they do, little lady, the man said, going to where the training brooms were. They were much smaller than the regular brooms and had a gentler quality about them. This is the broom for little princesses, he added, handing the broom to Ivy. They only go 3 feet off the ground and have a cushioning charm on the handle, he told Pepper, who was eyeing them with a great deal of trepidation. Ivy seemed to know what to do right away and straddled the broom and pushed off. She started zooming around the store, weaving between the displays like a pro. She squealed and cheered, holding on and steering around everything with great ease. Look at me, I'm flying, she said as she zoomed past Pepper. Ivy, Pepper exclaimed, running to catch the little girl. She wasn't doing very well since she was wearing her heels. She missed each time because Ivy was just too fast. Who knew the little princess was so good at flying? Shite, the clerk said, taking his wand out and protecting the merchandise. Not that it seemed necessary. The girl handled that broom like a seasoned Quidditch player. Ivy stopped at this instant, Pepper said, stomping her foot. She used her Tony voice, which only worked when she was really mad at him, or he knew that he had truly messed up. Ivy came to a stop, and instantly there were tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Pepper. I just wanted to fly, she said, holding the broom to her chest. She didn't want Miss Pepper to be mad at her. I'm sorry I yelled at you, honey, but you frightened me, Pepper said, kneeling down and hugging the girl. She wiped the tears off those adorable chubby cheeks and was feeling guilty that she made the girl cry. She caved and stood. How much for the broom? She asked the clerk, who shook his head at the realization of who he had in his shop. Oh, well, let me check, the flustered man said, forgetting his pricing for the moment. He had never seen such an adorable little girl before. Now that he knew it was Ivy Harriet Potter, that just made her more adorable. He went to the counter, looked at the price list, and reminded himself how much the training broom was. Then he had an idea. Well, the broom she has is 25 galleons, but she obviously doesn't need training, he started, moving to a rack of larger brooms. They still weren't as big as the professional grade, but they were much bigger than the training one. These are our junior brooms. They don't go up higher than 10 feet, but they handle much better than the training ones, he said in his best salesman's voice. Just how dangerous are these brooms? Pepper asked, raising an eyebrow. She was no stranger to someone trying to sell up. She had had to do so many times in her career after all. I won't lie and say there is no danger. However, with proper supervision and quick attention, there is really little risk. As long as you abide by the statute of secrecies, you can let her fly in any safe place, the man said, showing her some brochures that showed how to keep an area muggle-free for the kids. Where can I learn more about the statute of secrecies? Pepper asked, knowing that she was going to have to abide by that statute. They were still so new to this world, and there was still so much to learn. You can find all about it at the ministry, or there is one book at Flourish and Blots, the man said, jotting down the title and handing it to her. He knew she'd get the best information from the book. She had an American accent, so she might just be visiting. He wondered what connection the girl who lived had with America. Oh well, it would be known sooner or later. For now, he was just going to bask in the knowledge that he had the girl in his shop. At least he wasn't going to be stupid enough to call attention to it. We'll take both brooms, Pepper said, letting Ivy keep the broom in her hands. She was going to work her nerves up slowly. Ivy can zoom around near the ground for now. Thank you, Miss Pepper. Ivy squealed and jumped up and down, still clinging the broom to her chest. She really liked flying. She just hoped that she didn't break anything at Mr. Tony's house. While the girls were shopping, Tony, Steven, and Ragnuck were talking about Sirius. So, you think you'll have him out in a week? Tony asked, looking at all the evidence that Waters had gathered. When you get him out, send him stateside. I want Ivy to know her godfather, he said, still browsing the paperwork. If someone doesn't bribe the Wisengamot, then yes, Waters said, his tone bitter. He knew Malfoy would do everything in his power to stop the trial. It was who had done it so far. It would be just like the man to do it again, even with the will being read. How likely is that to happen, and do you know which members of this Wizengamers are likely to be bribed? The billionaire asked, handing back the parchments. He was no stranger to backdoor dealings of politicians. He had had to do some lobbying in his time. And they had tried to steal his suit. Well, acquisition it. Same thing. Nobody bothered to correct his mispronunciation. He wasn't going to have to deal with them. I know exactly who can, or will, be bribed and very likely, Steven said, shoving the parchments back in the briefcase. It was beyond frustrating to him. He had no backer in his court, pun intended. Black's grandfather was dead, and he had been too sick to help before he died. The parents were just so happy to have the blood traitor out of the way. And they were dead now too. How much? Tony said, taking out his phone again, as if to check his bank balance. Not something he ever did. He had accountants for that. He was actually seeing how much he could withdraw at the London bank. He did have a daily overseas limit. What do you mean? Steven asked, perplexed, or just overwhelmed that someone thought they could outbid Malfoy. And a muggle at that. How big will the bribe be? Around 10,000 galleons, Waters said, just off the top of his head. The Malfoys were rich, but they didn't have unlimited funds. How much is that in pounds? Tony asked Ragnuck with a lifting of an eyebrow. He was still new to the system. About 50,000 give or take, the goblin said, not sure that the man could match that. Really? And that's considered a large bribe here? Tony genuinely wanted to know. Then he realized that the magical world was substantially smaller than the normal world. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his wallet. Let's see, I have around 1,000 on me. I can get 100,000 by tomorrow. Tell you what, I'll open up an account here and start it off with the 1,000 I have in my pocket and put more in tomorrow. You then use it to counter-bribe these Wizengamers to playing fair. They don't even have to vote in our favor. Just vote fairly, he said, making a note to do that first thing in the morning. Are you serious? Waters asked, looking at Tony like he had lost his mind. No one throws around that type of money. Just who was Tony Stark? He was going to have to research this man. It might be prudent to have him in their corner. No, that's Ivy's godfather, Tony quipped, unknowingly making a dog sneeze. He looked around as if he had heard that sneeze, then shook it off. Please don't do that, Ragnuck begged, remembering Black doing the same thing the 2 times he met the man. It wasn't funny then either. Sorry. The unapologetic man said insincerely. However, yes, I am very serious, Tony said, looking at Ragnar for the paperwork he would need to open an account. Very well, the goblin said as he sorted through the parchment on his desk and pulled out the correct forms. You will have to put it in Miss Ivy's name. You are not magical. He pointed out the key parts of the contract and where he needed to put Ivy's name. Can you prove that? Tony said, looking over the form. It was different than the normal bank forms. This bank was a glorified deposit box with benefits. There were no interest rates or transactions, which also meant no transaction fees. Bonus. What do you mean? Ragnar asked, tilting his head a bit. Can you go into London and point to a random man and say he's a wizard? Tony was really interested in the answer. Yes. The goblin said like he thought everyone knew that. You can? Waters asked. That was news to him. All goblins can. Can't you humans? Ragnar wondered. He thought it was an all-encompassing magical trait. Even the house elves can do it. No, we can't. I didn't know that goblins could, Waters stated, rubbing his forehead like there was too much information in there. That was not taught at Hogwarts, and it was not something that came up in conversation. There you go, Tony said, having filled out what he needed. He slid the cash and the form to the goblin. Let me get a key, Ragnar said, taking a black onyx bowl down from a shelf behind him. He folded the form, put it in the bowl, and set it on fire with a snap of his fingers. It burned without burning, and soon a key popped to the bottom of the bowl. There, your vault number is 1032, and this is your key. Don't lose it or give it to anyone else unless you trust them. We can keep others out of your account within reason, like Miss Ivy's. But if you hand your key to someone, that is giving consent to them, he explained. Okay, I get that. I'm going back to the States in a few days. Is there a branch there? Tony asked, taking the key and putting it in his wallet. It would be safer there. He didn't think he'd need to give it to anyone. There are two, one in New York and one in Los Angeles. We wanted to make sure we had both coasts covered, the goblin said, smirking like they had thought of everything. You might want to look into putting one in the middle, Tony suggested, thinking Tennessee or someplace like that. The states are really huge, he added, getting up and straightening his shirt. He put his sunglasses on and was ready to go find the girls. He pulled out 2 business cards. I don't know if you know how to use a phone, but here are my contact numbers, he said, handing one to each of them. If I don't answer, leave a message with Jarvis. I'll be in touch, Waters said, gathering up his briefcase and leaving the office to go and start the case. I'll schedule the reading for tomorrow morning. That will give you time for your interviews and running in the afternoon, Ragnar said, already going back to his paperwork. We'll see you then, Tony said, making a mental note to withdraw a substantial amount of money tonight. He made his way out of the bank and was leaving when he spotted Pepper and Ivy standing on the steps of Gringotts, surrounded by people. That didn't look good. The Gringotts guards were down there, making the crowd back off the 2 girls, but it was a near thing. What the hell is going on? He shouted to be heard. That caused a few people to back off. Oh, Tony, Pepper said, rushing up the steps. She had been fighting people like this off since they recognized Ivy. We need to leave, she said, leading him back into the bank, with Ivy on her hip. The guards were carrying their bags and keeping the crowd out of the bank. What happened? He asked, putting his arm around her shoulders. The mob was left at the doors of the bank, but they were all crying out how much they loved little Ivy. The man in their general store recognized Ivy and shouted her name out. Suddenly we were surrounded. They weren't mean or anything, but they all wanted to touch her. They were all cooing and awing. It was unnerving. I tried to get away, and Ivy did a bit of accidental magic, and we were on the steps of Gringotts. A new crowd saw us and converged. The guards saw them come and came to help, and that's when you came out, she stated it all in one breath. Ivy was leaning heavily in her arms. The burst of accidental magic wore her out. She was trying valiantly to keep her eyes open, but her long lashes were heavy, and her eyelids were drooping low on her green eyes. She was nodding off on Pepper's shoulder. We have a back door to the Muggle world, one of the guards said, taking them to the doors in the back of the bank. They followed, Tony taking the bags from the goblin, holding them. They went down a long, empty hallway with only the one door at the end. The guard leading them opened it, and it emptied into an alley. Thanks, Tony said, making a note of where this came out to. He pulled out his cell phone and called Happy. He just wanted to get home and take a bath. Tomorrow promised to be just as busy. They were going to have to disguise Ivy better the next day. Perhaps dress her as a boy. Maybe. Or maybe he'd just leave her at home. She really didn't need to be there. That sounded much better. Pepper could take her for a girl's day. Hello, Remus. Thanks for all the reviews. I get some of my ideas from them. Tony made sure that he withdrew the money before they had gone home that night. He didn't want to have to do it in the morning. It was a good thing they were still early in the evening and the bank was still open. The bank was not happy with him withdrawing that much cash at one time, but they had little choice in the matter. Happy stayed with him to make sure that nothing untoward happened. When they got home, Ivy showed off her broom, and the billionaire let her zoom around the living room and dining room, but he made the kitchen and the outdoors off limits for now. The broom only went 3 feet off the ground, and he said they could use the junior broom when they got back to the States, and he had more space to let her fly. Look, Mr. Tony, I can fly just like you, Ivy had said as she passed him. Maybe when you're older, I'll build you a suit, and then you can go into space, Tony said, only to earn a look from Pepper. Really? Ivy said, stopping her broom in front of Tony and Pepper, her green eyes wide and full of awe. Really, he said, thinking the couch was so worth seeing the wonder on that face. Ivy, honey, finish putting your things away, and we'll order pizza tonight, Pepper said in a tight tone, her nails digging into her hands. She knew she should not be angry at Tony, but she hated him in one of those suits. The thought of Ivy in one terrified her. You're not going to fight, are you? You sound like Aunt Petunia just before she starts yelling, Ivy said, looking at Pepper like she was going to explode any minute. No, sweetie, I just don't like those suits, Pepper said, being honest. Oh, well, Mr. Tony won't build mine with guns or such. Just so I can fly, Ivy said with all the importance she could. She nodded like she had solved the problem and went to put her 2 brooms away in her room. She's right, you know. It'll only be flight capable, Tony said, taking his girlfriend in his arms. It had better be, Pepper said, folding to the idea. She knew she couldn't talk either of them out of it. Trust me, her boyfriend said, kissing her on the lips. You, Ivy said as she came into the room. Both adults chuckled and separated. Who knew having a young child around would put a crimp on their love life? Still, she was just too cute to be mad at about it. The next morning, Tony went to the reading of the will, while Pepper and Ivy stayed home. He made sure to bring the cash with him to set up the vault. Happy drove him to the leaky cauldron and was waiting there drinking butterbeer, with the occasional cup of coffee to wash the sweet taste down. As Tony was making himself more comfortable for the reading, the rest of those mentioned in the will were doing the same. There was an old woman there with a vulture on her head, another older woman wearing some form of Scottish dress, a man with greasy hair, and a woman with a monocle. There was another man who looked like he was the saddest man in the room. He was also the most poorly dressed and haggard-looking. Ragnarok decided that he would be the goblin to read the will, and Gringotts was represented by Mr. Waters, even if it wasn't his venue. Thank you for coming, the goblin said, banging an ornate rock onto a flat rock used for just that purpose. If everyone would settle down, we can get on with the reading, he said, lifting the ball that the will would be recited from. There was a parchment version, but it was also recorded, which could not be copied or adjusted in any way. This was to deter frauds. He tapped the ball, and James' voice filled the air. First was the legal jargon, then they got to the nitty-gritty. First, everything went to Lily Potter, should she outlive him, then to his children, should she perish before the will was read, with the exception of Sirius Black. I leave the custody of my children. Should my wife die before or by the time this will is read, and 30,000 galleons. There is to be a stipend for upkeep of said children of 25 galleons a month. Sirius, I know you thought that switching secret keepers was a good idea, and I agreed with you. However, if this will is being read, then we were betrayed by Peter Pettigrew. It was not your fault. Don't take that blame. Remus Lupin, I leave 30,000 galleons. Get a new wardrobe and stay in my children's life. They need their Uncle Mooney. Don't let your past fears rule your current life. Also, I apologize. We thought you were the traitor. If this will is being read, as I said, the traitor is Peter Pettigrew. Frank and Alice Longbottom, I leave 15,000 galleons. Hopefully our children will grow together and be one big family. If Sirius can't take my child, Ren, then custody will go to them. Snape, I leave 5,000 galleons with the hopes that he will forgive me for the torag I was in school. I know money can't make up for what we did, but maybe it will help you live up to the man you wanted to be. Lily says to tell you she forgives you. Amelia Bones, I know you wanted to be an Auror, and you were Lily's friend, so I leave you 1,000 galleons. Again, I hope that any children we have will grow together. Minerva McGonagall, I leave 1,000 galleons for Hogwarts Broom Fund. I don't want my child, Ren, to have to ride the same brooms we did. They are death traps now. I'd hate to see what they are like in a few years. Peter Pettigrew, I hope you burn in the pits of the Muggles' hell. Also note that if his name is still in the will, he is still alive and hiding because I am sure the coward isn't here. Such is the magic of the will. Sirius, you keep my kids away from that rat bastard. Then there was more legal jargon, and then the ball went silent. Who is this man? The woman in the vulture hat asked, pointing to Tony. I don't recognize him, and he was not mentioned in the will. She was unimpressed with Tony's $400 suit. He was not dressed like a wizard, and that was all she cared about. I would like to know the same, the greasy-haired man asked, sneering at Tony's muggle clothes, even though they were of high quality. He looked vaguely familiar to the potions master, but it was like he had seen him a few times in passing, perhaps in the muggle world. There were millions of them in London alone. It was one of the reasons he stayed in the wizarding world. He hated people in general, and there were fewer of them here. I am here to represent a concerned party. That is all you need to know, Tony said, shocking everyone with his American accent and adjusting his jacket cuffs without care. He knew he could take on anyone in the room without his suit. They all thought they were better than him because they had magic, while they would learn different if they thought to test that theory. He was trained in hand-to-hand combat. And he had his ankle pistol on him. He never went anywhere unarmed. Not after Afghanistan. He is here legally, Mr. Waters said as he stood and started to sign something for the bank. I vouch for him. If you all would come and sign for your inheritance, we can move on, Ragnuk said, placing a pile of parchments in front of him. They all stood one by one and started signing on the dotted line, so to speak. Tony was watching the haggard-looking guy, and he looked worse than he had when the will started. It was like his entire worldview had been destroyed and rebuilt to something he was not grasping well. There was a large amount of guilt there. Before the woman with the monocle, Amelia Bones, left, she said, I need a copy of that will. Sirius Black will need it for his appeal, she added, like she was going to see that it was done. There was never a conviction to appeal. I will see that he gets his first trial. I have already started the proceedings, Waters said, handing her a copy. I want Sirius Black out of Azkaban within the hour, he added, handing her another piece of parchment. It was a writ to have Sirius transferred to the ministry holding cells. There he would get proper treatment and guarded by real people. I want him under 24-hour surveillance. You're thinking assassination? She asked, knowing there would be some that would not like to see Black free. Yes, was all Waters said. Come, we can talk on the way, Amelia said, leading the lawyer out of the room. The two left, and only the other man was left. Who are you, and why do you smell of ivy? Remus Lupin asked, rounding on Tony when it was just them and Ragnuk. Tony said, looking to Ragnuk for an explanation. He was expecting questions, but smelling ivy on him, that was new. Not even the Hulk said things like that. He's a werewolf, the goblin said, putting all the paperwork in a briefcase. He stood by and waited. He knew he still had business with Stark. Those are real, Tony said, fascinated. He started looking Lupin up and down as if to spot any differences between him and normal humans. He didn't see any. Well, there were the many scars, but that could be from anything. Why do you smell like ivy? Remus asked again. He didn't care for what the man thought. All he cared about is the whereabouts of his cub. Because I am now her guardian, Tony said, slipping off his jacket, exposing a fake shirt collar. He took that off too, and was now in a t-shirt that sported a logo for his company. He folded the fake shirt and stuffed it in the inner pocket of the jacket and put it back on. How? The werewolf asked. She's supposed to be with her relatives, he added. He never liked that she was with Petunia, but Albus said she was safe. Every time he asked, he was reassured that Ivy was safe and happy. They weren't nice to her, so I took her away from them, the billionaire said with a smirk. He then turned to Ragnak. He took out the rest of his money and handed it to the goblin. There's 100,000 pounds there. Convert it and put it in the vault. Tell Waters to contact me if he needs to get into it for any reason, he said, watching the goblin count out the large envelope of money. Remus' eyes bugged out at the amount of money the man just gave the goblin. Who are you? He asked again. There are very few people in the world who could throw money around like that. Tony Stark, Tony said, holding out his hand for a shake. He saw recognition finally dawn in those yellowish-brown eyes. Come on, he said to the werewolf after the shocked man shook his hand. I'll take you to Ivy. Remus was torn. First, he learned that everything he believed for the last 5 years was false, and that Sirius was innocent. Then he learned that Ivy was not happy and safe with Petunia. Now he was learning that she was in the custody of Tony Stark, the richest man in the world. His faith in Albus was dwindling by the moment. Okay, he said, following the muggle who could take him to his cub. The two of them made it to the penthouse. Ivy was having a tea party with Pepper and Happy. There were many stuffed animals invited as well. It was adorable to see her sitting in one of her princess outfits serving tea to Pepper, who was wearing a tiara and a boa. Happy had been given a top hat from somewhere. Goose was sitting on the dresser watching. He made sure to let Ivy know that he didn't like tea. Thank you very much. When she had turned her eyes on him, he told her that they could have a private one later. She compromised with that and had given him a hug. Tony, being the man he was, pulled up a chair and poured himself some faux tea. Sit, he told Remus in no uncertain terms. Everyone, this is Remus Lupin. He was a friend of Ivy's dad, he said, handing Remus a pretend cup of tea. Little bug, this is Remus. He's a werewolf, he said, making everyone else in the room almost drop their cups. Are you really? The wide-eyed girl said, turning those beautiful eyes to the ragged man. Wow, she said in awe. Yes, Remus said softly, melting at the sight of those eyes. Not even Lily's eyes were that charming. Ivy had to be the cutest child he had ever seen, and Mooney was cooing inside him. He knew that not even the wolf in him would hurt this cub. Will you hurt me? Ivy asked with all the innocence of a child. She had heard that werewolves were mean, but Mr. Remus looked really nice. Never, Mooney said with conviction. Then you can be one of my friends, because friends don't hurt one another, she said, smiling brightly. That made Remus flinch, knowing that his actions these last 5 years had hurt Sirius, insofar as keeping him in prison, or at least not trying to get him out, by believing him guilty. I wish that were true, cub, he said with a sad smile. I hurt your godfather, and I don't know if he'll forgive me, he explained at her askance face. Well, Ivy said, tapping her chin in thought, looking so adorable doing it. If you hurt Mr. Sirius, then you will just have to make it up to him, she said like it was the only answer. She smiled brightly again and handed him a biscuit. Give him a kiss and a biscuit, she said, because that is what works for her. I will try, Remus promised, meaning every word. Enough of this wishy-washy stuff, Tony said, looking at the clock. He had an hour before he had to leave. I want a cookie too, he said, grabbing 2 cookies and pretending to dip them in his tea. You, Mr. Tony, that's gross, Ivy said, wrinkling her cute little nose. You'll make the biscuits soggy, she added, taking his cup away. I like soggy cookies, Tony said, and they played tug-of-war with the cup for a minute. Then Ivy smiled and let him have it. Tony pretended to dunk his cookies again and ate them with relish. They played for another half an hour, then everyone, but Remus had to go do things. Tony did the interviews and selected a woman by the name of Renee Thompson. She was a Hogwarts graduate, but she had kept up on her A-levels and finished college in computer science. She was one of the more ambitious women that he had interviewed. She was around 35 and was a shortish woman with brown hair and eyes. She was a gorgeous woman, that if Tony weren't in a monogamous relationship, he'd tap that. However, he only flirted a little bit. She knew he was just being playful and didn't hold him to his teasing. Renee knew her way around a computer and knew how to get electricity in wizarding areas. She had done her house and a few friends' houses as well. The plan was to get Gringotts wired and set up with security and computers. The vaults would eventually be digitalized, making the Magicals have to learn to use some modern devices just to get to their money. The goblins would be set up with a satellite just for them. They would have an internet access, and a cell phone network. Worldwide, every Gringotts would follow England's example if it proved successful, which it should. This way they could communicate with other branches faster and easier. Remus was a constant visitor over the next few days. Tony didn't care, he got to get some work done. He had been putting off some of his adjustments to his suit the whole time he had been in the UK. Now he was using his computer via holographic images to make those adjustments. Jarvis was, as usual, being his sounding board and co-conspirator. "Sir, you have received a package. I believe it is the last of Miss Ivy's paperwork," Jarvis said as they finished tweaking the right arm of the suit on the hologram. Tony wanted more range of motion out of it. "Finally," Tony said, dropping the holograms down and rushing out of his office. He took up the package that had been brought up by the doorman. He tore open the large envelope and looked over the paperwork. "Yes, Jarvis, call the airport and get the plane ready. We're headed back as soon as we're clear for takeoff." "As you will, sir," Jarvis said, already on the phone with the pilot. "The pilot says he can take off in the morning around 10. "Good," Tony said, then started going around the apartment and packing up things he was going to bring with them. "Pepper," he called as he did, knowing she was somewhere with Ivy and Remus. "We're going home," he said, his voice filled with excitement. "Mr. Tony," Ivy said as she came into the room, her tone timid. She was looking at him from under her curls. She looked like she was about to cry. "Mr. Tony," she said again. "Are you taking me too?" she questioned. Pepper was right behind her about to answer when Tony did. "Of course, little bug. That is why we waited so long. We had to get permission from the government," he said, picking her up and placing her on his hip. He kissed her forehead and showed her the papers. "These say you can come live with us," he explained with a smile. "Forever and ever?" she asked, her tone one of awe. Her cute little face lit up with joy and wonder, and her eyes went wider than normal. "Yes, forever and ever," he agreed. He then set her down on her feet and said, "Go pick out your favorite clothes and put them on your bed. Pepper and I will come and help you pack," he said, patting her on the head. "Yes, sir, Mr. Tony," she said, then skipped to her room to pick out her bestest clothes. She had to tell Goose they were going too. He would be so happy to go somewhere else. She wondered if her owl friends were going to fly over the ocean. She hoped they would be okay. Remus looked sad. He watched her go like his heart was breaking. Pepper decided to pack her clothes while Ivy sorted hers. She hated putting it off to the last minute. "Don't look so down," Tony told the werewolf, clapping him on the back. "You can come and see her anytime you want." "My treat," he added, knowing the only money the man had was what James Potter had left him in the will. And while it was a small fortune in the wizarding world, it was Jack in the real world, which was where Remus spent most of his time. "I'm going to stay here for Sirius," the werewolf said, still staring down the hall like Ivy would come back any moment. "Sirius should come and stay with us after his trial," Tony said, letting him know of the invitation he had given the lawyer. "I want Ivy to know both of you," he added when he was done. "You don't know much about Azkaban, do you?" Remus said, finally looking at the man he was talking to. "Not so much, no," the other man confessed. "It's guarded by demons that suck the happiness out of you and leave you with your worst nightmares. Most people go crazy within the first year there. We don't know how Sirius is going to be when he comes out. No one has ever been released after this many years. If he is sane, Sirius is still going to need a lot of therapy," Remus said, looking at the man to make sure he got what he was trying to tell him. "I happen to be the richest man in the world. I think I can afford to get the man the best care that money can buy," Tony said, waving away the man's warning. He wasn't really waving it away, though. His brilliant mind was going 1,000 miles a minute as to what that meant in terms of what dangers it posed to Ivy. He would have to make sure Sirius had someone with him at all times. Ivy's safety was his first priority. "Mr. Tony, I got all my clothes ready," Ivy said, skipping into the room again. She was flushed from working so hard to get it all straightened out. "Do you now?" Tony said, picking her up and taking her to her room. There on the bed was every article of clothing Ivy owned. "This is going to take a while. Hello, everyone else. Thanks for the reviews. I'm still working on getting a few of the other Marvel characters in here, but right now it's just the Avengers." That night, there was a letter from Gringotts, and it was a request for 20,000 galleons for waters. Tony sent a reply that was fine, and that if they needed more, they were going to have to find a phone and call his cell phone. He was leaving the country. He then gave instructions on how to make an international phone call on a payphone. They gathered up what they were taking and hot-footed it to the airport the next morning. There was paperwork and phone calls to make, and things needed to be packed and shuttled to the airport. But they made it on time. Goose was not happy being put in a carrier. However, Ivy gave him her puppy dog eyes, and he folded. He was to be in the airplane and would be let out when they were at the right altitude. He was more than willing to listen after that had been explained to him. "Mr. Tony, how come we don't have to stand in line like everybody else?" Ivy asked as they breezed through security. She was happy that they didn't have to stand in line, but it was weird to her. Were they special? "I have my own jet," Tony explained, realizing that Ivy didn't understand just how rich he was, or what that meant. "Really?" she said, looking at the huge aircrafts. "One of these was Mr. Tony's?" "Wow. Did you build it?" she asked, looking at him in wonder. She knew he was smart, but that was extra smart. "I did design it, but no, I had other people build it," he said, chuckling a bit. He picked her up since she was still so small. He didn't want her to get lost in the crowd. They were approaching the gate they needed to be at to get on his jet. "Did you bring your books and things, like I said?" he asked, knowing that it was a long flight. "Yes, Mr. Tony. I brought my puzzles too. And Mr. Goose said he'd help me with my words," she said brightly. Mr. Goose was one of her bestest friends. He was so kind to her. He was mean to others, and she was trying to get him to be nice to them, but he said that it was just his nature. "I'm glad he likes you," Tony said sincerely. He knew that Non-Cat only tolerated him and Pepper. He barely tolerated Happy. He was just borderline kinda Remus. Something about the werewolf set the Non-Cat's teeth on edge. "Do you think the owls will be all right?" she asked, looking out the window at the sky. "I think they'll be fine," Tony said, looking at the skies, even though he knew they were coming by boat. It was the safest way for them to travel. It had taken a lot of fast talking, and he found a company that safely transported exotic birds, which owls were for some reason. Ivy was just happy that they were coming soon. "Let's get on the plane, little bug," Tony said as they approached the gate. Pepper just smiled at the two and followed along. Tony's jet was one made for a bachelor, but he had had it remodeled for him after Afghanistan. It was now a luxury jet that had a living area and a bedroom with 2 bathrooms. There was a dining area in the living area. They would not have to worry about space for their time in the air. The flight was a long one, and Ivy slept through most of it. She played with her puzzles and read her books with Tony's and Goose's help until the lull of the engines put her to sleep. Tony woke her up when they were about to touch down at the airport. They went through customs without issue and were soon on their way to the tower. It was time to meet the Avengers. "What if they don't like me?" Ivy said, turning her wide eyes to Pepper. It was a great concern of hers. "I highly doubt there are many people in this world that would not like you, Ivy, sweetie. You are just too cute for words," the CEO of SI said, touching the little girl's nose and smiling at her. "My aunt didn't like me," Ivy pointed out, nodding her head knowledgeably. She knew that there were some people that were not going to like her. It would be silly to think everyone would. "Your aunt was just a mean person who didn't like anyone," Pepper said, remembering the report she had gotten on the outcome of that family. Vernon had divorced Petunia and gotten custody of Dudley with the help of Tony's lawyers. He'd given the house to Petunia in the divorce as to not leave her empty-handed. That, and she could deal with the magicals when they found out Ivy was gone. Vernon moved to London and was doing well. Petunia had to get a job and was barely making ends meet. The neighbors were not nice to her, but she could not afford to move. The house was paid for. "Are any of them mean people?" Ivy asked, fretting with her sleeve. She was really nervous about meeting Mr. Tony's and Miss Pepper's friends. "No, they're all nice people," Tony said, thinking of the personality of each of the Avengers. While they can be off-putting to some, they were in the end nice people. "Just be yourself," Goose said into her head. He purred in encouragement and rubbed his face on hers. He didn't like to see her fuss so. She should always be smiling. "I will try, Mr. Goose," Ivy said, rubbing her face against his. He rarely let her show any sort of affection, so she was going to take it. "Yes, little bug, just be your adorable self, and everyone will love you," Tony agreed from the seat across from the other three. They were being taken home in the limo, with Happy driving. He had flown with them on the jet. The Avengers had wanted to meet them at the airport, but Tony said it would be too overwhelming. So, they decided to throw a small pizza party. Finally, they made it to the tower, and Ivy got out of the car and looked up and up and up. Wow, Mr. Tony, that is one tall building. I don't think I can fly that high, she said, not sure if brooms would ever go that high off the ground. Not on the brooms you own now, no. Maybe when you are older, okay, Tony said, ruffling her hair. He moved to enter the building and was greeted by the receptionist and a few of the staff that were around the ground floor. He nodded his greeting to them, and then he led his party to the express elevator that would take him straight to the living areas on the top 5 floors. Ivy exclaimed excitement on how fast the lift was going, but she never let go of Pepper's hand. The elevator got to Tony's floor, and they disembarked. There to greet them was Natasha and Clint. They had volunteered to be the first as they were the most unassuming. Tony picked up Ivy and held her on his hip. Little bug, this is Clint Barton and Natasha Romanoff. They work for S.H.I.E.L.D., so be careful what you say to them. Legolas, madam. Spider, this is Ivy Harriet Potter, he said, walking closer to them so they could shake hands with his little girl. Pepper was right. You are adorable, Natasha said, holding out her hand high enough so that Ivy could reach it from her perch on Tony's hip. Thank you, Miss Natasha, Ivy said, shaking the hand. She then turned to Clint and did the same. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Clint, she added. Mercy. Even her voice is cute, Clint said, no stranger to cute kids. He had 2 of his own. But Ivy took the cake. She was just that lovable. Everything about her screamed cuteness. Let's go meet the rest of the crew, Tony said, nodding to the 2 spies. They moved out of the way and followed behind. The next person they came across was Captain America. Capsicle, meet Ivy Harriet Potter. Little bug, meet Stephen Rogers, he said, nodding to the man. They still didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but they tolerated one another. Steve glared at Tony for the name, but smiled at Ivy when she looked at him. Hello, he said, his voice nice and deep. Hello, she said back. Then Ivy wrinkled her nose at Tony and his name calling. She wasn't sure if he was being mean to the other man or not. Mr. Tony, that was not nice, she chastised, wagging her finger at him. I was only teasing. It is the same as me calling you little bug, Tony defended himself. He knew the man didn't like it, but he always called people by nicknames, and he hadn't figured out a different one for the older man yet. Not one that wasn't worse. I like it when you call me little bug. Mr. Stephen doesn't like the name you called him, Ivy said, putting her free hand on her hip and glaring her cute little eyes at Tony. Sorry, Cap, I'll try not to call you that anymore, Tony said, try to get Ivy to quit looking at him like that. It made him feel about 5 inches tall. Thank you, young miss, Steve said, taking her hand and kissing the back. You may call me Steve, he said, giving her a winning smile. Okay, Mr. Steve. There was no breaking her of calling men Mr. or women Miss or Mrs. It was ingrained in her. She didn't know where it came from, but it felt weird not to address adults in that fashion. Okay, one more person to meet. The rest are not here, Tony said, knowing only Bruce was here. Thor was on Asgard doing something with Loki. Don't worry, he's probably just as nervous to meet you as you are him, he added, knowing Banner was just a jumpy person by nature. Being the Hulk made him more so, even though since the invasion the Hulk was easier to deal with. Bruce was in the dining room, which was attached to the kitchen, setting the table. The pizza was already there, on a side table, and waiting for everyone to be seated. Tony set Ivy down on one of the chairs. She was standing on it, with her hand still on one of his arms. Hello, Bruce said, setting the silverware down. He was one of the few that used them for his pizza, but there was also salad to be eaten as well. I am Bruce, what is your name, he asked, taking the direct approach. The other guy was cooing in his head, and he was having a hard time holding him back. His eyes were tinted green. Hello, Mr. Bruce. I am Ivy Harriet, Ivy said with a cute curtsy. She could feel the other guy and was curious about him. Who is the big green man inside you? She asked, wanting to meet him. Well, Ivy Harriet, he's a different part of me. He only comes out when I am angry, so you can't meet him right now, Bruce explained as well as he could to a small child. He was shocked that she could feel him, but perhaps Tony had told her about the Hulk, and she was just saying that. Like Mr. Remus Werewolf? She asked in all the innocence of a child. Yes, little bug, like Remus. Only different in that Bruce doesn't need the full moon, Tony explained, ruffling her hair. Anyway, we're about to eat pizza. What kind do you want? Bruce asked, changing the subject, picking up the plate in front of her and going to the boxes. He'd ask about the werewolf comment later. For all he knew, it was a make-believe character. Pepperoni, Ivy said, jumping a bit on the chair, until Tony put a hand on her head to make her stop. No jumping on chairs, he said, making her sit down. Everyone spilled in and started eating their dinners, be it pizza or salad. Ivy learned a lot about the Avengers that night. She was in awe of how much they took saving the world seriously. She wanted to be a hero when she grew up too. She'd make everyone safe and happy. Maybe she could talk Goose and Remus into being ones with her. It was a week later when Tony got a phone call from Remus. He left the building and was soon back with the werewolf and his dog. Puppy, Ivy said, running to the large black dog. It was just too cute. Goose was sniffing the canine and knew it was a human in dog form. However, it seemed harmless, so he'd refrain from eating it. He was going to keep his eyes on it, though. No human was going to hurt his Ivy. Ivy, Remus said, crouching down and calling her over with his hand. Do you remember me telling you about your godfather? He asked when she came to him. Yes, she said, still petting the dog, who had followed her to Remus' side. This dog is your godfather, Remus said, giving the dogman a pointed look. Really? Can you change back? Ivy asked the dog, wanting to meet the man. She had heard so much about him, and she was glad he was away from the awful prison. Not able to resist those eyes, Sirius did as she asked. Hello, Ivy, I'm your godfather, Sirius Black, he said, holding out his hand. He was very, very skinny, even more skinny than she had been when Mr. Tony had rescued her from Aunt Petunia. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Sirius, she said, taking his hand and shaking it. She then giggled and smiled at him. You are a very pretty doggy, she added, giggling behind her hands. I'm a boy dog, therefore I am a handsome doggy, Sirius said, his nose in the air. I'm Ivy's new guardian. On the normal side, Tony Stark, Tony said, coming over and introducing himself. He looked at the emaciated man and knew he was going to have to get a nurse here full-time. He wondered if there were magical healers that would work from home. Sirius stood from where he had squatted down to meet Ivy. Sirius Black, he said, shaking the other man's hand. Thanks for taking Ivy away from Petunia, he said, his eyes narrowing at the thought of Ivy having to put up with that hag for any amount of time. It was easy, Tony said, waving them into the living room where most of the Avengers were sitting. Introductions were made, and soon everyone was seated with a beverage, mostly soft drinks or juice, only Sirius and Tony having tails. Not that Tony thought Sirius should have a drink, but one might not hurt. The man had been through quite an ordeal. Pepper and Ivy were playing house with Goose in Ivy's room. They decided that the adults needed to talk about the trial. Then Ivy could get to know her godfather better during dinner. Remus and Sirius would be staying in the tower while they were in the States. How long they were going to stay was still up in the air. Wait, you're Remus, Bruce asked when they were introduced. The werewolf. Yes, the wary man said, not sure how the man knew that. Ivy wasn't joking about that, Banner said, sitting down in shock. Wait, there are werewolves? Clint asked, also sitting down in shock. We can't really talk about this, Sirius said, looking to Tony. Let me get with my lawyer on that side of things and see how much I can tell, Tony said to the other Avengers. He knew there was a chance they might get their memories wiped, but he might be able to finagle it to getting them full disclosure. How did you get Ivy out of Britain without running into Dumbledore? Sirius wanted to know. He might be able to talk about this without exposing too much. Who or what is Dumbledore? Tony asked, looking to Remus to answer. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Not to mention the supreme mugwump of the ICW. The werewolf answered, leaving more questions with each word. So someone who holds too much power, Steve summed up what everyone was thinking. He had no idea what those offices were. Maybe they were British things, but that was too much power. Why would he have interfered with Ivy's leaving Britain? Bruce asked, not sure what each of those titles meant, but none of them sounded like they had anything to do with children's safety. He's the one who put Ivy with Petunia in the first place, Sirius said, growling a bit. He had been pissed when he found out about that. Lily had stated that she never wanted her children to have anything to do with that hag. Sirius, I don't know if you remember this, but he wasn't at your trial, Remus said, knowing his friend was a bit out of it during the whole thing. He had been dosed right away and asked questions about that night, then acquitted. He wasn't? Well, damn, Sirius said, trying to remember anything about that day, but it was all hazy. He remembered the lawyer telling him what was going to happen and coming back to himself when it was all over. The reason Tony didn't have any issues is because Albus has been out of the country for ICW business since school let out in June, Remus explained. You got out just in time. I hear he's due back today, he told Tony. And I should worry why, the billionaire asked, putting his drink down on the table, and looked at all the Avengers that were listening to the two men explain why there might be trouble. He's obsessed with her, Remus said, leaning back and settling his glass of juice on his knee. He has been since she was born. There's a prophecy about her and the last terrorist that was running around. I'm sure you know about how she was supposed to have stopped that man. He paused to get a nod from Tony. Well, Albus thinks the man is still alive and that Ivy still has a role to play, he added. How do you know this? Sirius asked, having been out of the loop for so long. I've kept in touch with him all these years. He tells me things when he's feeling melancholy, the werewolf said a bit smugly. It was only on Halloween night when Albus opened up a bit, and only a bit, but over the years he let a few things slip. A prophecy? Really? Do I really have to worry about this? Tony asked, not sure about some mumbo-jumbo. I know what it sounds like coming from strangers, but prophecies are real, and they do come true, Sirius said, rubbing his eyes. He was not used to being awake for so long. He mostly slept in Azkaban, and that in his dog form. Sure, some of them are self-fulfilling, but they do come to pass. What should I do? Tony asked, worried about his precious little girl. Raise her the best way you can, Remus said, not wanting to ruin the sweetness that was Ivy, but wanting her to be prepared. Oh, I think we can keep that innocence and make it deadly, Natasha said, speaking for the first time. She had seen it done many times in the Red Room. With her input and the help of the men in this room, not to mention their allies, Ivy will be quite the femme fatale, only with the air of innocence. If they did it right, not even Ivy would catch on that they were training her until she was old enough to need to know. That would truly preserve her innocence. Weaponized cuteness indeed. Meet Thor and Loki. Thanks for all the reviews. You might recognize some ideas from them inside. A shortish chapter. A week went by, and Tony got a call from Ragnak. It seemed the bank was now connected to the outside world. They had an inner phone service with their own operators and one outbound phone connection, which was in Ragnak's office, but decided that the statute was to be maintained. They were introduced to cell phones, but that was an option that they needed to explore more. Computers were at every desk and teller station. They were run via an intranet and could connect to the internet. Well, the managers could, the tellers were in bank only. Their satellite was up and running, and if everything went well at Britain's Gringotts, the other branches would soon be brought into the 21st century. What can I do for you? Tony asked the goblin when this had all been explained to him. He was glad they had done this. Not only did it make him money, but it was so much easier than sending things with owls. That and now, he could check on things in magical England. Mr. Waters wants to know if you need anything from him now, Ragnak asked, giving him the message the lawyer had asked him to pass on. Not that he liked being a messenger boy, but if it brought more money in, I need to know what I can tell people. What the rules are. I have Sirius Black and Remus Lupin here, but they are unsure as to what restrictions there are. They have never had to tell anyone about the magic world before, Tony explained, picking up a tablet and getting ready to take notes. He knew that those rules couldn't be posted on the internet. No matter how good your security, someone somewhere would hack you. He was sure this had been explained to Ragnak. I can give you that information, the goblin said, shuffling papers on his desk. There was some clicking and cussing as the goblin was trying to get used to looking things up on his computer. We downloaded all the rules and regulations on the computer, and I can fax you them. Oh, you got fax machines too? Was the inquiry. Yes, we have no need for copiers and only some use for the printers because magic is better at that. However, the faxing is something magic cannot do, Ragnak said, seeing the file on his computer and printing it. In this case, printing was easier than going through the filing. Cabinet. He pulled the parchments out and set them in the fax machine. I need your fax number, he said, leaning closer to the machine as if looking at it close up would make it make more sense. It didn't. Tony rattled off the number and then laughed as he walked the goblin through the process of faxing something long distance. He only had paper in his machine, but it was legal paper, so it was the same length as the parchment. Barely. Do you know of any magical areas in the New York area? Tony asked the goblin as the faxing was going through. We have a bank there, if you remember. Go there and ask for Tarnak. He will assist you as I have. Remember to take your key. You might want to take Ivy with you as well, Ragnak said, finishing the faxing. Tony watched the last document come through. Okay, we'll go next week sometime. It's dinner time here. I'm sure they are closed. He wanted to wait until Thor was back so that the whole team would be here. Not that he needed them all to be there, but it was just a feeling. Gringotts is never closed, Ragnak said, then hung up. Gonna have to teach him phone etiquette, the other man grumbled as he put his smartphone down. He took the statute rules out and looked them over. He was in a shady area. The people living with him were not family, per se. However, they would see magic happening around Ivy. He couldn't tell them anything until such time as they did see it. He wasn't happy about that, but it was the only way to protect their minds. I have something that will help with Ivy, Sirius said to Tony when they were alone. It had been a day since the phone call. The others were all out on business or playing hide and seek with Ivy. Tony and Sirius were in Tony's office. He and Sirius had been going over the statute. They were finished now. Oh, why didn't you bring it up sooner? Tony asked, looking at the man quizzically. If the man knew how to help his daughter, then he should have spoken sooner. It's kind of borderline dark, Sirius said, rubbing the back of his head. It was something his family did to their kids. I see, so in a dark gray area. Okay, tell me, the billionaire said, leaning back in his chair. He wasn't above using something shady to help his little girl. It's called the Wit Shar potion. The reason it's on the darker side is because of her age. Her brain is still developing, and if she takes it now, she'll get a really good memory. That means she'll pick things up easier, making learning a breeze. However, there is a chance that she will develop a quirk, Sirius said, tapping his hand on his trouser leg. What kind of quirk? Tony asked, not sure he liked that side effect. That's the problem, and why it fell out of use. There's no telling what kind, the dogman said with a shrug. Some feel that it's worth the price, others not so much, he finished. Did you take it? Tony wanted to know. Yes, was the reply. And your quirk. I have a habit of telling bad jokes, Sirius said as if that was a confession. You mean that is a compulsion and not just bad taste? The other man asked, having tired of Sirius jokes really quick. Yup. I can't control it, he said, nodding all the while. I'm serious about that, he quipped. Tony groaned, thinking that he was going to have to listen to those bad puns forever. Then he started thinking about the Wit Shar potion. Could he do that to his little girl? What is the worst quirk you've heard of? He asked. If it was just something silly like bad jokes, then it might be worth it. Well, there was this one kid that ate dirt, Sirius said, thinking hard on all the ones he had heard. All kids do that, Tony waved that away. Not at every meal, Sirius said with a grimace. That would be pushing it, the other man agreed. Still, there was one bloke that stuck his tongue out all the time, Sirius said, remembering Barty Crouch Jr. Let me talk it over with the others, Tony offered, thinking that was a bit much. He was pondering on those repercussions. He stood and put a few things away and got up to go see his little bud. They could shelve this for now. Yeah, that might be best, Sirius said, hoping the man called it something else besides potions. They had just finished discussing the statute, so he probably would. I found you, Mr. Tony, Ivy said as she slammed into his legs. They had been playing hide and seek again the following day. It seemed all the adults wanted her to be able to hide really well, or get away from bad men if she couldn't hide right away. She was getting really good at hiding. Yes, you did, little bug, Tony said, reaching down and swinging her around a bit. He had just stepped out of his office, where he had been hiding. He was going to find a different area to hide in when she spotted him. She squealed. She loved it when anyone did that. It was like flying. She wasn't allowed to fly much, only when the other Avengers were at work, and since not all of them worked, it was hard to find time to let her cut loose. Can I fly now? She asked, knowing that they were the only ones in the flat. Yes, but only in the bedroom areas, okay? Tony said, putting her down and going with her to get her broom. It was in one of her walk-in closets in the back. She was restricted to her training broom in the house. That way less damage would happen if she lost control. I will, Ivy said, smiling that chubby cheek smile at him. He just loved those chubby cheeks. He knew they would go away as she grew, but for now, he just wanted to pinch them. He refrained. Tony watched her take off and zoom around her room and down the hall. He chuckled and went back to his office. Goose and Jarvis were watching her, and they would protect her if anything happened. He trusted her to stay where he designated. He had been working for around 15 minutes when he heard the crash. He leapt to his feet and ran from the room. Ivy was in the living room, surrounded by a broken vase. Ivy, he called, rushing over and checking to make sure that she wasn't hurt. There were large shards of glass on the floor, and he didn't want her to cut herself. There were tiny cuts on her cheeks and forehead, but other than that, she was fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Tony, Ivy said, crying big fat tears down her cheeks. I didn't mean to, she said, bending over as if to pick up the glass. Tony stopped her and picked her up. I know you didn't, little bug, but don't touch the glass. It'll cut you, he said, picking his way out of the mess. He put her on the couch and went to get the broom. Jarvis, want to tell me what happened? He asked his AI. The little Miss Simple went too fast for me to warn her about the vase, Jarvis said. I was about to warn you that she was out of bounds when the accident happened, he added, showing the replay in holographic image. Tony watched it as he cleaned the mess and saw that she was going quite fast, but he could see that she just didn't turn quickly enough. He was going to have to stress that she needed to stay in the bedroom areas, where there were no decorations to break. Ivy was watching him with tearful eyes. Goose was at her side. Why are you still crying? The non-cat asked as he too watched Tony clean up the vase. Mr. Tony is going to send me back to Aunt Petunia, Ivy said, her tears coming faster. She didn't mean to go into the living room. She was just having so much fun that she forgot. No, he won't, Goose said in a knowing tone. Kids mess up all the time. They don't get sent away for it, he added, butting his head on her arm. He hated to see her cry. If Tony thought of sending her back, he'd eat him and take her somewhere safe. But he told me to stay in the bedroom area, Ivy said as if that explained everything. Oh, honey, Tony said, gathering her up on his lap. I will never get rid of you. He put her head on his shoulder and rested his hand on her head. Never ever, she asked, wonder in her wide green eyes. Never ever, he promised. She squealed and hugged him. However, you are grounded from your broom for a week, he said, patting her back and rocking her a bit. What does grounded mean? She asked, leaning back and looking at Mr. Tony's face. She hoped it didn't mean locked in a cupboard. She hated the dark. She didn't think Mr. Tony was that mean, though. No flying until 1 week from right now is up, he explained. You did something wrong. Now you have to be punished. Your punishment is no brooms for a week, he said, touching her nose, making her eyes cross. Yes, Mr. Tony, she said, her tone sad. Then she perked up and ran to her room. I can still read, right? She asked, coming back into the living room and holding her new favorite book. Yes, he said, standing and picking up the training broom, checking it over to make sure it wasn't cracked or anything, and handing it to Ivy. Go put that in your room and come back here, and I'll read to you, he said. Yes, Mr. Tony, she said, putting the book on the couch and running her broom back to its place. She's a good kid, Tony told Goose. Of course she is, the non-cat replied, licking his paws. I would have never chosen her otherwise. He was just glad that everything worked out and Ivy was happy again. And with that, Ivy came back into the room and they settled for an afternoon of reading. She knew that Mr. Tony wasn't going to send her away, but she didn't like that she couldn't fly. So, she was going to listen to what he told her from now on. Tony gathered the other Avengers, Pepper, Happy, Sirius, and Remus. They were all settled down after putting Ivy to bed. I called you here to go over some things, the billionaire started, only to be interrupted by a crack of thunder. He was going to go over what they were going to teach Ivy and what kind of schooling she was going to have. That, and he was going to ask their opinion on the Wit Shar potion. He'd pose it as an experiment of his. That was close, Sirius said, ducking his head like it would miss him if he did. Thor, many of the Avengers said, getting up and heading to the roof. Sirius and Remus followed. Pepper and Happy stayed behind with Bruce. They didn't feel the need to go and greet the man. They could say their hellos when he entered the house. The rest were on the roof as the storm continued. It got louder and closer, making the two magicals duck and look for shelter, even though there was no rain. A flash of light came down from the sky, like a rainbow touching down. And suddenly there were two men standing there. The light receded back into the heavens. "Point Break," Tony said, and then glared at Loki. "Reindeer Games. What is he doing here?" he asked his friend. "The All-Father has decreed that my brother must pay his due here on Midgard," Thor said in his booming voice. It was loud enough to wake the dead, or at least a small child. "Shoo, Ivy is sleeping," Tony said, making keep-it-down motions with his hands. They had only just got the child asleep after all. "Who is this Ivy you speak of?" Thor said, though he did lower his voice. "My new daughter," the billionaire said smugly. "You impregnated the Lady Pepper?" the Thunder God asked, his tone going louder again. "Adopted," Tony sighed. Sometimes dealing with Thor was a chore. Didn't the man remember them talking about her before he left for Asgard? "Can we take this inside?" Natasha asked, nodding to Thor and glaring at Loki. She had her hand on Clint's arm. Her friend was 1 inch from attacking the godling. Clint was glaring at both men. He still was upset over his mind being taken over, and now Thor brought his attacker to the house he was living in. He was sure that he wasn't supposed to just accept that. It was unnerving to think that that man was here now. "Yes, let us go indoors and partake in some beverages," Thor said, taking his brother's arm and dragging him inside. Everyone followed along. "Mr. Tony," came a voice from behind the mighty Thor right before he entered the living room. "Mr. Tony," a loud voice woke me up, the tiny girl said. Her tone was sweet, and she wandered over to the man she trusted the most. The rest of the group stopped and looked at the adorable little girl who was wiping the sleep from her large green eyes. She was blinking at the bright lights and looking cute in her footsie pajamas. Her curls were all over the place, and she was holding her arms up to be held by Tony. Tony picked her up and took her to where Thor was standing, though he made sure to stay out of arm's reach of Loki. "Ivy, this is Thor and his brother Loki. Loki is a bad man, so you be careful around him. Point Break and Reindeer Games. This is my adopted daughter, Ivy Harriet Potter," he said, letting her wave at the two men. "Well met, young Ivy," Thor's voice boomed around the house. "So loud," Ivy said, covering her ears. "Sorry, child," the Thunder God said, lowering his tone again and looking sheepish. "I have never seen such a cute child," Loki said, completely mesmerized. Her aura shined at him like a beacon. "Had I known such a magical child lived on this planet, I would have never tried to destroy it," he said, drawn to her golden aura. "She's going to be someone to reckon with when she is older," he said, reaching out to touch that aura. Hey, no touching," Clint said, moving to get between Ivy and Loki. There was no way he was going to let him mind-whammy her. "Don't be foolish, mortal. I do not intend to harm the child," Loki stated, sneering at Clint like he was a bug. He had no use for the mortals of this world, but the magicals, like the three here, he could deal with. Perhaps there are more. This child was one of wonder, though. The two men were nothing compared to her. "Don't test me, godling," Clint said, getting in Loki's face. He would love to put the smackdown on him. "Come," Thor said, pushing the two apart. "We have much to discuss." He knew there was going to be some tension, but his father's word was law in his eyes. They would have to find a way to work together. "Mr. Tony, is Mr. Clint going to fight Mr. Loki?" Ivy asked. There was trepidation in her voice, making both men realize what they had almost done in front of the child. "I have a feeling they might have to duke it out sooner or later, but don't worry, they won't do it in front of you," Tony said, being as honest as he could. He hated to do it, but shielding her would only make it worse later. "You shouldn't fight," she scolded both men, waving her finger at them. "That doesn't fix anything," she stated as fact. "Sometimes grown-ups fight," Clint said, talking to her as he would one of his own children. "Mr. Loki hurt me something bad a while back. I am very mad at him. Unless we fight, I will stay mad at him," he tried to explain. "Then I might do something really bad," he added, hoping that was enough of an explanation. "What if Mr. Loki apologizes?" she asked, looking at Loki with wide and pleading eyes. She knew saying sorry helped. It worked when she said sorry to Mr. Tony, though it never worked with Aunt Petunia. Maybe Mr. Clint was angry like her aunt. "That might not work," the god of lies said sincerely. "What I did to him was truly a bad thing. He had the good grace to grimace at what he had done. "Why did you do such a thing, Mr. Loki?" Ivy asked with the innocence of a child. Her eyes would make the worst man in the world melt. "I was not in control of myself," Loki said, looking at Clint when he said it. "A stronger person was in control of me," he added, still staring at the archer. "I didn't mean anything I did that day," he finished. Then he looked at Ivy and smiled. "Well, shit," Clint said, his shoulders slumping. He couldn't put all the blame on a man who was not in complete control of himself. However, how did they know the man was telling the truth? He was the god of lies, along with many other titles. "Oh, you said a bad word," Ivy said, covering her mouth. "That blasted old man. Thanks for all the reviews. Sorry guys, my muse has gone on vacation and didn't even give me notice. Updates will be sporadic. I won't force myself to write. Least I burn myself out. For those of you that didn't read my last story, I was going to take a break before I started writing again, but my muse bit me and I started this one. So, well, it's taking that break now. Of course, now that I've said that, it might make a liar of me. Who knows, finicky muse." They all made it into the living room. Ivy was still there, but she was tired, so she was listlessly sitting on Tony's lap. She leaned back against his chest and listened to them make small talk. She was valiantly trying to keep her eyes open, but it was a losing battle. They kept the talk to mindless things until she slept. Tony got up and put her to bed. "Now that the princess is asleep again, why is Reindeer Games here?" he asked when he returned. He wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. Loki had tried to take over the world last time he was here. However, the man knew magic and might be fruitful in helping Ivy become a great witch. If Thor was to be believed, that is. "My father deemed that he needed to have half his power bound, and that he needed to learn to live among the mortals," Thor said, lifting his mug of mead that Tony kept around just for him. "There is a lesson to be learned in humbleness," he added, hoping that Loki learned the same humility that he had when he met his Lady Jane. He really needed to get in touch with her again. She was something to him, and he saw so little of her. "Yes, Odin thought that I might learn humility if I lived here and helped clean up the mess that I created," Loki said, though his thoughts were on Ivy. He had never seen such a bright aura. Not even the All-Father's aura was that bright, though it was just as golden. Frigga's came close, but hers was silver in color, and she had some blemishes on hers. "Hey, keep your thoughts off my daughter," Tony said as if reading the man's mind. Now that he thought about it, Loki's eyes were the same color as Ivy's, which was weird since he distinctly remembered them being blue. "How can I help it? She is a beacon to one such as I," Loki said, looking at the man who proclaimed to be the girl's guardian. "Her aura is one that could soothe the savage beast. Even my daughter would worship the child," he said, thinking of Hel. Not that Hel was in any way a beast, she did have quite the temper. Goose chose that moment to come out and meet the newcomers. He moved right up to Loki and stared at him with knowledgeable eyes. Thor and Loki knew right away that this was not an ordinary cat. "That's Goose," Tony said, waving to the flurkin. "He protects Ivy," he added, though did not elaborate. Both gods got the impression that the non-cat did a very good job at it. "Well met, Goose," Thor said as if meeting a real person, for it did not do to piss off an intelligent being. "Yes, well met," Loki echoed, nodding his head to the non-cat. He reached down to let the animal sniff his hand. Goose just stared at him. "Okay, so Loki is here to make amends," Bruce said, getting back on topic. "We may not like it, but there it is. He can go out in the morning and take his medicine. Steve still volunteers with the cleanup and rebuilding, so he can supervise that," he added, looking to Captain America, who nodded. "I will be happy to do that," Steve said, glaring at the godling. "You will be pulling your weight," he said. He would take great pleasure in making this god humble. It was his fault that so many were homeless or in danger of being so. They could use all the help they could get. "Understood," Loki said, knowing magic would be most helpful in this case. He, unlike the two here in the room, didn't need to hide the fact that he could do magic. A few waves of his hand, and he could fix many things, even at half strength. There, now that that is out of the way, why were we meeting before Thor showed up? Bruce asked, taking up his can of Coke. He didn't partake in alcohol. It would not do to lose control over the other guy. Not that the Hulk had been unruly since the invasion, and even less so since Ivy started living here. Every time Ivy was around Bruce, all the Hulk would do was coo. It was a bit disconcerting. I wanted to ask you about an experiment that I had. It could help Ivy learn better, but I don't know of any side effects. It's similar to something Sirius took as a child, and he said the side effects are minor, Tony said, looking around the group to judge the reactions. Pepper and Remus knew it was a potion, but the rest would think it was a chemical he dreamed up. How minor? Natasha asked, no stranger to experiments on children. She wasn't sure about it, though. She never liked it when they did them on her, though she can't complain about the results. She would just like more information. Quirks, Sirius said, with a small smile. I tell bad jokes. One kid ate dirt, and another had a facial tic he listed, making sure that they knew they were minor, just different. I don't know, Tony. I'd rather let nature take its course, Bruce said, not liking any outside interference. He was the result of an experiment gone wrong. What if something more than a quirk happens? He ventured. His eyes flitted around the room to see what others were thinking. They seemed evenly split on this topic. I think if you know that the side effects will be minimal, then I say if it helps, go for it, Captain America voted in. He was on the opposite side of the Hulk. His experiment went quite well. Sure, it was not exactly what he expected, but in the end it all worked out. It's not painful, is it? No, there is no pain, confirmed Sirius. Good, Steve said, not wanting Ivy to be in any pain. His trial had been quite painful. Then again, his entire body had been rebuilt, so I vote no, Clint said, thinking that if it were his kid, then he wouldn't let anything interfere with nature. To him, it was like rewriting a brain, and he was against that. I think she should have all the advantages, Thor said, nodding his assent. It was not unusual for this type of thing to be done on Asgard. I vote no, Pepper said, firmly against the idea. Sirius had told her about it earlier, and she didn't want Ivy to have a quirk like that. It might ruin her cuteness. Do I get a vote? Loki asked, looking around the room. No, came the response from everyone, bar Remus and Sirius. They were still in the dark on why everyone hated Loki, so they kept silent. I never approved of what you're talking about, so if I get a vote I say no, Remus said, looking at Sirius, who he knew told Tony about the Wit Shar potion. It was borderline dark, and he never approved of anything like that. You know my vote, Sirius said with a shrug. It was his idea after all. Natasha. Tony asked, so far it was close to a tie. I think it will help, and she needs all the advantages she can get, like Thor said, she said, shrugging her shoulders at Clint. She knew he didn't approve, but she learned at a young age, you took every improvement you could get. Then, my vote will be the tiebreaker, and I say that she needs the advantage, so I will give it to her after I talk to her tomorrow, Tony said, putting the subject to an end. You were speaking of a magical potion? Loki asked, looking at Sirius and Remus. He pegged them as magicals right away. They had auras too. Not as bright as Ivy's, but there. Sirius was dark and torn, like he had been through a great deal of stress and pain. Remus was also dark, but whole. Werewolf, Loki realized. That was a shocker. We're not supposed to talk about that, Sirius said, pointedly looking at the Muggles. I am under no such restrictions, the Godling said, sticking his chin in the air. I can speak of whatever I wish. That won't stop them from coming and messing with their minds, Tony snapped, standing and glaring at the other man. I won't have you putting them in danger like that, he said, going and pouring himself some more brandy. Who would come and mess with our minds? Clint wanted to know. He had had his mind mess with one too many times. I can't tell you, or they will come and take that information from you, Tony said in exasperation. There is so much I want to tell all of you, but I just can't, he said, running a hand down his face and slamming his glass on the bar top. I hate that I have to keep secrets. It isn't helping my PTSD, but I have no choice. He reached under the bar and got a plastic bottle of juice out and cracked it open. He had had enough to drink for tonight. He had cut way back since he got Ivy. Will they really come and mess with our minds? Bruce asked Sirius. He seemed to be the most open to telling the truth. Yes, was all the man said. Why? Natasha wanted to know. Fear mostly, Remus explained. We honestly can't tell you more than that. He opened his hands in a what can we do gesture. I can tell you that you will find out on your own, Tony said, reassuring them that they would not be in the dark forever. Living here will open your eyes to a whole new world. However, until you see it with your own eyes, It has to stay a secret, he added. I think I can guess what is going on, Bruce said, putting all the pieces together. Given what had been said by the four men, Tony, Sirius, Remus, and Loki, the only explanation was magic. There had to be a secret society. Pepper knew about it, but she was tighter-lipped than the men. Ivy must be part of that. Keep your secrets for now. I understand the need for them, he said, giving the others pointed looks. Each and every one of them had to keep secrets from the world. They all nodded in understanding and were about to start the conversation on how to train Ivy when Jarvis spoke. Sir, there is someone in Miss Ivy's room, the AI said, making everyone jump up and run. Goose had gone back into Ivy's room when the topic had turned to magic. He had deemed the gods friendlies. Well, maybe not completely friendly, but not enemies. He had settled down on the foot of the bed and was keeping watch over his little person. 10 minutes had passed, and then there was a loud crack. Suddenly, there was an old man dressed in flashy robes of magenta, green, and rose stripes. There was a matching hat on his head, and his beard and hair were white and long. He held a wand in his hand, and it was pointed at Ivy. At last, the man said, creeping towards the bed as if to snatch Ivy from her sleep. Goose didn't even think. He opened his mouth and tentacles shot forward and almost engulfed the man. However, the man quickly erected a shield that kept them from swallowing him. The non-cat wrapped the tentacles around the shield and was pulling him into his mouth when the man disappeared with a pop. Goose was disappointed. He would have to be quicker next time. He could have swallowed the man's shield and all, but he must have had a backup magical device that helped him escape. The whole house ran into the room, weapons drawn, and saw the tentacles disappearing into Goose's mouth. They didn't yell or shout, seeing that Ivy was still asleep. Her adorable little face was one of pure innocence. Their weapons were pointing in all directions, but they didn't see anyone but Goose. Ivy shifted in her sleep, and her nose crinkled at the noise everyone was making. She was very tired, though, and didn't wake. The Clint said quietly, seeing the cat sitting on the bed like he didn't just have tentacles go back into his mouth. Did that cat just have tentacles come out of its mouth? He asked, looking at Natasha. I saw it too, she said with a shrug. She was still looking for the man who was supposed to be here. She had a feeling that the cat had driven him off. She was glad of that. Me too, Bruce said, doing some breathing exercises to keep the Hulk at bay. The danger was over. There was no need for the other guy to come out. He could see Ivy was fine. I didn't see it, but I will take your word on that, Steve said since he was in the back of the group, having fallen behind to get his shield from where he stored it. Jarvis, show the video of what just happened, Tony said softly. Then he said, wait, we'll view it in the living room. They all trooped back into the living room. Goose staying in the bedroom in case the man came back. They watched the video and were amazed at what they saw. First, a man appeared out of nowhere, and the cat tried to eat him with tentacles. They were not sure which was more frightening. They all looked to Tony for an explanation, but he was looking at Sirius and Remus. Do you know that man? Tony asked them. He knew those two would know better than anyone else. That was Albus Dumbledore, Sirius spat. He had no love for the man who had left him to rot in prison. The headmaster? The billionaire asked, remembering the man had quite a few titles. He had too much power, if he recalled correctly. What gives him the right to just pop into my home? Like that, he demanded. No one had the right to just come into his house like that. He was Tony Stark, damn it. We told you he's obsessed with Ivy, Sirius said, trying to get the man to calm down. He thinks he's above the law. That didn't help anyone calm down. As a matter of fact, everyone was up in arms. So, just because he's in charge of everything magical, he thinks he can waltz into any non-magical place and take whatever he wants? Tony asked, no longer worried about the statute. Albus Dumbledore blew that out of the water with this little stunt. The rest were just going with the flow. It seemed they figured most of it out themselves. Anyway, this did make the tension between Tony and them release. There were fewer secrets now, and that was a great relief. Pepper was the happiest. It was so stressful for Tony, and she had to deal with the fallout. Yes, that is exactly what he thinks, Remus snarled. He was not liking Dumbledore too much right now. Not after this stunt. Are there protections to prevent this? The billionaire asked, looking at Loki, Sirius, and Remus. He wanted every one of them put up, even if he had to beg. Oh, yes there are, Loki said with some vindictiveness. He loved making protections that might be a little on the painful side or deadly if needs be. Sirius got the same spiteful look on his face and said, "We should compare notes." The two of them put their heads together and started talking. Soon they had a plan to protect Ivy's room and the whole tower. Sirius would do Ivy's room, and Loki would do the tower. The tower's protection would be for those that were intent on harming the family, while Sirius would be specifically for Ivy. It was overkill, but if they got past one, they would have to get past the other. No putting deadly curses on the tower. Ivy's room, yes, but not on the tower, Tony said, when they told him of their intention to protect the place. Why? Loki asked, throwing his hands in the air. We can't justify it, Bruce explained with the Avengers nodding along with him. This is a Midgard thing, isn't it? The godling asked Sirius. On Asgard, we have no issue with these protections. I think it's a Muggle thing, the wizard replied. In the wizarding world, wards like these are expected. Yes, to both of those questions, Remus confirmed to the two men. Well, he wasn't sure about the Asgard thing, but it seemed to be a given. Fine. Since I don't want to upset your delicate sensibilities, I will only set it to Mame, Loki said, huffing as if disappointed. Thank you, Pepper said, ready to have this night over with. Sirius and Loki spent the rest of the night setting up the wards, while everyone else, Bartoni and Bruce, who were fascinated by the magic, went to bed. The two scientists watched the two magicals with awe and took copious notes. It was late when they finally found their beds. While Loki, Thor, and Steve were off doing volunteer work, Tony spent the next morning making a bracelet for Ivy so that she had a tracker on her at all times. He made sure that it fit snugly on her wrist and that it could be expanded on. He had Sirius, who had to take a pepper up, make the Wit Shar potion too. Then he called Ivy down to his workshop. Wow, Mr. Tony, your workshop is really neat, Ivy said, looking around at all the computers and instruments. She saw the three robots in the corner and was going to run over and greet them when Tony stopped her. You can play with them later, he said, snagging her by her waist and sitting her on a stool. First of all, I want you to wear this bracelet, he said, putting the wide band on her wrist. It had a little green jewel that matched her eyes. It's very pretty, Mr. Tony, she said, turning it back and forth to admire it. It was a wide band that had intricate carvings on it that had been done by Jarvis. They were of fairies and dragonflies. They were flying in a forest. It was really pretty. Then the little jewel just twinkled at her. This bracelet has a tracer in it, so that if someone takes you away from me, I can find you, Tony explained, touching the jewel on top. Why would someone take me away? Ivy asked, confused. There is a man who thinks you are supposed to do something when you get older, and he wants to control you. So we are going to make sure that you grow up so that you are in control of yourself, Tony said as simply as he could. Oh, Ivy said, her forehead scrunched up in thought. Is he a mean man? She asked, trying to understand. I don't know him well enough to answer that, but he is doing mean things, her guardian said, pushing one of her curls behind her ear. Now in relation to this, I have a potion I would like you to take. It will make you really smart like me. He was hoping it gave her a boost in her already great intelligence. Okay, Mr. Tony, Ivy said with that innocence of a child that trusted their parent. Tony had put the potion in a beaker and had some milk to drive the taste out of her mouth. And it was a good thing the dose was only a few ounces. She took the drink and made a cute little face at the taste and then drank the milk. Her brain felt fuzzy for a moment, then she was thinking much clearer than before. Do you feel any different? Tony asked, hoping she didn't develop a quirk. I do, she confirmed. Then she giggled a cute little giggle. It sounded like a tinkling of bells. She liked the sound so much she did it again. I think we found your quirk, Tony said, not sure if a tinkling giggle was a good thing or not. Illuminate Mall. Hello, and thanks for all the reviews. I just wanted to let you know that I don't have writer's block, per se. I just have zero desire to write. I think it's part of my bipolarism. That or my thyroid is out of whack. I'm just so very, very tired. I don't have a desire to do anything at the moment. I did write this chapter over the course of a few days. The days went by, and Loki did his community service without complaint much. Tony and the others were still wary of him and limited his time with Ivy. He was not allowed around her without one of the magicals with him. He didn't seem to mind, since all he did was ask questions about the magical community. He told her about Asgard and how they did magic there. He and Sirius and Remus did teach her a few things about the differences in the magics of the two places. Loki was under the impression that he could teach them Asgard magic. More so Ivy than the two men, mostly because they were too close-minded to learn new things. He started her on a few meditations that young children could do. Sirius and Remus sat in on those lessons and took from them what they could. It was a Saturday morning when they were all sitting to breakfast, when Loki asked that they all should go to Illuminate Mall, the equivalent of Diagon Alley, and get some books so that they knew what to do when training Ivy. "That is not a bad idea," Bruce said, looking to Tony and Sirius as they were technically in charge of Ivy's education. Remus and Pepper were nodding along. The other Avengers were looking on curiously. They had never been to, nor did they really know about the magical places, though they were all interested. "I think you're right, but should all of us go?" Sirius asked, not sure it was a good idea to expose the magical community to the full force of the Avengers. They were quite a force of nature when they went anywhere together. That had only happened twice since he had been here, and it had caused quite a stir both times. Remus, Ivy, and Loki had been with them. It had been to eat both times, and the restaurant had gone crazy with fans and foes alike. There were those that loved what the Avengers stood for, and those that opposed everything they did. That and Loki was not liked at all. He had had to make impassionate speeches both times, declaring that he had not acted under his own power and was in the process of making amends for the damage he had done. Tony said he was going to get the press involved shortly, and that Loki could make a public statement. Everyone was of two thoughts on that. One was that it was a good idea. The public would know that the man was only guilty of being controlled by another. However, it would let Nick Fury know that Loki was there with them, and that was something they had avoided so far. "I don't think we're going to be able to talk anyone into staying behind," Remus said, pointedly looking at all the eager faces. Each Avenger had their own reason to want to venture into the unknown place. Steve to see what it was all about, the same with Clint. Natasha wanted to get a feel of what she could do to help train Ivy, along with Tony and Loki. Bruce was chomping at the bit to get a hold of books to understand where magic came from and what it could do, along with Tony. Thor was just happy to be tagging along and seeing more of Midgard, albeit a place that was new to them all. Pepper wanted to shop, and Happy was finally going to see the inside of the magical place instead of waiting in the car. "I think you're right," Sirius said, seeing what Mooney saw. "Well, at least between I and Tony we'll have enough money," he said with a shrug. They were the two richest people in the room, more so Tony than him. He had been humbled with how much more so. Then Tony had explained the economics to him, and he felt better about it. In the small community of British magicals, the blacks were almost royalty with how much they were worth. Not so much in the vastness of the Muggle world. "What time do we leave?" Loki asked, not wanting to leave it open for discussion. They tended to talk things to death here. "We'll go when breakfast is done," Tony said, pointedly eating his eggs. It wouldn't be long until they were all done, but there was no reason to hurry. "Are we all going?" the cute little Ivy asked, having gotten the gist of the conversation, but wanting to know if all her grown-up friends were coming along. "Yes, sweetie," Pepper said, tucking some of that cute curly hair behind Ivy's delicate ear. "We'll find a nice outfit to wear after you eat." "Do you think we'll need a hat here?" she asked Sirius. "I don't know," the dogman said, tapping his chin in thought. "Best have her wear one just in case," he added. "I wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to have her poster plastered everywhere as a missing child," he finished, thinking that was something the old headmaster would do just to get the child back in his control. "I think you're wrong," Tony said, thinking the exact opposite. "I don't think he's going to let anyone know that he lost his charge," he added, smiling at Ivy, who was trying to cut up her ham and making a cute little face as she concentrated on it. She was getting much better at eating at the table, something the Dursley woman never let her do. "You might be right," Remus said, remembering that Dumbledore liked to play things close to the chest. "He likes to keep his secrets. We'll find a nice hat for you, sweetie," Pepper said, ending the discussion. They had not told the child about the man who had entered her room. They did tell her that Goose had chased off the bad man that night, just not how close the man had gotten. "Okay, Miss Pepper, can we make it a baseball cap?" Ivy asked, finishing off the last of her ham. "Can I be excused?" she asked the general table, smiling as she did so. She was just too adorable for words. "Of course," Tony said, smiling at her cuteness. "Thank you, Mr. Tony," Ivy said, giggling her tinkling giggle and leaving the table, going to her room. Pepper put her napkin over her plate and followed. "That giggle of hers is cute now. I just hope it grows with her," Clint said, thinking on how weird it would sound coming from an adult Ivy. Then again, he had heard much worse. "It might," Sirius said, scrunching his brow in thought. He couldn't remember if any of the other quirks grew with their person. He knew his puns didn't get any better. The kid who ate dirt still ate dirt, and Junior's tongue still flickered out of his mouth. Would Ivy's giggle become more pronounced as she grew? He didn't know. "I think we can train it to be something that will work with her," Tony said, knowing that it could be used as a cutesy thing. He had seen women use such in the past. He could think of the geisha women who did something similar to entice men. Not that he wanted his new daughter to entertain men, but the example was there. "I guess," Sirius conceded. He could see the same in his mind, though he was thinking of his cousin Bellatrix and her baby talk. He prayed those two never cross once. The rest of the meal was finished in silence as they all thought of what they were going to find in the magical world. The entrance to the magical world in New York was in the Woolworths building. Ivy spotted it right away, and Sirius and Remus, and she led the rest through the portal to the magical side. It was set up like a mall and was just as magical as Diagon Alley in that it had things that one would not find in the normal world. There were fairies, dwarves, and goblins roaming around with the humans, and they were all conducting business for things like cauldrons and eyes of newts. Each window eave was illuminated with a dim sunshine charm to give light to the mall. There were magical moving plants in each doorway that crept along the walls and gave the illusion of a moving jungle. Some of those plants had lanterns in them. The fairies liked to flit through them. Between the lanterns and the sunlight spell, it was like walking down a street in the middle of the afternoon. "We want to hit the bookstore last," Tony said, knowing they would be there the longest. He also knew that he and Bruce would probably buy out the store. He made sure to keep a hold of his black briefcase. He didn't want to lose it. "Why don't we split up? I know you and Sirius want to go to the bank first. We can look around and see what is for sale around here, and if there's anything we need to buy right away," Natasha said, thinking they could pair off. "I'll take Clint, Steve can go with Bruce. Thor sticks with Loki, you and Sirius go to the bank. Remus and Pepper can do their thing. Happy can stay with them. And of course, Ivy can stay with you," she said, ticking off the pairs on her fingers. "That's a good idea. Except I want Happy with the Asgardians," Tony said, thinking it would get things done a lot faster. "Look for things that would make Ivy's life easier and help train her," he suggested, tapping his leg with his hand. "Things like trunks that hold more or bags of holding. Weapons that can be hidden, like jewelry that holds poison or hairpins that are weapons. Toys that teach, books or robots, things like that. I doubt you'll find robots, but the other things are here," Sirius said, laughing at the thought that the wizards would have robots. He had never seen one until he had been to Stark's lab. Dummy was a hoot. The other two were just as fascinating. "We'll meet back here in an hour to discuss what you've found, and I'll give out some money to purchase what we think will help," Tony said, waving off the robot comet. He could build one if necessary. It would be a challenge. He knew that electricity worked with magic, but robots were new, and he wanted to have one that could produce a shield that would work against spells. With that, they split up and went their separate ways. Tony, Sirius, and Ivy went to the bank. They went to the nearest vacant teller. "I need to speak to Tarnak," Tony said, not mincing words. He knew time was money to goblins. "Who are you to ask for him?" the teller asked, looking at Tony like he was a bug. "Tony Stark. Ragnuk suggested I speak with him," he answered, taking his key out and showing it to the goblin. "This is Ivy, Harriet Potter, and Sirius Black," he introduced his companions. "This seems to be in order," the goblin said, looking at the key. "I will see if he is available," he said, hopping down and going to the door behind him. "I guess we wait here," Tony said, leaning against the counter, placing his briefcase next to his feet. He looked at the other patrons and nodded to the looks he was getting. Many of them knew who he was, and they were all talking about him and speculating on why he was there and who he was with. They thought they might recognize the man, but the girl was not someone they knew. However, she was wearing a ball cap that was covering half of her face. Ivy giggled her tinkling giggle, and everyone looked at her and cooed. They didn't care who she was after hearing her giggle. They only cared that she was happy, which it looked like she was, What an adorable child, the nearest woman said, looking at Ivy and smiling. Thank you, Tony said, smiling back but keeping Ivy close. He didn't know if they knew Ivy here, and he didn't want to be mobbed. It was a good thing they did cover her face. He didn't want to take any chances. Tarnak will see you now, the goblin said, coming back to his counter. Follow Smarcrack, he said, indicating the goblin that had come with him. Right, Tony said, nodding to the teller and following the new goblin. Bye, Mr. Goblin, Ivy said, waving to the teller as they were leaving. Goodbye, the goblin said, waving in return. Then he turned back to his job. The trio followed Smarcrack to Tarnak's office, which was not far down the hall. Tony and Sirius led Ivy into the office, and Tony put her in his lap as he took a seat on one of the chairs. Tarnak, Tony said, with a nod of his head. This is Ivy Harriet Potter. I am Tony Stark. This is Sirius Black. Together we hold quite a bit of money in Gringotts. He planned on making himself the richest in this community. Of this I am well aware, Tarnak stated, shuffling some papers. I also know that you brought Britain's Gringotts into the 21st century. I would ask that you do the same here, he said in an almost pleading tone. While we were not nearly as far behind as they were, it galls me that they are now decades ahead of us, he snarled. They had done their best to stay ahead of their British counterparts. They used pen and paper, they had telephones, and they used typewriters. Now the British had computers and fax machines. It was unacceptable. Let me find a magical among my employees, and I'll set you up, Tony said, texting Jarvis to do just that. I need you to check out our accounts and see about investing. He put the phone down and looked to the head of this bank. What is investing? The goblin asked, not having heard that term before. It was not something they did. Never mind, I'll set something up with a different company, Tony said, making a note to set up an investing firm in the wizarding world. It should make a killing, or flop, it could go either way. What did you want to know about your accounts? Tarnak asked, pulling out 3 files and handing them over to their owners. Tony got his and Ivy's. Sirius would go over Ivy's with him. They were sharing custody, after all. Sirius was her magical guardian. Ivy was getting bored, so she hopped off Tony's lap and started dancing in the office around the empty spaces. She did a cute little pirouette and sashayed around the room to music only she could hear. In her cute little shorts outfit, she looked like something out of a children's movie. Tarnak saw that the little girl was bored and looked around to see if there was anything that would hold her attention. He had some colored pens and paper. Here, Miss Ivy. I have something to color with, he said, holding the pens and paper to her. Thank you, Mr. Tarnak, she said, smiling at him and running over to take the items. She curtsied a cute curtsy and went to the corner where there was a hard chair and set her pens and paper on the seat of it while she sat on the floor. It was a clean floor, so she didn't mind. Thank you, Tony said. He was about to hand her his phone, and he was loath to do that. She might lock him out of it, and it would take him an hour or so to get back in. Smart as he was, even he knew that children could mess up a phone without meaning to. Maybe he could get her a phone of her own. Was 6 too young? He'd asked the group what they thought. They had phones for kids that age, right? He didn't know if Stark Industries made any, but they should start if they didn't. He could just envision a whole kid's line of electronics. Sirius was poring over his folder and seeing that everything was as it was supposed to be. He was the last male of his line, therefore the lord of the house. He never wanted to be in this position, but there it was. He could do many things like kick Bellatrix out of the family, add Andromeda back in, or nullify Narcissa's marriage. But he wasn't going to do any of those things yet. He needed to get the lay of the land before he committed to doing anything. He had no clue as to what was going on in Britain since he had been in prison for the last 5 years. All he had was Remus accounts, and the werewolf spent most of his time in the Muggle world. That and Sirius wasn't exactly mentally stable at the moment. He looked at his balance and noted he had more than enough to get a mind healer. Where is the local hospital? He asked Tarnak with a note of desperation in his tone. Here in the mall, the goblin said, eyeballing the man like he'd snap any minute. Good, Sirius said, looking at Ivy and setting his resolve. He needed to be in the best condition to be around his little goddaughter. I'm not sure I ever told Ragnarok, but I am a billionaire in the non-magical world. What does that equate to here? Tony asked, running some numbers in his head. There are no billionaires here, Tarnak stated, thinking hard on the richest person in the magical world. The richest person would be Lord Black here. There are 3 in America that come close, and he is a multimillionaire, he stated, tallying the figures. I will not tell you his worth. That is up to him, but I ask that you do not inflate the market, he all but begged the man. Don't worry, I won't, Tony said, picked up the briefcase that he had brought with him and opened it. There was $500,000 inside. I want to deposit this into my vault. That will put me above Sirius here, I believe, or at least tie with him, he added, looking to Sirius for confirmation. Sirius did a quick calculation and agreed that it was about his worth. He had never been around someone who was richer than him. Malfoy liked to think he was, but he was about 1,000,000 galleons short. Probably more now that he had to pay so many bribes to stay out of prison. Things were just less expensive here in the magical world, where one could create most of what they needed with the wave of a wand. Books, clothing, potion ingredients, and enchanted items were the things that sold the most. Enchanting was a specialty that most wizards couldn't do. It required a certain amount of a finesse that most lacked. Many people thought it was runes that made enchanted items, but it was spell work too. The combination is what hung most of them up. Ivy, we're done here, Tony said, going over to the little girl and looking at the drawing that she was doing. It was of the Hulk, and he was drinking tea with Goose. It was a strange sight. Did she put a tiara on the Hulk? And was Goose wearing a boa? Girls. Okay, Mr. Tony, Ivy said, taking up her picture and folding it and putting it in her pocket. She'd give it to Mr. Bruce, so he could hang it in his room. She was sure Mr. Hulk would like it. She had yet to meet Mr. Hulk, but she could not wait until she did. She was sure he was a nice man. That is a really nice picture, little bug, Tony said, taking up the pens and paper and putting them on the desk. Say goodbye to Mr. Tarnak, he said, picking her up and putting her on his hip. He left the briefcase here and would gather it back when everything was settled. Goodbye, Mr. Tarnak, Ivy said, waving to the goblin. Goodbye, Miss Ivy, Tarnak said, waving back. She really was an adorable little girl for a human. Come on, we're going to take Sirius to the hospital and then meet everyone else, Tony said after getting a map from the lobby of the bank. Are you sick, Mr. Sirius? Ivy asked, her voice laced with concern. He didn't look sick. Should she kiss him and make him better? That is what Aunt Petunia did to Dudley, though she never did it to Ivy, so Ivy didn't know if it worked. Can I kiss it better? She asked. Only a little sick, sweetie, Sirius said, looking at Tony to explain. And a quick kiss on the cheek will always make me feel better, he said, presenting his cheek for a kiss. She giggled her new giggle and kissed said cheek. He smiled at her. You remember that Sirius was in a bad place for a long time? Tony asked her as he looked at her smiling face. Yes, she said, nodding her curly head. Well, that made him sad, and the doctor is going to try to make him happy again, Tony tried to explain. I mean sad in a way that even little girls with cute faces and smiles can't kiss happy, he said when she went to open her mouth to say something. Oh, she said, a bit hurt that she couldn't make Mr. Sirius happy. She liked to think she could make everyone happy. There were monsters on that island, Sirius explained, getting closer to her and hugging her a bit. They took my happy bone, and the doctor is going to try to regrow it. It was the simplest way of explaining that he could think of. Real monsters? Ivy asked, her eyes wide. Why did they put monsters on the island? Because they are mean people, Tony said, not sugarcoating it for her. The British magical government were cruel to have those demons used as punishment. There were no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They had been walking towards the hospital, and they stopped at the entrance. Well, this is it, Sirius said, looking like it was the last place he wanted to be. Do you want us to go in with you? Tony offered. I can call the others and let them know we'll be late, he said, taking out his phone to do just that. No, but could you send Mooney my way? Sirius said instead. He really wanted his friend with him for this. I'll wait in the lobby for him. He went to move inside, but he was stayed by a hand on his arm. I'll call Pepper and have them come here right now, Tony said, releasing Sirius' arm and dialing the number. It went through, and Pepper picked up on the first ring. Tony explained where they were and why, and then hung up after saying goodbye. 5 minutes later, Remus came running up and put his arm over Sirius' shoulder. I've got you, Padfoot, he said, leading his friend into the hospital. Wait, do either of you have a phone? Tony asked, already dreading the answer. No, Remus said, looking around like one would appear for them to use. Do you know how to use a payphone? The billionaire tried. Yes, Remus said, relieved that he didn't know that. Tony dug some coins out of his pocket. Here's some money. Call me when you're done, he said, giving them his card with the money. There should be one outside of the mall. Will do, Remus said, once again leading his friend into the hospital. Will they help him? Pepper asked, thinking they might help Tony if he asked, though he was doing much better since Ivy joined the family. They're going to regrow his happy bone, Ivy said, helpfully. Are they now? Well, that is a good thing, Pepper said, taking Ivy from Tony and starting down the street to where they were going to meet the Avengers. Tony was on his phone, texting everyone that they were ready to meet. He really needs to have his happy bone regrowed, Ivy said with all the wisdom of a child who knew these things. I think we all need our happy bones, Tony agreed, touching her nose, making her eyes cross. He loved doing that. Silly Mr. Tony, you already have your happy bone, Ivy said, nodding her head at him. You're right, and its name is Ivy Harriet, he said with a smile. You are a silly man, Ivy said, shaking her head and giggling her new giggle, making everyone smile at her. They arrived around the same time as everyone else and went on to discuss what to do next. Spending time at the mall. Thanks for all the reviews. Still not up to writing every day. My schedule is all wonky. I think I got 3 hours sleep the last 3 nights. I also wanted to remind you that this is supposed to be crackish. If my muse cooperates. They spent the rest of the day exploring Illuminate Mall, which was fascinating to most of them. Ivy loved all the new magical items, and Tony was more than willing to indulge her in buying what caught her attention. She was now sporting new baby blue robes over her cute little powder pink short suit. There was a matching baby blue witch's hat with a pink ribbon on her head, and she looked adorable. The Avengers decided to keep their non-magical attire, but they did look into some of the footwear, which looked far more comfortable than normal shoes. Bruce and Steve both got some dragonhide boots. Steve even got a pair that matched his costume. The man who made them thought it strange that he wanted calf-high boots dyed in dark blue, but he made them anyway. Tony bought several pairs of leather dress shoes to go with his collection that he had back at the tower. He didn't understand what kind of leather, but he did know they weren't from cows. The difference was that the magical shoes never lost their shine and had comfort spells on them, including a temperature spell, so his feet never got hot. The women did get some shoes as well, including Ivy, that were far more comfortable than anything that they could buy in the non-magical world. There would be no pinched toes or sore heels for them. Ivy's were sensible little girl shoes that matched her current outfit in baby blue. The Asgardians had better shoes from their home world, at least in their opinion. They did get some things that would help train Ivy too, though there wasn't much that were ranged in her age bracket. There were some dummies that would fire light spells, but they didn't want something so noticeable in the tower. So, they got a ball that would do the same thing. It would fire color spells instead of stinging hexes. It was for older children, but they thought they could make a game of it for Ivy, and she seemed to agree. The color spells were washable, so there wasn't a worry about permanent stains. They thought it would be a good idea to use it for the whole group. There was a ball that would evade capture, that one had to catch as it rolled on the ground. The man who sold it said it was training for budding Quidditch players. There was also one for those that would play the beaters, but they would need to be hid away. Tony bought those too, along with the beater bats. He got the rulebook for Quidditch and Quapat, thinking they would need to know the local sports as well. They got to make a good dent in Tony's new Gringotts account. Well, not much of one, but the thought was there. Tony was correct. He and Bruce bought out the bookstore. They fell on the bookstore like a swarm of locusts and bought a copy of each book that they sold, except the Ivy Potter books. They also wiped out the inventory of each of the secondhand stores. Tony had to buy a special trunk that had library capabilities to store them all. It was a good thing Remus knew about them, and he had told Pepper about them before they went to help Sirius, or an entire floor of the tower would have been dedicated to the books alone. They were roaming the mall looking for where to go next when Ivy decided for them. I want to go there, Mr. Tony, Ivy said from her place on Natasha's hip. They had been taking turns carrying her around. Not that the girl couldn't walk, but they were all taller than her and didn't want her to run to keep up with them. She was pointing to a gadget store. The storefront was loud and bright. Oh, that does look like a fun place, Tony said, steering their group to the store. It had a lot of whirling gizmos in the window. They were puffing away with little bursts of steam or spell light and making whizzing noises. What do you think they are for? Bruce asked, peering close to one of the gizmos. It was standing like a soldier, but looked like a bugler. The instrument raised one arm and started blasting a noise that sounded like a car horn. That one is to let me know when people are too close to the exhibit, a man said from behind them. They all twirled around to see a mountain of a man. They all gaped at him, and Ivy giggled and clapped her hands. He wasn't as big as the Hulk, but it was a close call. Hello, Ivy said to the man in her sing-song voice. She waved at him from under her witch's hat. She looked so cute. Hello, to you too, little princess, the man said, holding out a trinket that he produced from nowhere. It looked like a flower that was made of plastic. Though that couldn't be right, there were no plastics here in the magical world. This is a new experiment of mine, he said to Ivy, still holding out the flower. Really? The little girl asked, taking the trinket. What does it do? She inquired, smelling the sweet-smelling flower. Oh, it smells like daisies, she exclaimed, putting it back to her nose. Now it smells like roses, she said, delighted. That's all it really does for now, the proprietor said with a shallow shrug. I'm trying to reduce the plastic waste of the world by recycling and creating new lines of products. However, it is slow going, he added, looking to the adults. He handed one to Pepper and Natasha. How much? Tony asked, not wanting to disappoint Ivy. She seemed quite happy with the trinket, and it would last a long time given the material it was made from. On the house, the proprietor said, smiling at Ivy. Why don't you look around and see if there's anything else that catches your attention? The man said, waving to the mass items around the shop. Most have a card nearby that will tell you what they do, he added, nodding to the placards on the side of the shelves that did indeed say that the Bugle Boy was an intruder alert. They did as he suggested and separated and went on their own ways. Ivy, Tony, and Natasha were still sticking together. Ivy's new way of thinking was going a mile a minute as she took it all in. This was something she could do. She brought the flower to her nose again, and this time it smelled like daffodils. So it changed scent each time you smelled it. That was awesome. She was looking at all the gadgets and thinking of Mr. Tony's workshop and wondering if he would let her experiment in there. Mr. Tony, she said, getting his attention, do you think there are books that I can read to get started on doing this? She asked with bright eyes. She saw another gadget that would cook your eggs to what you wanted them to be, and she smiled. While she thought that was useless, she did admire the work that went into it. It was run on magic and spells, and she was sure there was rune work, though she only knew what that was and not how it worked. Sirius had told her a bit about it. He had explained enchanting, but only that it was rune and spell work. She was sure that was what she was looking at right now. Don't you want to wait until you've grown up a bit? Tony asked, almost feeling guilty for taking some of that innocence away from his little girl. Then again, he was 6 when he built his first engine. She was starting to be like him. He wasn't sure if that was good or bad, but it was what he wanted. Silly Mr. Tony, I'm still your little bug, she said, smiling her brilliant smile at him. I just want to learn more now. That is all. She looked around the room with wonder and awe, the same way he used to look when he was around his dad's workshop. It was as if she was already assembling things in her head. I'll go ask the nice man, he said, hoping there were books so they could all do it together. He didn't want to leave her hanging like his father had done him. I want to do my part in making things from plastic too, she said idly. She wiggled and got down from her perch on Natasha's hip. She started to wander around the store, already imagining how to make each item better and with different sources. Tony was thinking that Ivy would need to get caught up on her normal education before she dove into the intricacies of mechanics. She was only at a 5-year-old's level, so she needed a crash course in all she could handle. He and Bruce could help with that, not to mention the widow. They were all well-versed in homeschooling education. He'd get the 3 magicals to oversee her magical education. He might have to talk Sirius and Remus into starting her early. However, it was for the best. He was sure Loki would jump at the chance to teach Ivy whatever he could. As it turned out, there were quite a few books on the subject. They already had some in their collection from the bookstore, so they purchased what they didn't have and called it a day. But first they swung by the hospital and checked on Sirius and Remus. Tony never got the call he had been expecting, and everyone was getting worried that there was more wrong with Sirius than initially thought. We're here checking on Sirius Black, Tony said to the receptionist, who was tapping her wand on a piece of paper. The hospital was like any other, but for the patients. There was a man with his foot in his hand. Literally. He seemed so calm about it, too. There was a lady who had flowers growing out of her arm, and she too seemed undisturbed by this. There wasn't the normal moaning or groaning that one would find in a normal emergency waiting room. She looked over the list of patients and said, "He's on the 7th floor, in Dr. Thompson's office." She looked back at him, and her eyes widened in recognition. "Mr. Stark, sir," she added. "Thank you, Rose," Tony said, reading her name tag, and then directing everyone to the elevators. They had to take 2 separate elevators, but they were lucky, and both arrived at the same time. They took them up and found themselves at another receptionist's desk. Giving the inquiry again, they were directed down the hall. There was a waiting room at the end of the hall with some toys for Ivy to play with. They all took seats and waited, picking up magazines or cruising the internet on their phone, as their nature dictated. A nurse came in and asked why they were there. "We're here waiting on our friend, Sirius Black," Bruce said, standing and going to her so that he didn't have to speak loudly. He was about her height, so he didn't tower over her like the rest of the group would, bar Tony, who was also not tall. "Oh, I will let the doctor know that his friends are here," she said as she hurried away. The man they were waiting for had been here for the better part of the afternoon talking to the doctor. Dr. Thompson had canceled all his appointments for the rest of the day just to talk with the man. It was a good thing that the other doctors had picked up the slack. "I hope they were able to regrow Mr. Sirius' happy bone," Ivy said from where she was playing with a flying doll. It looked like a wizard that was perched on a broom. It only went a few inches off the ground, but it would zoom for a moment if you nudged it, then stop. Ivy was watching it to see what made it tick, and Loki was watching her pick the mechanics apart. "I think that will take a bit longer than one day," Pepper said, knowing that mental distress wasn't healed that quickly. Then again, they were talking about magic. She had noticed the lack of stress in the emergency room, and she wondered if maybe they had cured the man in such a short time. "I'm sorry to say she is correct," a man said from the doorway. Sirius and Remus were standing behind him, but they came into the room when he waved them forward. "I can't tell you what is going on with Mr. Sirius," the doctor said to Ivy, squatting down to her level. "However, I can tell you that regrowing his happy bone will take time and plenty of kisses from princesses," he said, touching her forehead. "I have plenty of kisses," she said, smiling at him. She knew they were telling her that her kisses would help, but her new insight was saying that it was just something that adults told kids. Still, if kissing Mr. Sirius would help, then he'd get all the kisses he could handle. She knew that it helped her when they hugged and kissed her when she was feeling scared or worried, so maybe there was some truth to it. "That is good to hear," the doctor said, standing to address the adults. "Sirius needs all of your support in the coming weeks. He will go through a gamut of emotions due to the potions I will be putting him on. I can tell you that he will not be a danger to himself or any of you," he said, pointedly looking at Ivy. "Should we hire a nurse?" Tony asked, also looking at Ivy. He would feel better if there were full-time magical medical personnel around. "I don't think that will be necessary, though I won't stop you from hiring one," Thompson said with a small smile. "However, your support should be enough. Here is your prescription," he said to Sirius, handing him a piece of paper with his potions and instructions written on them. "Don't miss a dose, and you'll be right as rain in no time," he said with a confident smile. "I can't thank you enough for all the time you've spent explaining it all to me," Black said, knowing that the man had spent an extraordinarily large amount of time with him. When he had come in, he thought he'd be here for an hour at the most. Then when he told the doctor his story, the man had given him his undivided attention. "I have never been around someone who was in Azkaban like you, or for as long as you were, so you were doing me a favor as well," Thompson said, making a few notes in his notebook that he had taken out of his breast pocket. "I hope you can publish your paper," Sirius said, more than willing to be the subject of that documentation. It might open the public's eyes to how wrong the Dementors were. They might finally get rid of the foul creatures. "Do you have a number I can contact you at?" the doctor asked, hoping he did. He knew that Mr. Black was a British pureblood, so it was wishful thinking. "You can call the tower," Tony said, handing him a card with Jarvis' number on it. "Jarvis will connect you to him," he added, pointing to the number to use. "You can leave a message if he's not there," he added, making sure the man knew that Sirius would get in touch with him somehow. "Thank you," Thompson said, taking the card and tucking it in his notebook. I'll contact you if I need any more information, he told Sirius and then nodded to everyone else. Bye, Doctor. Ivy called from the back, making the man turn and wave to her. Even if she was changing the way she was thinking, she still liked to be polite. She would make sure that those around her were as happy as she was. So, you're okay? Steve asked, coming up to Sirius as they walked down the hall to the elevator. They were going to have to split up, and Ivy, Tony, Sirius, Remus, and Steve are going to be the second group. I'll get there, Sirius said, holding up the paper with his potion prescription on it. They can do wonders with potions, he added knowingly. And it's not just to treat the symptoms? Steve asked, knowing that was the way most mental health was treated in the non-magical world. Not from lack of trying, but there was no cure for mental illness. No, this will put my brain back to where it was before I was incarcerated, Sirius explained, not sure what he meant by treat the symptoms. Though he had an inkling. The doctor had explained that what was going to be a cure for him would not work in the normal world. Sirius had asked about Tony's PTSD, but the doctor said there was nothing to be done for the man here at this hospital. Tony was a non-mage, so he could not help him. Can anyone take it? Captain America asked, wondering if it would work on Tony. No, only magicals can take potions, Remus answered, going into lecture mode. I know it sounds wrong, but there is a spark in us that react to the properties in potions that non-magicals don't have, he explained in the simplest of terms. I have tried to give her cold, cured in non-magicals, and all it did was give them diarrhea. I would not recommend anything stronger, he added, making sure that the captain understood he was not just blowing wind. They were on the elevator now and going down. You have a cure for the cold? Tony asked jealously. I would kill for that, he said with a pout. They had rejoined the first group. Pepper giggled and patted him on the back. Poor Tony. He hates being sick, she explained. He says it's a waste of time and resources, she said with another giggle, which caused Ivy and Natasha to giggle too, and the men to chuckle. They stopped and got Sirius' prescription and continued the conversation. The Asgards too have a cure for the common cold, Thor said from his place in the back of the group. Yes, but like the magicals. Only Asgardians can take it, Loki pointed out. He had been unable to use it as a child. They told him it was an allergy, but now he knew it was his physiology. It was a good thing he had not been a sickly child. They were now on their way out of the mall. I wonder if you could get me a sample of this cure, Bruce said to Remus. I might be able to find something in it that can help humans, he added at the inquiring looks. We are not that far apart on the biological ladder. If I can isolate what the cure is, then I might be able to create one for us, he mumbled, already going over what he would need in his lab to do his research. I can help with that, Remus said, more than happy to be of help. I'm better at potions than Padfoot, he said, nudging his friend. Better you than me, Sirius said, laughing. The potions that had been given to him were working already. He felt much lighter than he had when they started the day. He took Ivy from Pepper and swung her around. Thank you, he said, kissing her on the forehead. What for? She asked, laughing at his antics. For being a perfect little angel, he said, peppering her face with little kisses. Mr. Sirius, stop, she squealed, giggling her new giggle, making everyone around her smile. Okay, he said, placing her on his hip. Let's go home. I feel like Chinese tonight, he said to the group. Sounds good to me. Tony said, more than happy to see someone was feeling better. He was a bit jealous that Sirius got a cure for his ailment, while he, Tony, had to suffer through his emotional roller coaster, but it was still nice to see Sirius so lighthearted. The rest of the group agreed to Chinese. Tony had Jarvis call in their order, so it would be there by the time they got there. Remus, Loki, and Sirius had shrunk all the packages, so they weren't laden down with them as they trekked to the limo. It was the only car that Tony had that would seat them all. We need to find a better way to get around town, Tony said as Happy merged into traffic. Not all of us can fly, Steve said with Clint and Bruce nodding in agreement. We could talk to Makusa to see if he can hook up to the Flu network, or if Sirius and I can make port keys, Remus suggested, rubbing his chin in thought. I need to go and speak to them anyway. I have to report Dumbledore's aborted attempt to kidnap Ivy, Tony said, indicating the sleeping girl on his shoulder. She had fallen asleep as soon as the limo started driving. What is Makusa? Steve wanted to know, though the rest of the Avengers and Loki looked just as curious. The Magical Congress of the United States of America, Sirius said, a bit gleefully. They don't like Dumbledore any more than we do, he added at their inquiring looks. They think he should have acted earlier on the last two wars. He agreed with the American government. Well, it sounds like we have them in our corner, Tony said happily. I'm still bringing a lawyer. There were things that might trip him up if he didn't have someone there to explain the laws to him. That sounds like a good idea, Pepper said, knowing that it never hurt to bring one to talks with the government. They didn't have a good track record with the American government since Afghanistan. Tony's shutting down the weapons department was a huge blow to their relationship with them. Iron Man didn't help. I'll go with you, Loki said, wanting to see the government in work. He did wonder how much different the democracy worked to Asgard's monarchy. I think you showing up in any government office would be a declaration of war, Tony said, shaking his head in the negative. I think he's right, Bruce agreed. Very well, Loki said, disappointed, but understanding that it would take years, if not decades, to overcome what he had tried to do. I forgive you, Mr. Loki, Ivy said, reaching over and putting her hand on his arm. She had woken when they started talking about that mean man. She had only been dozing anyway. Thank you, Miss Ivy, Loki said, a lone tear in his eye. He blinked it away, not sure why her forgiveness would affect him this much. She had not even been there. I just hope more people will do the same, he said, giving her a sad smile. I'll just tell them about you, and they will have too, she said simply as if it were fact. She knew that people listened to her. Except her Aunt Petunia. Everyone had always believed her when she talked. Not that she ever lied. She was a good girl. But they believed her over her aunt when the woman had tried to say mean things about her. You do that, little bug, Tony said, kissing the top of her head. He could only hope that she kept some of that innocence now that her brain was working on a genius level. So far, seemed to which was a relief. We might even hold a press conference, he added, thinking it might be a good idea, once it got out that both Ivy and Loki were living with him. He couldn't hide the fact that they were there forever. Oh, that's a lot of people, Ivy said, her eyes wide. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. She liked the idea of speaking to a lot of people. They would all be nice to her and believe what she told them. She was sure of it. Makusa, meet Ivy. Thanks for all the reviews. Oops, someone let me know that in canon potions did work on the non-magical. Oh well, for the sake of this story, those were flukes. I do thank you for reminding me of that, though. Remember, this is AU and Crackish. It was on a sunny Monday morning 2 days after they got back from the mall when a small group of them went to visit Makusa. Who all is going with me to the Magical Congress? Tony asked as he drank his coffee. They were discussing the trip over breakfast. He had thought about it the night before, and he had decided to forego the lawyer this time. He didn't have one that was versed in American magical law, and Waters was only good for Britain law. He needed to get in touch with Gringotts and get a lawyer for here in the good old US of A. He would just make sure not to agree to anything. Pepper would probably kill him anyway. We have to, Sirius said, nodding to Remus, who showed he agreed. We have to register, he added, playing with his napkin. We're not even sure how long we're staying, so there is that too. Right, Tony said, looking to the Avengers. Have them give you a work visa, and I'll put you on the payroll as Ivy's tutors, he said, solving that problem. Thanks, that will help a lot, Remus said, glad to have that issue resolved. There had been a chance they could have been deported. They did come into the country in rather a hurry. He wasn't even sure they registered correctly. The goblins had arranged their passage, so they hadn't really paid attention on how they got here, just went along with the ride. He knew they had passports, so there was that. I would like to go, Steve said, wondering if the Makusa operated differently than its non-magical counterpart. He didn't think he'd see much, but it would still be a learning experience. That, and he had nothing better to do today. I have work, Pepper reminded Tony with a pointed look. You have several meetings this week. Please don't forget that, she said, picking up her fork and finishing off her eggs. I won't, Tony said, pushing his plate away. He had been eating a lot better since Ivy had joined their family. He was now at a healthy weight without pushing the boundary of overweight. He was also sleeping better and not spending all his nights in the lab designing suits. He still spent quite a lot of time there, and he had many suits which he had produced in his Malibu lab to prove it, but he had cut that time in half since she came. I'm staying here, Bruce said, getting up and putting his plate in the sink. There are some figures I need to go over, he added, thinking of some experiments he was working on. There was something different in the Magical's blood that he was trying to isolate. It was wired into their DNA. He was making sure that it wasn't noted anywhere on the servers. He didn't want his research to get out into the public by some hacker. "We have to go report," Natasha said, gesturing to Clint and getting up and adjusting her shirt. "Don't worry. We won't say anything about Ivy, but we have to report that Loki is here. So, she might not stay a secret for long," she warned. She hated that Fury might get his mitts on the little girl, but then again, Ivy might just bewitch the man. "I'm coming," came the voice of Goose in his head as he sauntered into the room. He jumped onto an empty chair and looked at Ivy, who petted his head. Tony just nodded and stood. "Ivy, dress nice," he said as he left the room. "Silly Mr. Tony, I always dress nice," Ivy said, though she had an extra special dress that she wanted to wear to the Makusa building. It was pastel pink, and it had pretty ribbons on it. She had light purple robes to match with a witch's hat that was black with a matching ribbon. Her black, shiny shoes would finish the ensemble. "Mr. Goose, why are you coming with us?" she asked the cat as they went to her room so that she could get ready. "I have to protect you," the non-cat said as he followed along. "I don't trust the wizards," he added, wanting to make sure that at least part of the government knew that he was there and would eat anyone who tried to kidnap Ivy. "Are you going to let them know what you are?" she asked innocently. She was pulling on her dress and messing up her unruly curls. Not that she knew exactly what he was, but she knew he was an alien. "I will tell the people in charge, but not the lackeys," Goose stated. It was something he had done in the past. Not often, but once in a while, he let those in charge know he was there. He'd let the head detective know, but not the beat cops. "If you need me to help you, just let me know," Ivy said, fixing her robe over her dress and putting her hat on. She adjusted her curls until they fell just right. Pepper came in and helped her finish getting prepared. She looked like a little doll when she was done. "How can you be this cute?" Pepper asked when she fixed the last curl. She leaned over and kissed the girl's forehead. "Just lucky, I guess," Ivy said, smiling at the compliment. "You look very pretty today, too," she said, noting Pepper dressed to kill for the office. She was wearing a sleek black business dress suit with matching heels. "Thank you, Ivy," the businesswoman said, getting up and going out of the room, waving Ivy to follow. "I have a lot of work to do today, so I won't see you until dinner. Try to keep the men in line," she said, winking at Ivy. "I'll try," Ivy said, giggling that new giggle. She bent down and picked up Goose and left the bedroom to the living room. "I'm ready, Mr. Tony." Pepper was right next to her waiting for Tony and the rest to ride down with them. "Let's go then, little bug," Tony said, waving to all those going with him. Sirius, Remus, and Steve joined them in the elevator. Bruce, Thor, and Loki waved goodbye to Ivy as the doors closed. Natasha and Clint had already left. "This is where I leave you," Pepper said when they reached the office part of the tower. She bent and kissed Ivy on the top of her head and Tony's cheek. "I'll see you tonight," she added, waving to Sirius and Remus. She then got off the lift. "You are one lucky man," Sirius told Tony as she departed. He clapped the man on the shoulder and then let his hand fall. "Don't I know it?" the man said, watching Pepper walk away until the doors closed. She was one beautiful woman, and he was lucky to have her. And she put up with his bullshit. Ivy cuddled Goose, who purred and nuzzled back. Remus tried to pet the cat, but was hissed at. Goose didn't like the smell of wolf on him. "Sorry, Mr. Remus," Ivy said, not knowing why Mr. Goose didn't like the man. Mr. Remus was a really nice man. Then again, Mr. Goose really didn't like anyone. "It's all right, little one," Remus said, glaring at the non-cat. "I am quite used to cats not liking me," he added, his eyes going soft as he gazed upon her face. It was hardly Ivy's fault that the animal didn't like him. "Mr. Goose, you need to be nicer to people," Ivy reprimanded the animal in her arms. "No, I don't," Goose disagreed. "I have the right to like or dislike whomever I choose," he added, glaring at all the men as they got off the elevator. They made their way across the lobby and into the limo. Goose got out of Ivy's arms and stretched on the seat. "Wake me when we get there," he told Ivy. "Okay, Mr. Goose," she said, petting the non-cat and letting him sleep. They rode in silence, it only being broken by Goose's purring. Ivy was watching people, and the men were doing various activities, like cruising the internet on their phones or reading parchments as their personality dictated. Steve was still getting used to this century, and he was enjoying watching cat videos on the internet. It was relaxing. Every now and then he'd shoot Goose a look and wonder if that cat did what the cats in the videos did. Tony was reading science magazines on his phone. He liked to keep up on what the public was thinking high-tech was, even if he surpassed it ages ago. He was reading an article on a company think tank called FEM, and they seemed to be on the cutting edge of helping the disabled. He recalled meeting the founder at a New Year's Eve party in 1999. Killian, he remembered. Well, good, it seems like the man didn't need his help after all. Remus and Sirius were going over Sirius account information. Sirius was still trying to get caught up on 6 years' worth of backlog. The accounts were a complete mess, with Lucius dipping into them over the years for bribes. He was going to have to recover that money. Malfoy had no right to those funds in the first place. They pulled up to the Woolworths building and this time went to the Macusa entrance. There was an elevator that went to the 13th floor, which only magicals could use. Well, and those with them. There were actually sub-floors within the 13th floor, but you had to get to the 13th floor first and go to the magical lifts to get to them. They went to the receptionist desk once they exited the magical elevator and inquired where they needed to go. "I need to report an attempted kidnapping," Tony said to the woman behind the desk. Steve and Ivy were behind him and looking at the people surrounding them. They were dressed in an array of outfits. There were some dressed as wizards, while others looked just like Pepper would look. "And we need to report our stay here in your country and apply for a work visa," Remus said, pointing to him and Sirius, who was looking around to make sure they weren't going to slap handcuffs on him. He was very wary of the government. "You need to go to the DMLE on subsection C," she told Tony. Then she turned to Remus and said, "You need to report to immigration on subsection D." She then gave them a map of the area and pointed to the correct elevators to get them to where they needed to go. "Okay, we'll meet up in the cafeteria after we're done," Tony said, thinking it was the central point. He pointed it out on the map and then started for the elevator. "Got you," Sirius said, looking at the map and making out his route. Remus was guiding him to the lift. Tony, Steve, Goose, and Ivy went to the DMLE and were directed to the head's office. Everyone watched them as they went, admiring the little girl. The director was an older man who looked like he had seen plenty of action before he had retired behind the desk. His name was Robert Decker. "So, you're here to report an attempted kidnapping?" he said, smiling at Ivy. Normally, this would be handled by one of the regular Aurors, but this was Tony Stark and Ivy Potter. Big names in both worlds. He wanted to make sure it was done by the numbers. "Yes, Albus Dumbledore attempted to kidnap Ivy the other night. I have a recording of him doing it." Her bodyguard, Goose, stopped him, he said, pointing to the cat in Ivy's arms. "I take it that is not a real cat," Decker said, jotting it all down. He glanced at the cat and made sure to take down its description. "No," was all Tony said, shooting Goose a look. "Can I see the recording?" the detective asked, settling in his chair. "Sure, but I warn you, it's a bit disturbing." "Hey, Steve, can you show Ivy the bullpen?" Tony said, motioning Steve to take Ivy out of the room. "Mr. Tony, I'm a big girl," she said, batting her big green eyes at him. "Nope, not gonna work this time. I don't want you to see this," Tony said, kissing the top of her head. There were some things he was going to protect her from for as long as he could, and this was one of them. "Okay, Mr. Tony," Ivy said, all bright and cheery. She liked that he was trying to protect her. She would learn about it later. She knew there was something strange about Mr. Goose, but she didn't think he was that scary. Not even if he could shoot tentacles from his mouth, but that was just silly. "Come on, princess, we'll go see if any of the officers has any cookies," Steve said, handing Goose to Tony. "Yeah," Ivy said, skipping out of the office. "Is it really that bad?" Decker asked, not sure if he wanted to see it. "It is unnerving," Tony said, putting Goose in the empty chair next to him and getting his cell phone out. "Jarvis, run the security video of the attempt." He laid the phone on the desk so a hologram could be produced from it. "Of course, sir," the AI said, and he ran the hologram from the phone and it showed the whole scene. It stopped when Dumbledore portkeyed out. The silence in the office was unsettling. Tony didn't know if it was from Dumbledore's attempt or Goose's tentacles. "Just what the are you?" the shocked man asked Goose. "A flurkin," was all the alien said. He didn't feel the need to elaborate. "I don't know what that is. I'll just write down an alien." How should I classify you? Was the next question. A class XXX creature, Goose said, thinking of their classification system. I am quite deadly, but harmless and less provoked. Though he thought of himself as a XXXXX creature. I see, Decker said, taking a picture of Goose and classifying him as a dangerous and deadly creature that was to be handled with kid gloves, only to be approached if needed. He turned back to Tony and said, since the attempt was thwarted, there isn't much I can do. I can arrest him for trespassing, but it'll be tricky. He has diplomatic immunity. I don't like it, but there it is. However, if he ever enters your house again, you have the right to protect yourself and those in your house, he said, like any other true American. What about violating the statute of secrecy? Tony asked, wanted to get the man nabbed for something. Now, all the non-magicals know about magic. Since you have a witch and 2 wizards in your home, it could be argued that they would learn about it sooner or later, the detective said, scribbling something on his notepad. Still, like I said, you can protect your house if he comes back. With the wizards there, you can do it magically. We already have wards up, Tony said, smirking a bit. The deadly ones are only on Ivy's room. I made sure that the ones on the tower were MAME only. However, I have weapons around the house, if need be, he added, knowing the man knew who and what he was. Of that I have no doubt, Decker said with a chuckle. I'll file a report, and it will go as a mark against the man. We'll make sure that it gets reported to the papers here and in Britain. You'll have to do some fast talking to get out of this one, he added, still chuckling. It was always good to see the likes of Dumbledore taken down a peg or 2. I'll bet, since I'm sure he hasn't told anyone that Ivy is here, Tony said, laughing out loud. He knew that Dumbledore had kept it all hush-hush. There hadn't been any word of the little darling leaving the coast of the UK since they had. It did catch me by surprise when you walked in with her. How did you come to get her as your daughter? Decker asked, leaning back in his chair. This looked to be quite the story. Tony told him how it all happened, and they shared a good laugh over it. When he was done, he got up to go and see what Steve and Ivy were up to. It was quite shocking to see that Ivy was leading a sing-along with aurors and prisoners alike. She was singing It's a Small World, and they were singing the chorus. They were all sitting in front of her in a semicircle. They were all swaying with the words, and there was music coming from somewhere. There were some pretty good voices in that group, from soprano to deep baritone. It was quite the nice range of voices. Of course, there were some that were horribly off-key and pitch, but that was all right. They blended in with the rest and were drowned out by the good singers. Ivy's voice was the sweetest voice of them all. She was singing like a bird in the morning light. There was a shaft of light coming from a window that was shining on her like a spotlight. It reflected off her red hair and made her sparkle. Tony went up to where Steve was standing off to the side, though the man was singing along. He was a nice tenor. How did this come about? He asked Captain America, making him jump a bit. Tony smirked at catching the man unawares. Ivy wanted some biscuits, cookies to us, but all they had was donuts. She was upset, and they asked what would make her feel better. And this happened, Steve said, shrugging his shoulder. I never thought I'd see the day, Tony said, marveling over the power of his daughter. She could rule the world with her cuteness. He was going to have to teach her how to harness this power. Ivy, he called, making her stop singing. He got glares from the grown-ups that had been singing with her. We're done, he said, smiling at her. Okay, Mr. Tony, Ivy said, giggling and making all the people around her happy. I have to go now. You all have a good day, and remember, be nice, she said, wagging her finger at the prisoners. Yes, Miss Ivy, they all said back, some of them quite bashfully. She hopped off the chair she had been standing on and ran to Tony. Did you get me and Mr. Dumbledore in trouble? She asked as she picked up Mr. Goose. Unfortunately, he is protected, Tony said, putting a hand on her shoulder and leading her out of the room. Oh, she said with a pout. Well, he will be punished somehow, she said, believing in karma without knowing what it was. I'm sure you are right, Tony said, though he wasn't sure how. We should go and meet Sirius and Remus, Steve said as they approached the elevators. You're right, Tony said, pressing the correct button. They rode down in silence. Goose wasn't even purring. He didn't like being in buildings with lots of people. They all wanted to pet him, and he didn't like that. They got to the cafeteria and spotted the duo sitting at a table. Hey, you can't have that cat in here, one of the lunch people called, pointing at Goose. "Oh, sorry," Ivy said, not understanding why, but not wanting to be yelled at. She turned her wide eyes to the man who said that, and they were shiny with tears. "Oh, I am so sorry for yelling at you, little lady. But animals can't be around food," he said, immediately caving. "If you promise not to put him down, you can keep him in your lap," he said, giving her a cookie. "I promise," she said, her smile brightening the room. She snatched the biscuit with her free hand. "Mr. Goose will stay in my lap the whole time." She ran and sat at the table and put Goose in her lap. She then ate her treat. "I'll make sure of it," Tony said, handing the man a 20. He and Steve stood in line to get food for the three of them. It didn't take long, and they got some soup and sandwiches with soft drinks for beverages. It hadn't been that long since breakfast, but an early lunch wouldn't hurt. "How did everything go?" Tony asked Sirius as they sat. "After we told them we were tutoring Ivy Potter, everything went smoothly," the dogman answered. "They didn't have an issue with me being a werewolf, but they did have one with Sirius," Remus said with some awe. "He was used to being the problem. It was touch and go for a minute. They didn't want an ex-con in their country until I dropped yours and Ivy's name," Sirius explained, a smirk on his face. He liked the fact that he could just drop names like that. "How long is your visa for?" Steve asked, taking a bite of his ham and cheese sandwich. "Until Ivy goes to magical school. Then we have to either find different work or return home," Remus said, not sure what they were going to do. "So about 5 years," he reiterated. "That should be plenty of time to get you sorted," Tony said, confident they would figure something out by then. "I think we should relocate to Malibu," he said, thinking it was time to get out of New York. He liked the schools and weather better in California. "I'll leave that up to you," Sirius said, not knowing the U.S. "We'll take up a vote with the others," Steve said diplomatically. Ivy was listening in and feeding Goose some of her roast beef from her sandwich as she drank her Coke. She didn't understand it all, but she got the gist. She was determined to make sure that her godfather and his friend could stay as long as they wanted. She'd just have to figure out how. She was looking forward to seeing more of America, though. A vote was taken, and they did decide to relocate to Malibu. It was a nicer location for raising a child, in most of their opinions. That and they all wanted to live near the beach. The British among them were excited to see the Pacific Ocean. It only took a few days to move since the house was already prepared for them. The days passed, and getting Ivy caught up on her education became the #1 priority. She soaked it all up like a sponge. Her new way of thinking let her learn at an enhanced rate. She was a genius now, and she had no qualms of showing it. She spent many hours in the labs with Tony and Bruce. She learned mechanics with Tony and chemistry with Bruce. Not to mention the regular education, math, English, and other such stuff. They split that too. Both were geniuses in their own rights. They were good teachers too. They each had different approaches in how they taught. Tony was a hands-on teacher, while Bruce was a lecturer. Both methods worked with Ivy. She was just that flexible. There was also the magical aspect of her schooling. Loki taught her what he could of Asgard magic, which was quite different from the Midgard ways. It was wandless, ritualistic, and had a lot of symbols and herbs. There was a religious aspect to it that Loki was trying to explain to her, but she wasn't quite there yet. It just didn't click to her that Mr. Thor, Mr. Loki, and their family were considered gods. To her, they were just really nice people. Sirius and Remus were reluctant to teach her the Earth's way of magic, seeing as she was too young for a wand, and they were worried it might damage her core. However, they did let her delve into the runes and arithmancy, not seeing that there was anything wrong with that. They had honestly been flabbergasted when she took to it like she did to flying. Speaking of flying, they made sure to take her to empty beaches so that she could spread her wings, so to speak. She wanted to soar, and they let her. Tony was fascinated with how the broom worked and more than happy to chase her around the beach and ocean in his suit. They spent many hours doing just that. Not that the brooms went high, but high enough for a good race. Soon they were going to have to get Ivy enrolled into regular school. She was going to have to go into an accelerated education program now that her level of learning had increased. Tony was worried that she might not be able to make friends with this new learning habit. He knew it had been an issue for him. There weren't many geniuses out there, and those that were tended to be socially awkward. Ivy wasn't worried, though. She liked everyone. She was sure that she would make tons of friends. You know Tony, Sirius said, coming up to the man after a week had passed since they had relocated. Everyone else was asleep, and Tony was in his office. What's up? Tony asked, finishing up the upgrade he was designing on his suit. He and Jarvis were just finishing up for the evening. Ivy's birthday is tomorrow, her godfather said, a bit of panic in his voice. He had forgotten all about it, and Remus had reminded him earlier that night. Shit, Tony said, having forgotten that the child's birthday was at the end of July. It had been such a busy month they hadn't had time to do much of any planning. He wondered how Pepper had forgotten. She was usually on top of things like this. Then again, everything had been so frantic lately. What are we going to do? Sirius asked, looking around like an idea would come out of nowhere. I have an idea, a voice said from above them. They both looked up to see someone hidden in the shadows of the bookcases. He looked like he was masked, but it was hard to tell. Who the are you? Tony said, wondering how the man had gotten through the wards and the defenses. Hello, Wade Wilson. Thanks for all the reviews. This is not one of my more popular stories, so they mean a lot. Not fair. All of you got who that was with only the smallest of hints. There are hundreds of masked men in the Marvelverse, and all of you are like Deadpool. Oh, well, I tried. Tell me who you want to meet next. Remember, this is a light-hearted, crackish FIC. Shoo, I'm hiding from Wolverine, the man said, putting his finger in front of his mouth. He looked absolutely ridiculous doing so. He was a grown man in costume, hiding up on a bookcase in the study of a man he didn't even know. Who the is Wolverine? Sirius asked, looking to Tony for the answer. He was new to this world, so he hoped the other man knew who the masked man was talking about. I don't know, the billionaire said, still looking at the stranger. Who the hell are you talking about? And why are you hiding in my office? He asked instead. He was still trying to figure out how the man got past the wards and Jarvis. His hands inched towards the drawers. He had no idea if the man was armed or not. He couldn't see any of his body, just his masked face. You know, Wolverine. Logan. Nothing. James Howlett. Still confusion. Hugh Jackman, the man said, saying all those names like they were common knowledge. The good-looking one of the X-Men movie, he added as if that cleared it up. I have no idea who you were talking about, Sirius said to him, a look of complete bafflement on his face. Oops, wrong universe. I wonder who would play him here, the masked man said, taking on a thinking pose. He pondered on that for a moment in complete silence, then decided it wasn't important. He waved it off and shook his head. Still, I'm hiding from him, he stated, looking around like this Wolverine would show up any moment. Get down here and explain yourself, Tony said to the man, standing from his chair and rummaging through his drawers. He had given up the pretense of being subtle. He knew he had a gun in this drawer. It must have slid back. The thing was heavy enough for that. I can't. Logan will find me if I come out of hiding, the man protested, still hiding on top of the bookshelves. He sounded scared, but it was hard to tell with his eyes hidden. It felt like he was begging not to be outed. He could just be a really good actor. I don't think the man you are hiding from is here, Sirius said. Then again, Jarvis hadn't told them this guy was here. He made a show of looking around to humor the crazy man. See, no one here but us three, he added as if speaking to a child or insane person. Don't you want to hear my idea for a birthday party? The masked man asked, still up on the shelves. He sounded hurt, like he had a really good idea, and they were shooting it down before it was even voiced. No, I have no idea who you are, Tony said, finally pulling a gun from his desk and aiming at the man. Get down here, he said again. He was going to have to store this gun better, but he was too used to having better security. It was getting painfully clear that there were people that could bypass both mundane and magical safety measures, though. That was unsettling. He wondered if there were things that could survive gunshots. He didn't want to think about that right now. Fine, but if Logan comes, I'm blaming you, the man said, hopping down and holding up his hands. Not that he was worried about a measly gun, but he didn't feel like getting shot right now. He would have to repair his suit, and he hated sewing. Vanessa, his hot girlfriend, didn't like it either. He was better at it than her anyway, still he hated doing it all the time. Jarvis, how did this guy get in here? Tony asked the AI. It should have been impossible. They had set the wards as soon as they moved to the mansion. Jarvis had cameras throughout the whole mansion, in every corner of the place. There shouldn't be any way this man should be standing in front of him without some warning. The wards around Ivy's room were set to kill like the tower. and the manor had maiming wards that would cripple someone painfully. The morals of those that lived in the manor were not of the highest, bar the captain and Pepper. Those two were the voices of reason. Well, Remus tried, but when it came to Ivy, he was ready to render anyone a mess. Even their two virtuous people were bloodthirsty when it came to protecting Ivy, but their ideas of maiming were paper cuts in comparison to the rest. I do not know, sir. He did not show up on any of my screens until he spoke, Jarvis said, going over all his programs and checking for malfunctions. There was just nothing there. It was like the man had appeared out of thin air. Perhaps he is magical, the AI suggested. Though he does not register as one, he added, knowing that magicals had an aura and this man did not have one. Magical? Me? No, I'm just that good at sneaking, the man said, sitting down on the floor and crossing his legs. He looked like a child ready for a story. I learned how to bypass security ages ago, he added, rocking back and forth just like the child mentioned earlier. He started humming a tune and just swayed back and forth for a moment. No one is that good, Tony said, still holding the gun on the man. You're ruining my vibe, man, he snarked at Tony and continued to hum. Sir, Miss Ivy is coming towards you, Jarvis informed those in the room. She woke for some water and heard your voices, he said in way of an explanation. Oh, goody, the man said, whipping out a birthday present and placing it on the ground in front of him. It was a large present that had no business coming from anywhere on his person. It was large enough to contain a Great Dane, and Tony sincerely hoped it didn't hold a dog. There were no holes in it, so where did that come from? Sirius asked, looking at the form-fitting suit the man was wearing. The still unnamed man said he wasn't magical. I don't know, the man said honestly. The author just made it appear. He glared at a spot to his right and then shrugged again. What? Both the other men said, looking at him like he was crazy. Never mind, the red-clad man said, waving his hand and looking to the door. He was most eager to meet the cutest girl in the world. He had heard rumors just today that she was here, and he came just to meet her and hide from Logan. See, two birds and all that. Who wouldn't want to meet the cutest thing since Shirley Temple? Some say even more so. Ivy came in and noted the three men in the room. She saw Tony was pointing a gun at the masked man, who was sitting on the floor, and she skirted around him, though she did wonder about the large present. Was it his birthday? Deadpool had to admit she was the most adorable thing he had ever laid eyes on. Her hair was mussed from sleep, and she was wearing footsie pajamas. She looked like something out of a cartoon, like a Who from Whoville. It was a good thing he was not the Grinch. Mr. Tony, who is this? Is he a bad guy? She asked in her sweet little voice. She crept her hand onto her new daddy's shirt and held on to it for comfort. That made Deadpool think she was even cuter than before, if that was possible. We're not sure, Tony said honestly. He tucked Ivy behind him and still kept his aim on the unknown man. Mister, are you a bad guy? She asked, not getting any closer. She peeked out from behind Mr. Tony. She giggled because the man looked so silly in his suit. There was now a birthday hat on his head, one of those cone ones, and it was bright green. She couldn't see his eyes, but there was an air of silliness about him. I am an anti-hero, the man said proudly. Is that a bad guy? Ivy asked, never having heard the words before. She looked at all three men in the room for an answer. Mr. Tony and Mr. Sirius looked just as confused as she did. Not exactly, the still unnamed man said, then added, but it's not a good guy either. It's more like a mercenary. Oh, was all she said. She didn't know what that was, but it made Mr. Tony's hand tighten and relax at the same time. Like he knew what he was dealing with now, and he wasn't quite as off-footed. The man nudged the present and said, Happy early birthday. He threw up his hands and confetti was tossed in the air. It was pink and purple. Then he had a noisemaker and was blowing it, Happy birthday, till you started playing from somewhere. It was like a miniature party was happening around the one man. There was even a small strobe light in time with the music. Oh, I forgot, Ivy said, making Tony and Sirius sweat a bit. She went to get the package, but Tony stopped her. We don't know this man, he said, holding onto her the back of her pajamas. He wasn't just going to let her open a present from some unknown man. Not without checking it 6 ways to Sunday. Oh, hello, my name is Ivy Harriet, she said with a cute curtsy. Now the man knew her, and she could get her present. Simple logic. The man stood and bowed. Hello, my name is Deadpool. Or Wade Wilson, if you must. It is very nice to meet you, Ivy Harriet, he said, pushing the present towards her. It was heavy, but he was strong. Sirius, see if there is anything funny about the present, Tony said, still holding the gun at the man, but his arm was getting tired. Sirius waved his wand over the present, and he found nothing wrong with it. He nudged it with his foot, and it didn't explode. He didn't move it an inch and was shocked that the other man had moved it so easily. I promise on my life that it is not a bad present, Deadpool said, holding up his hands like it was a valid promise. There was a sound of voices singing Hallelujah. Everyone looked around for this mysterious music-producing machine, but none could be found. How do we know that is a good promise? Sirius asked once the noise stopped, raising his wand so that Tony could lower the gun, which the man finally did. There was a sense of relief from Tony. His arm had been getting tired. Jarvis, scan the present, Tony said, putting the gun on the desk near his hand. Jarvis did and came up with nothing dangerous. It is clean, sir, he informed his creator. There is no sign of explosives or anything that would hurt Miss Ivy. I'm going with you, Tony said to Ivy. He grabbed her hand and he walked to the gift. Yay, Ivy said, skipping to the large present, tugging her hand free and tearing open the wrapping. She lifted the top of the box and saw a unicorn. A live unicorn. Mr. Deadpool, how did you find a unicorn? She asked, petting the animal. The sides of the box fell open, and there in all its glory was a pink unicorn with a silver horn. The mane was darker than the rest of the coat, and it sparkled with some shimmering substance. When Ivy petted it, that substance stayed on the unicorn. I just did. I was wandering around a forest one day, and Frank here came up to me and said he wanted to be a princess's pet. I didn't know any princesses, so I thought of you, Deadpool said, looking at the little girl, though it was hard to tell with his mask. His voice was soft and kind, though. Your name is Frank? She asked the tiny unicorn. It was only about 2 feet tall, like a pygmy unicorn. The unicorn nodded its head up and down a few times in a positive manner, its mane flying in the air as it moved. It stamped its hooves, and there was a sense of contentment about it. I named him after my nemesis. Well, his name is Francis, but I like Frank better, the man said, sitting back on the floor. Happy birthday, Ivy Harriet, he said again. His voice sounded like he was smiling, so Ivy smiled back and went to kiss him on the cheek. Tony held her back, though. Can I keep him, Mr. Tony? Ivy asked, starting to pet the unicorn again. She really hoped that she could. She so loved animals. All her owl friends had made it here, and she saw them every other day. Mr. Goose was a good friend, and she was sure he wouldn't mind sharing her with this beautiful creature. There's room outside for him. We'll have to build a stable, but yes, if the magicals can hide him, you can keep him, Tony said, thinking of the light in those green eyes as they looked on the unicorn. Think a lot, asshole. How are we supposed to top that? He said to Deadpool. He couldn't think of anything that could top a unicorn. Mr. Tony, you need to put money in the cuss jar, Ivy said, pointing to the living room, where the half-full cuss jar was. There were a lot of potty mouths in this house. Only Miss Pepper hadn't put any money in so far. Tony swore under his breath and dropped a 50 in the jar to cover all the cussing he had done that evening. He was the worst offender, besides, believe it or not, Remus. When that man got on a good rant, he swore like a sailor. So far, he owed Sirius some serious money, no pun intended, to cover his cussing debt. Sirius blushed and got up and dropped a galleon in for his cussing that night as well. He wasn't near as bad as the others, but there it was. Now, do you want to hear my idea about tomorrow? Deadpool asked, still sitting on the floor. He called Frank over to him and was petting the unicorn with Ivy. Tony made sure that Ivy stayed on the opposite side of the masked man. He may not pose a danger at the moment, but he was still a stranger. Sirius dropped his wand. Obviously, this man was not a threat for now. He fell into a chair and sighed. They all sat in silence for a moment. Then Ivy yawned. She didn't want to leave Frank, but it was late at night, and she was just a little girl. Ivy, sweetie, why don't you go back to bed while we adults talk? Tony said, bending over and picking her up and carrying her to her bed. What about Frank? She asked, looking over his shoulder at the unicorn. He was so pretty, with his pink fur and silver horn. Maybe she could sneak him into her room when the adults were asleep. Those were her thoughts as her eyes fluttered shut. I'm sure we can take care of him tonight, he said, hoping that was true. How hard could it be? The unicorn could eat the grass outside, right? They'd just open the door and he'd go outside. I'll take care of him, Deadpool said. After all, he had been doing it for a week now. Frank was an easygoing animal. A bit of grass, and he was a happy bugger. There must be, somewhere around here, they could shelter him. Tony came back to Sirius, pointing his wand at Deadpool. What did he do? He asked, hoping for a quiet and quick discussion. He called me a name, Sirius said, putting his wand down. What did he call you? Tony asked, trying not to laugh. I don't know, Sirius confessed again, but it didn't sound nice. He wasn't up on pop culture, though he had watched a few of the newer movies. Still, this guy kept spewing names and movie references he had no clue about. Who the hell was Gary Oldman anyway? And why did this guy say he looked like him? Was that an insult? Did you seriously silence me? Deadpool signed in sign language. I cannot believe you thought that would shut me up. I can talk without my voice, asshole. He kept right on, signing until Tony raised his hand. Neither man knew sign language, so they looked up. Jarvis, was all Tony said. Jarvis translated. Yes, I did, Sirius said when the AI was done. You were running your mouth, he explained, as if it was a perfectly logical reaction. Asshole, the masked man signed back. They didn't need a translator for that sign. Sirius waved his wand again, and Deadpool could talk since silencing him was futile. So, what is your idea? He asked, hoping they wouldn't regret it. Why don't you take her to the magical zoo? Deadpool suggested, rocking back and forth on his feet, like he had come up with $1 million idea. He reached over and started petting Frank again. He didn't tell Tony that the unicorn was eating the carpet. They would need to get him outside soon. There's a magical zoo? Both men said, then looked at one another. How could you not know that? Tony asked Sirius. You're the magical one, he added, going to his desk and sitting down. He was getting tired and wanted this day to end. My parents never took me to a zoo, the man answered with a great deal of bitterness. Though come to think of it, I still should have heard other kids talk about it. Are you sure there is one? He asked Deadpool, looking at him like he was making it up. I'm pretty sure one was just made up for the sake of the story, the masked man said, looking off to the side and winking behind his mask. What? Both men asked, once again thrown for a loop at what the man was spewing. Never mind. I can show you where it is. It's hard to get to, and I've only been once. The cost of admission is cheap, but it's beautiful, Deadpool said, his voice dreamy. I've never seen the like. He had been many places, but a magical zoo was magical. Do they take real money? Or is Sirius going to have to pay? Tony wanted to know. He had some galleons, but he just wanted to know what kind of money was needed. Both, Deadpool said. They take all kinds to enter, but only wizard money inside. He had been disappointed at that. There had been many souvenirs there that he had wanted to buy, but he only had mundane money. We'll both pay, Sirius said, thinking of how much fun it would be. Then he yawned, making the other two men to the same. Jarvis, get everyone up by 7 in the morning, Tony said. Then he pointed at Deadpool. You can stay in the guest room. Behave yourself. I have an ivy and I'm not afraid to use her on you, he threatened. He figured that threat would make the man behave for the night. Low blow, man, Deadpool said, slumping his shoulders and snapping his fingers. He shuffled off to the guest room with Jarvis, showing him the way via lights on the wall. He was tired anyway. He could make some mischief tomorrow. What a strange bloke, Sirius said, taking a glass and filling it with some booze. He slammed down the drink and pushed the glass away. I'm headed to bed. With those words, he did just that. Me too, Tony said, forgoing anything to drink and seeking his bed. Then he turned around and went back to his office. There in the middle of the room was the unicorn. What was he supposed to do with it? He left the room and came back with some rope from somewhere and tied it to the unicorn's neck. He then proceeded to try and get the animal to go to the side doors, where there was a yard. That didn't work, so he went to the kitchen and scrounged up a carrot. Unicorns like carrots, right? He took it back to the beast and tried to tempt it to the yard. That got him as far as the kitchen, where the unicorn smelled more food and water. Tony got some water for the animal, hoping that was what it wanted, and took the bowl and put it outside the door. Finally, Frank was outside, tied up to the side of the building. Tony just hoped there were no reporters hanging about. He then took himself to bed. We're going to the zoo, Tony announced when everyone was sitting at the table the next morning. Well, not everyone was there, but all those who had not been present for Deadpool's arrival were Bar Pepper, who was getting Ivy ready. "We are?" Steve asked, perking up a bit. He loved the thought of seeing animals. The zoos from his time were not the greatest. He heard they had much improved and couldn't wait to see how. "Yup, a magical one," Sirius elaborated as Deadpool walked into the room. Natasha and Clint pulled their weapons and pointed them at the man. "Deadpool," Natasha said, ready to shoot the man. "Hey, she knows me," Wade said, pointing a finger at the widow. "He's all right," Tony said, cutting a warning glare at the masked man. "He is the one who suggested the zoo," he elaborated. He then introduced Deadpool to the rest of the Avengers. "Why are we going to the zoo?" Clint asked, lowering his bow. He, of course, knew Wade Wilson. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. did. The man was infamous for not being able to die. "It's Ivy's birthday," Tony said, as if he had not forgotten. "Shit," came the collective response. Even Steve said it. "Cuss jar," Deadpool said brightly. Grumbling, everyone who cussed dropped their dollar in. "What did you do with Frank?" Deadpool asked, raising his mask far enough to expose his mouth so he could eat some of the pancakes and bacon that was on the table. Everyone stared at his scarred chin and mouth. Now they understood why he wore a mask. Unlike others, who just didn't want to be identified, he had an excuse. "I tied him up against the building. Sirius, Remus, Loki, I need you three to build a stable and magic it up so that the mundane can't see it," Tony said, glaring at the door he had led Frank out of last night. "Who is Frank?" Thor asked, digging into the Pop-Tarts that had been left out just for him. He was the only one that ate them, besides Ivy, who only ate 2 at a time compared to his 2 or 3 boxes. So Tony explained what had happened last night, and everyone glared at Deadpool. They all agreed with Tony. How were they going to top that present? It would be difficult, but it was a challenge. Or they would just get her something nice this year and spend all of next year thinking on what to get. Ivy came skipping in the room, fresh as a daisy and ready for the day. She was carrying Goose in her arms. "Happy birthday, Ivy!" everyone said as a greeting. "Thank you," she said cutely. Then she looked around for Frank. "Where is Frank?" "He's right outside," Tony said, pointing to the door. She skipped over and opened the door to introduce Mr. Goose to Frank, who she didn't call Mr., because he was obviously still a kid. Mr. Goose hissed at the animal and Frank whinnied back. They continued for a few seconds, then Mr. Goose jumped out of Ivy's arms and stalked away. "Oh well, I think they've come to an understanding," she said, giggling her tinkling giggle and joining everyone at the table. "I'm sure Goose told him who's boss," Tony said, eating the last of his eggs. Ivy poured herself some sugary cereal and milk. She didn't like eggs every day. The cereal was kid-fortified, so they let her have it every now and then as long as she brushed her teeth. Like a good girl. She was sure she could use her cuteness to get her way, but she liked to keep that away from her family unless needed. "Ivy, did you want to watch us put up a house for Frank?" Loki asked, thinking that could be his birthday present for her. He would put up a magical stable that she could use as a playhouse. One side would be the stable, the other side a castle. He had already conferred with Remus, who was on board with the plan. Sirius wanted to spend money on the little one, but Loki and Remus would do this. "Yes, please, Mr. Loki," Ivy said, brightening the room with her smile. After breakfast then, Loki said, looking to Tony, "Do you have building materials?" "I'll have some delivered," the billionaire said, reaching for his phone. "With enough money, you could get anything done. One of you magicals, glamour Frank until it's built. And make sure you build it big enough to house a real horse and pony. We might as well teach Ivy to ride," he said, sending orders to Jarvis to get some wood and nails to the mansion as quickly as possible. "How many horses?" Remus asked, looking out the window to the expansive yard and judging where to build this structure. "Only 5 horses and maybe 2 ponies, including Frank." "You guys can glamour him to look like a horse, right?" Tony asked, putting the phone down and looking to Sirius. "Yes, simple enough," the man said, drinking the last of his coffee and lamenting that there was no tea. "It's settled then. You put up the stable when we come back from the zoo. The materials won't be here until then. You magic Frank to look like a horse, and we'll leave him where he is," Tony said, getting up to prepare for the day. "Sounds like a plan," Natasha said, throwing her napkin on the table and gathering her dishes to put in the dishwasher. Everyone but Ivy, Deadpool, and Pepper did the same. Mr. Deadpool, I want to thank you again for my new friend, Ivy said, getting up and putting her bowl in the dishwasher. She then went and finally got to kiss the man's cheek. It was partially exposed from his eating. She could see that he was horribly wrinkled, and she wanted to soothe him. You're welcome, princess, Wade said, holding the spot where her lips had met his skin. Only his girlfriend ever really touched his skin with any affection. You're coming to the zoo with us, right? She asked, going to Pepper and waiting for her to finish her toast. You bet, the masked man said, thinking of all the chaos he could create. And you're going to be nice to my family, right? She said as if she read his mind. Do I have to? Deadpool whined. Yes, she said, giggling her giggle at the funny man. Fine, he pouted, lowering his mask and putting his plate in the dishwasher. You'd better, Pepper said, finishing her meal and putting the rest of the dishes in the dishwasher and starting it. She put the rest of the food away and then took Ivy to wash up and brush her teeth. Deadpool looked to the right and said, That doesn't mean I can't still have fun. A day at the zoo. Thanks for all the reviews. This is just a fluff chapter. Then again, that is what the story is, so there is that. It took an hour and a half to get to the zoo, an hour to get to LA, and then a half an hour to find the zoo. Deadpool was riding in front with Happy, who was driving the limo, which was the only car big enough to accommodate them. And even then, Clint and Natasha drove their motorcycles. They kept in radio contact with Tony via Jarvis just in case they got separated. Thor and Loki were not used to riding in cars, and they were not comfortable. They only did so because Ivy looked at them with her puppy dog eyes. She wanted everyone to come to the zoo with her. Thor was the most uncomfortable since he was the tallest. The limo was large, but he was still squished with so many people in it. The zoo itself was tucked in the inner city. You had to get to downtown and go through an old rundown building to get to the gates. There was a parking garage that the muggles couldn't see, though it was only a small one. There were only enough spaces to park 30 cars, and the limo took up 3 spaces, long ways. Happy had to park along the wall just to be able to fit and get out when they left. Come on, Deadpool said, waving them to the stairs. We have to go to the basement, he explained, moving through the rundown garage as if it was normal for him to be in such a dilapidated place. Ivy was skipping along besides him, making the rest of the team follow along. Sirius and Remus were unsure about the whole thing. They had never been in such a place before, and they held their wands in their sleeves. Tony, Natasha, Clint, and Happy were also palming weapons. Thor and Loki were wary, and Pepper was kept in the middle of the crowd as the only non-combatant. Bruce was moments from hulking out. Steve stuck close to Pepper as the last line of defense. Why there? Natasha wanted to know as she followed the costumed man. She really didn't trust Wade Wilson, but he did have a soft spot for kids, so she didn't think he'd hurt Ivy. She was glancing at every corner of the place. There weren't even any security cameras here. The whole thing is underground, Wade said, opening the large door and heading down the dark staircase. Mr. Tony, can you carry me? Ivy asked, holding up her arms to be picked up. It was a long staircase, and it was dark. Here, sweetie, Sirius said, raising his wand and sending balls of light into the stairwell. They lit up the place like it was daytime, and everyone sighed in relief. They still kept their weapons handy, but they were feeling much better about being able to see. Tony still picked up Ivy, so she didn't have to walk down the stairs. They were all surprised when all of them were on the steps that they started moving on their own. It was like an escalator, only a magical one. It only took a magical to step on them to get them to move. So, Sirius and Remus were the ones that got them started. That is much better, Pepper said. She had been dreading going down the stairs in her heels. They were low heels, but heels, nonetheless. Comfortable enough to walk in, but not to tread stairs in. What do you think is in the zoo? Ivy asked, thinking about fairies, unicorns, and dragons. Probably the normal animals, Tony answered, looking to Sirius and Remus. Elephants, zebras, giraffes, and such, he named off a few. I haven't a clue, Remus confessed, never having heard of a magical zoo before. I've never even been to a regular zoo, he added, thinking on the animals that Tony named off and thinking of the magical equivalent. There were some that did correspond with the non-magical kind, but not elephants or giraffes. Probably like Newt Scamander's suitcase, Sirius said, having heard of that work of wonder. Remember Remus, he said, nudging his friend in the elbow. Probably, Remus agreed, he too thinking the same. That is more than likely now that I think about it, he stated, more anxious to see the zoo now. He had always wanted to see Newt's suitcase. There was rumor that the man had a basilisk in there, but it had never been proven. What kind of name is Newt? Tony asked as he listened to the other Avengers talk behind him about what kind of magical animals there might be, the Asgardians chiming in on the kinds of creatures that were on Asgard. Loki seemed quiet about some of the animals. Like when Thor mentioned the 8-legged horse. Loki shut right up and was melancholy. Tony wondered about that. He had heard stories as a kid about Loki, but he didn't know if they were true. He'd ask him about it later. They got to the bottom of the stairs, and the steps stopped moving. They were at the gates, which were huge and wrought in silver. There was a large sign on top that proclaimed that this was Malcolm's Zoo, one of a kind. There were 3 ticket booths, and all of them had a line of at least 10 people. Where they had come from was anyone's guess. They hadn't met anyone on the stairs, but that must be the Muggle entrance. They finally got into the zoo after a wait for 20 minutes. There had been a small argument over Deadpool's mask until he pulled it off enough to show his face, and the ticketer decided that he could keep it on, for fear he may scare the other customers or animals. The entrance of the zoo was like any other, with a large fountain, but of a hippogriff instead of an elephant or something mundane. There were domes instead of habitats. They shimmered in the sun, and you could tell some were filled with water. Different types of water judging from the colors. Between the domes were sidewalks, which were lined with benches. There were some beverage and snack vendors and small gift shops, with a larger one at the entrance. Trees provided shade, and there were fairies and other small magical beings roaming about. They seemed to be working. Those that were water-filled were on the left. Those that weren't were on the right. They decided to go right first. They read the program and noted that they would see such things as Cerberus, chimeras, chupacabras, demiguises, diricals or rumpants, hippogriffs, jackalopes, jarvies, lethifolds, mooncalves, nogtails, akamis, snallagasters, 6-legged panda pigs, wampus cats, and pygmy wyverns. Each would be contained in its own biodome, adjusted to their environment. It's by no means a full list of what the wizarding world has to offer, Remus said, taking note on what was missing. There were many of the tamer and some of the more dangerous animals missing. Yeah, our zoos don't contain all of our species either, Steve said as they approached the demiguise exhibit. This one looks like a hairy sloth, he commented, peering into the dome. Or a misshaped ape, he added upon further inspection. He tapped the dome and noted that it was better than a fence to keep the animals in and people out. The demiguise couldn't see them and was lazily swinging from tree to tree. They were the type of tree that you would find in the Far East. He seemed content just swinging along and eating whenever the fancy took him. There were others swinging further in the exhibit, but this one was the closest. This is a demiguise, Sirius said, pointing at the sign that showed the name. They can make themselves invisible, and they can predict the future. They are what we make invisibility cloaks out of, he explained. The hair is sheared and used to make the cloaks. They only last about 10 years or so, and they are quite expensive. How expensive? Tony wanted to know. If he could get his hands on one, he could figure out how to make one of his suits invisible. That would throw people for a loop. Stealth would never be the same. You can afford one, Sirius said with a laugh. Though I doubt they sell them at the gift shop, he stated, laughing some more, causing everyone to laugh with him. Tony pouted. He'd figure out a way to get one. The white, ape-like creature suddenly looked at them like he could see them and promptly disappeared. Ivy squealed and clapped her hands. The demiguise reappeared and went back to swinging in the trees, like it had done that just to hear Ivy's happy squeal. Did you see that? The adorable little girl asked, waving to the demiguise who stopped, swinging and looked at her again. I think he can see me in his mind, she squealed again. Hello, Mr. Demiguise, she said happily. Come on, sweetie, let's go see more animals, Pepper said before the girl adopted the animal. Bye, Mr. Demiguise, Ivy said, waving to the ape-like creature who started swinging the trees again. They wandered around a bit looking in all the exhibits and discussing the animals inside. Remus was the most educated of the two magicals, so he told them about them more than Sirius did. This is quite an exhibit of animals, Tony said as they wandered through the many exhibits. He looked in at the wampus cat and noted it had 6 legs, but other than that looked like a normal big cat. Don't let the looks fool you, Remus said, noting where he was looking. Take these animals, for example. They can read minds and have been known to hypnotize their prey, he explained. He was glad that the animals could not see them. Cats didn't react well to his wolf. Even through the dome, he was setting this one on edge. Still, besides the legs, I'd peg it for a normal cougar, Steve said, thinking the same thing as Tony. A bit bigger than the ones here in America, but still just a big cat. You'll find that a lot of magical animals are like that. It's to hide from the muggles, Sirius said seriously. Most have ways of escaping, and they usually include mind control or death, he added, making sure the mundane among them understood that. I've never come across any magical creature, Clint said, having been in quite a few jungles on missions. You wouldn't remember if you had, Sirius said, looking him dead in the face. I'm not sure I like what you're implying, the archer said, wondering if he was being threatened. Like I said, they can defend themselves, the dogman said with a shrug. He wasn't going to tell him of the Obliviators. That was up to Tony or the Makusa. I think I saw a pixie once, Natasha said, thinking of the fairy-like being she had seen in Russia when she was younger. It was only for a moment and out of the corner of my eye. It was in the draperies, she added, picking up Ivy and showing her the jackalope. It was a funny-looking bunny rabbit with antlers. Is there anything magical about this one, Sirius? Ivy asked, making them stop fighting. It was her birthday, and she didn't want them to fight. The adults seemed to fight a lot. It was like they just didn't get along with one another all the time. Other than being really good at hiding, no, Sirius said with a smile. They are magical, enough to hide really well, and they're used in wands, but that is all they are good for, he added, taking her from Natasha. Oh, well, they are really cute, she said, turning those eyes towards Tony, who promptly turned the other direction. Ivy giggled her new giggle, and everyone laughed at Tony. You are getting better at that, friend Tony, Thor boomed, clapping the man on the back. It's self-defense, Tony muttered. He had to stay strong, or he'd wind up with the entire zoo. I want to see the dragons, Deadpool said, heading to where he knew the dragons were. It was at the far end of the zoo, where the larger domes were. There were only 3 there, and they got to see the Akami, the Snallygaster, and the Pygmy Wyvern. The Akami was Ivy's favorite. It looked like a fairy dragon with its wings. However, no amount of pleading would get Tony to buy one. He really was getting good at that. Not that she was really trying. She knew there was no way she could keep one at the house. Tony must have known she knew that too, from the smile that played at his lips. But, Mr. Tony, they can understand me, Ivy said, not really able to speak with them, but she could make out what they were saying. It was like they were speaking broken English. When she tried to speak to them, it came out baby talk and they didn't understand. No, little bug, we have no place to put a fairy dragon. The sign said it grows up to 15 feet long. Not even the biggest stable would hide it. The press would see it, and who knows what the government would do. I'm sorry, honey, but no, Tony said, hating to disappoint her on her birthday. If they have something at the gift shop, then we'll get one there, he promised. If he had to buy the whole shop, he would. They went to the insect house and saw a great deal of creepy crawlies. I thought normal insects were creepy, Pepper said, shivering at the bizarreness of what she was seeing. Was that slime with eyeballs? Oh, God. It was moving towards her. She moved away from the window that was showing the slime. It was quite unnerving. She hoped it couldn't get out. Ours are known to kill, Sirius said, looking at the doxies. While they weren't dangerous on their own, a flock of them would kill a man. So are ours. Don't take a scorpion or spider lightly, Tony said, tapping on the glass of a horclump. Of course, I don't know of any that look like mushrooms, he added, giving the case another tap to see if said mushroom-looking animals would move. What does this one do? He questioned, then read the description. Oh, it eats gnomes. That must be handy, he said to no one. Until all your gnomes are gone, and you have a horclump infestation, Remus said with a chuckle. Then you have to get goats to disinfest your yard of horclumps, Sirius said with a laugh. They are the only animal that will eat them, he explained when they looked at him for an explanation. You can buy the poison, but that will kill your yard. Then you have to start all over. Some of these look like miniature humans. Even if they are blue, Steve said in fascination. The pixie he was looking at smiled, and all semblance of human disappeared. Well, the ears were a big giveaway too, but those teeth sealed the deal. They looked like the mouth of a shark. They spent a few more minutes in the insect house and then went to the snake house. There were dozens of snakes there, and they were all trying to talk at once. Quiet, Ivy hissed, and the room fell silent, including the people, of which there were more than just her party. There were magicals there that were looking at the cute little girl with varying degrees of expressions. None of them were fear. Who would fear something so cute, even if she could speak to snakes? "Excuse me, miss." One of the house elves that attended the snakes came up to her and said, "Did you just speak snake?" It was wringing its hands and trying to seem like it wasn't afraid of her. "Did I?" Ivy questioned, looking at Tony to answer. "You hissed," he said with a shrug. "You're a parcel mouth," Sirius said, not sure how to react to that. "Does that mean I can talk to snakes?" the little girl asked cutely. She smiled and went to the nearest exhibit. "Hello, Mr. Snake. How are you today?" she said, waving at the stunt. "Snake, I am bored," the snake said. Then many of the others said the same thing. The whole snake house was active with complaints of boredom. "They say they are bored," Ivy said to the house elf. "You don't let them catch their meals," she explained, making some placating motions when the little being started showing signs of distress. "If you give them live food, they will be less bored," she offered. "I will best taking this up with the masters," the elf said and popped away. "You know what this means, Tony," Bruce said, clapping the man on the back. Clint came up to his other side and did the same. "Another pet," Tony sighed. Since Ivy had come, his house was turning into a zoo. He sent a glare to Deadpool, who was still not forgiven for the wonderful birthday present. "Don't worry, Mr. Tony, I don't want a snake," Ivy said, looking to Loki for some reason. "I have a feeling one will come our way soon," she added, winking at the man. She then turned back to the conversation she had been having with the snake about how bored he was. They went to the aquatic part of the zoo, but didn't spend much time there. Most of the exhibits were of creatures that were deadly or just plain mean. Ivy didn't like it, so they went to the gift shop. Since it was Ivy's birthday, she got to pick out anything she wanted. She selected all the stuffed animals of her favorite creatures. They all were very soft and some of them would make the noises of said animal, while others moved about. There were other toys, but Ivy only wanted the stuffed animals. She was going to start a collection. Tony purchased all of them, but warned her that that was not her birthday present. She was going to have to pick out something extra special for that. "But, Mr. Tony, I thought the trip to the zoo was my birthday present," she said, confused. She never had anything like it before. Her Aunt Petunia never let her celebrate. Uncle Vernon would sneak a cupcake to her, and Dudley would get her something small, but if her aunt caught them, there would be screaming and everything got thrown away. "I've never had such a great time in all my life," she insisted. "It is only a small part of your present," Tony stated. "Can we go to McDonald's?" Ivy asked with big eyes. "I've never been, and I've always wanted to go and play in the playland." She looked at him with such longing that he caved immediately. "What do you say, guys? Greasy burgers for lunch?" Tony said, heading to the exit. It would be a late lunch, but it would give him time to cater a party for Ivy at the mansion. He had been making plans with Jarvis on the sly all day long. "I've never heard of this McDonald's," Thor said, walking beside Ivy and smiling at her. "Well," she said shyly in a very cute manner, "it's mostly for children. I think you'll like the food," Steve said to the Thunder God. "If you eat a lot of it," he added, thinking of the bigger burgers and the man's appetite. He knew he needed at least 3 Big Macs to fill him up. He could only imagine what Thor would have to eat. "I will endeavor to eat as much as I can then," Thor promised, making Tony glad that he was rich. "I think I'm going to split," Deadpool said, having done what he had come to do. While he hadn't gotten to cause any chaos at the zoo, he did get to spend the morning with Ivy, and that was enough. "Do you really have to leave, Mr. Waite?" Ivy asked, her eyes shimmering with tears. She really liked the masked man. "Yes, I have to get home to my girlfriend or she'll make me sleep on the couch," he said, leaning over to where Tony was holding her and kissing her through his mask. "I had a great time. You're a really cute kid. Enjoy taking over the world with Frank, and I'll visit soon," he said, and then disappeared by jumping up the stairs. "He's a really nice man," Ivy said to Tony. "If you say so, kiddo," Tony said, watching the ceiling like Deadpool was hanging about up there ready to drop down and ruin the rest of their day. He was still peeved at the man. They made it to the limo and Happy drove them to the nearest fast food restaurant that had a play park, and they scared the staff when they walked in all together. They were not a small crowd, and some of the adults towered over the normal humans. Ivy was this tiny little thing among them. She skipped ahead of everyone and went to the counter and ordered a Happy Meal. "It's my birthday," she chirped, smiling at everyone and making them all smile back. "Then you get an ice cream cone," the manager said, going and making a cone just for her. "Thank you, mister," she said, taking the cone and licking it. "We'll take 5 of every meal," Tony said, making it easier on the cashier. "5 of every meal?" she asked, just to clarify. "Well, not of the Happy Meals, but all the adult ones, yes," Tony said, taking out his debit card. She diligently rung it up and told him the total. "It'll take a while to cook. We'll call your number when it's ready," she said, handing him the receipt with his number on the top. They went to the back where the play park was, and Ivy finished her cone and took off her shoes and went to play with the kids there. The adults just watched her have fun for the first time with kids her own age. "She'll make great friends in school," Pepper said, seeing Ivy take a boy in hand that was being mean to his little brother. Yet Tony said, hoping it was true. He was keeping his eye on her. She didn't come off as bossy, just disappointed in her fellow human. The kid looked properly chastised. "I think you might be right," he finally agreed. Their number was called and everyone, but Bruce went to get the food. He stayed to keep an eye on Ivy. Tray after tray of food was put on the 10 tables. They had commandeered for themselves. Everyone grabbed something that looked appetizing for them and started eating. "This is wonderful food, friend Tony," Thor said, while Loki put his burger down and shoved it aside and tried the French fries. He decided they were the lesser of 2 evils and munched on them. There was an abundance of them anyway. "Eat as much as you want, Thor," the billionaire said, only eating 1 burger and taking one of the nugget meals. He preferred them anyway. Everyone ate their fill, and soon enough they were headed home. It took an hour to get there, and Ivy, sitting among her many stuffed animals, was out like a light. Sirius and Remus had to ride home with Clint and Natasha because the toys took up so much space in the limo. The manor was decked out in party lights, and there was children's music playing when they pulled up. Tony was waking Ivy up and showing her the house. "Happy birthday, little bug," he said, hoping she would be happy with a simple family party. Well, simple for Tony Stark. "Thank you, Daddy," she said, kissing his cheek. "You're the best present ever," she whispered in his ear. She then wiggled down and skipped to the mansion with Pepper holding her hand, leaving Tony to sit and contemplate what just happened. "Ivy, meet the press. Thanks for all the reviews. While not writing every day is less stressful, my memory is not what it could be. Having said that, if you see something I messed up on, feel free to point it out. I do go back and skim the former chapters, but don't read them in depth." Tony stood stunned for 5 minutes, until Sirius grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. He looked at the other man, shock evident on his face. "She called me Daddy," he said with surprise. Then he became a bit worried. Sirius was Ivy's godfather. He might get upset over this new circumstance. "She was going to call you that eventually," the dogman said, as if it was a foregone conclusion. He was sad that it wasn't him that Ivy had called Daddy, but he was also content in being Padfoot to her. He would be the loving godfather that James and Lily wanted him to be. He had already missed out on so much of her life. He wasn't going to mess up any further over jealousy. Remus came up to them and stared at Ivy and the Avengers getting ready for the party. He too was sad that it was someone not James that got the title Daddy in Ivy's life. He was always destined to be the fun-loving uncle. Sirius is correct. It was something that was going to happen sooner or later. He added his 2 nuts worth in. "You don't mind?" Tony asked, coming out of his stupor. "You two are closer to her family than I am," he added, looking at Remus as well. "I don't want to replace her father." Even though he said the words, his heart was soaring. Not even the arc reactor could make his heart feel this good. He sincerely hoped he didn't wreck this relationship as he had many others. Then again, no one made him feel like his little bug did, though Pepper did come close. "No, I will always be there for Ivy, but in an uncle-like capacity," Remus said, giving Sirius a side-eyed glance. He was very concerned about his reaction. Padfoot was always the more volatile of the group. "No," Sirius said with a sad smile. "I don't mind. I'll admit, it hurts to see her call anyone but James or myself that, but you saved her and that makes an impact." The 3 of them watched the rest get ready to party with the now 7-year-old. They had slowly gotten closer to the rest of the group, but were hanging back to talk. The others were putting on silly hats and gathering around the birthday cake to sing happy birthday to you. There was a huge chocolate cake with strawberry icing. The table also had 3 different ice creams and assorted snacks and beverages. Tony spared no expense for this small party. "Come on, Daddy," Ivy said, waving them to join them. "Padfoot and Mooney, we can't have the party without you," she said, smiling her cute little smile. She giggled her cute little giggle, and everyone smiled and waved for them to hurry. The 3 men looked at one another and nodded. They were going to be all right. They went and joined them, for all the world happy to be a part of this little girl's life. The party was a small one, with just the members of the household. Even Jarvis joined in on the birthday song. Tony's 3 robots were acting as servants, though they weren't particularly good at it. Party games were played, like Pin the Tail on the Werewolf and Duck, Duck, Goose. Silly children's games that everyone struggled to remember the rules to. Laughter was heard throughout the mansion as the grown-ups had a great time being kids for little Ivy. Afterwards, while there was still light out, Loki and Remus kept their promise and let Ivy watch them house Frank. It was a simple task building the stable for Frank with magic. The materials were all there, having been delivered while they were at the zoo. It wasn't quite as simple keeping it from the Muggles, who seemed to be camped out on Tony's doorstep or gateway for some reason. They showed up during the party and were promptly ignored. Jarvis had kept them at the gates and had identified them as the press, so they were left alone but watched. The gatecrashers were still there the next morning, and Tony, Pepper, and Ivy were standing at the window staring at them. They were making quite the ruckus and all clamoring to get pictures of the small family. They were shouting questions as if the trio could hear them through the glass and distance. The reporters couldn't see more than just the front of the mansion from the gate, but there was a helicopter buzzing around, so they were staying inside. The cliffs that surrounded the back of the house kept people from sneaking in that way, and the fences kept most of the others out. There was only the one gate to the front door, and it was protected both mundanely and magically. "Why are all those people there, Daddy?" Ivy said, glad that Frank was finally hidden from sight. The stables were glamored to appear as if they had always been there. Loki was the one who did the mind trick on that one. If anyone non-magical saw Frank, he was just a Shetland pony. Sirius did that glamour. Still, she didn't want to take the chance that her unicorn would be taken by the government. She was beginning to not like the government with the stories that all her adult friends were telling her. Though the ones she met in Makusa were nice. "Little bug, meet the press," Tony said, glaring at the people destroying his peace. He put his hand on the top of her head and ruffled her cute curls. She looked up at him and smiled. "Why are they here?" she asked, looking back at the people gathered at the gate. "I think it might have to do with your disappearance from Britain, little bug," he said once, again glaring at the reporters who were snapping pictures of the 3 of them standing at the window of the manor. He thought for a moment to hide Ivy, but what was the point? They had been seen in public quite a few times by this point, and it would be futile. Or someone finally questioned who that cute little girl is that I've been showing around town. "I am quite famous, you know," he said with smugness. "Silly Daddy," Ivy said, though she was proud of her new daddy. From the stories that Padfoot and Mooney had told her of her real father, he was quite smug too. "Do you think we should talk to them?" Pepper said, knowing they wouldn't leave until they got their story. She voiced her thoughts and looked at Tony on what to do next. "I'm not sure yet," Tony said, looking to Ivy. It would be her introduction to the world after all. "I could tell them about Mr. Loki and how he was controlled," Ivy said, remembering her promise to do that. "I did promise," she said with wide, pleading eyes. "Well, I don't know," Tony said, loath to introduce his little girl to the press. He looked at those eyes and sighed, knowing that she was right. Loki was promised. "Okay, Phoenix, I don't want you to break a promise. However, I will be there with you," he caved. "I'll call a press conference and we can control what they ask," Pepper said, thinking they could hold it somewhere, not here. Like SI headquarters. They had rooms set up just for this purpose. "Yeah, I'll have Happy go and chase these guys off," Tony said, picking Ivy up and taking her away from the window. She waved to the cameras, and the flashes were blinding. "I wish you wouldn't do that, little bug," he whined. He could see her face plastered all over every newspaper by noon. "Why?" she asked, confused. "I was only being nice." It never hurt to be nice to people, even when they weren't nice to you. "They're vultures," he complained, setting her down so she could walk. They were making their way to the living room, breakfast having finished earlier. "While Pepper sets up a press conference, let's study some more. Or you could go find Natasha and do that ball game we picked up at the mall." "You like that," he suggested. Anything to get her mind off the press that was camping out at his gates. He hoped Happy was able to make them leave. They should, with the knowledge that a conference would be later. Natasha would keep her busy for an hour or so until it was time to talk to the vultures. Until then, Tony would think on what he was going to say and allow Ivy to say. "Yay," she said, going to find the widow. She loved the ball game. It made her fast and flexible. She was getting really good at not being hit. Not that it hurt too much being stung by the ball, but it was useful in letting her know that she needed to be faster. She knew that there was a bad man that was still after her, and she needed to be able to escape if he came for her. This game was helpful in that respect. "I'm going to hold a press conference," Tony announced to his housemates as Ivy left. They were all gathered around the TV, watching some of the news programs. There wasn't any coverage of the manor, but they were waiting for some snippet as to why the press was camped there. "Do you need us to come with you, friend Tony?" Thor asked, sitting on the couch and watching his friend get worried over the coming confrontation. He didn't understand why the man had to talk to these people, but the ways of Midgard were strange to him. On Asgard, if Odin spoke, then all listened. That was the way of things. Here there were too many voices in charge. "No, just me and Ivy will talk to them." "Well, and Pepper, it is best you guys stay here," Tony said, pacing in front of the group of Avengers and Magicals. "I mean, you can come, but stay in the background. I'm not trying to tell you where you can and cannot go," he amended. He didn't want to come off as a general or some such. "I'll stay," Bruce said, not wanting to go into a volatile situation. Ivy was still pestering him to meet the Hulk, but he was still leery of it. Even if the other guy did coup every time he was around her. Years of hiding the alter ego still had that effect on him. It was an internal debate that was ongoing. He had never been closer to his alter ego in all the time he had had him. His anger was getting under control because of it too. Meditation was something that he was doing every day, and calmness was coming faster. "I'll stay here too," Remus said, much for the same reason. He too wasn't comfortable in conflict. "I will be by your side," Thor said, standing and clapping Tony on the shoulder. "Or as you say," in the background, he stated, laughing a hearty laugh. He wandered off to find something to eat. Those Pop-Tarts were good, but they were not filling. He thought there was some ham in the icebox. Tony was good at stocking meat for him and the others that had big appetites. "I think I will remain here until more time has passed, or my story gets out. I will not be welcome outside," Loki said, grumpy as ever. Even though he still did his community service every morning and more people were seeing him out and about doing good, he was still not well received. "I do not fancy spending time defending myself to your government quite yet." "I'll come," Steve said, thinking he might be needed to rein Thor in. The Thunder God did tend to leap first and ask questions later. "I'll come too," Sirius said, though not for as reasonable reasons as Steve. He just wanted to be near Ivy. "We need to check in," Clint said, pointing towards the door where Natasha was training Ivy. "If you're going to put Ivy in front of the press, we'll need to tell Fury about her," he said, looking at Tony, who nodded. "Pepper will be with me," Tony said, covering the last person in their group. "Tell Fury to keep his opinions to himself," he added, knowing the one-eyed man would put his 2 cents worth in. Pepper walked in and said, "It'll be in an hour." She settled on the couch and took up the remote. There she cycled through the channels trying to understand why they were being hounded by the press. There was a snippet that there would be a conference and that the world would finally know who the little girl was. At least they now knew what started the whole thing. An hour later, Ivy, Tony, Pepper, Steve, Sirius, and Thor walked into the Stark Industries lobby. They beelined to the press room. It was a medium-sized room that only had chairs and a podium in it. It was paneled with wood and had blue carpet on the floor with matching curtains on the staging area. The reporters were all seated and for once didn't start shouting as soon as Tony walked into the room, though the cameras started flashing the moment they appeared. He had Ivy on his hip, and she was waving to them all. They all cooed. Tony went to the front of the room and put Ivy on a stool that had been put there for her to stand on. He made sure to keep his hand on her waist so she didn't fall. Steve, Sirius, and Thor were standing behind Tony, Pepper, and Ivy. As you can see, I have a new addition to my family. No, I won't tell you how I came to have Ivy in my life. That is a story for when she is older and can deal with you vultures, he said, making many of them chuckle. Ivy, introduce yourself, he said to his new daughter. Hello, my name is Ivy Harriet Potter Stark, Ivy said, cutely waving to the audience. I love living with my new daddy, Mr. Tony. She smiled and giggled her new giggle, making everyone believe that she was just a harmless little girl. You are so cute, many of the press said, writing down what she said, what she was wearing, and how she was acting. She was standing there in front of them with a pink dress on and cute little black shoes. She looked like a doll come to life. Her red curls didn't clash with the dress like one would think. Instead, they complemented it. It was like she could wear any color and it would flatter her. Thank you, Ivy replied sweetly. She gave them a small curtsy and put a hand to her mouth and giggled again. I'll let you ask a few questions, but keep them polite, Tony said, pointing to a woman in a purple pantsuit. Pamela Bitters, LA Times. Miss Ivy, how did you come to live with Mr. Stark? The woman asked in a polite tone. Mr. Tony came to my aunt's house looking for a phone after his car broke down. His phone was dead, you see. We liked each other very much, so he adopted me, Ivy said, simplifying things for them. Tony and Pepper had coached her on keeping it simple, only answering what was asked, and only telling what you wanted them to know. And your aunt was okay with this? Bitters followed up. My aunt is not a nice person, Ivy said, her face looking sad, making everyone glare at the woman for taking the smile away. Her aunt was more than happy to let me adopt Ivy, Tony said, pointing to the next person, showing that that line of questioning was over. A man in a rumpled dove gray suit was next. Stan Overdove, New York Times. There are reports that Ivy Potter disappeared from Britain. Can you put these reports to rest? The reporter asked Tony. Those reports are false. Ivy's adoption was legal and above the board. We kept it silent so that she could settle at home before the public knew about her. As you know, I am quite the public figure, and with my fame she will not have a peaceful life. I wanted to give her that, if only for a little while, the billionaire stated, kissing the top of Ivy's head. She looked at him with love-filled eyes and then turned those eyes to the press, who ate it up. The conference took off from there as reporters started just asking questions without waiting to be called on. Mr. Stark, do you think your life as Iron Man will affect hers? And will you be giving up your heroism now that you are a father? Another reporter asked. Everyone held their breath for his answer. I will always stand and defend Earth, Tony said as an answer. As to how it will affect Ivy, I am unsure, but I, with all those in her life, will do my best to protect her from all that come her way. He gestured to the men who were standing behind him. They were looking menacing. Sirius even went so far as to crack his knuckles. My daddy is a hero, and I love that he helps people, Ivy said, her tone serious. She might not like that he put his life on the line, but he was only helping people, and she couldn't ask him not to do that. She would do the same when she was older. She just knew, with her improved way of thinking, that she was going to follow in his footsteps. When is your birthday, Ivy? A reporter asked, hoping to cheer the little angel up. The mood had gotten too serious. It was yesterday, Ivy said, perking right up. We went to the zoo. We got to meet a lot of new animals and a new friend. Hi, Mr. Wade, she said, waving to the camera, making some of the reporters snicker, thinking it was another child she had met at the zoo. Then we had a party with cake and everything, she added, giggling her cute little giggle. What do you think of the Avengers? Was the next question from someone in the back. I like them. They teach me so many things, Ivy said, bouncing on her stool, which made Tony hold on to her tighter. Speaking of the Avengers, I did want to tell you a story, she said, sobering up some. Mr. Loki told me about the mean things he did. He had to go home and be punished by his daddy. He came back here to Midgard, or Earth, for further punishment, and he told me that he was being manipulated by a very evil person. Can you imagine being controlled into doing something so bad that everyone hated you afterwards? I would be very sad if that happened to me, she said, her eyes filling with tears. I think it would be good if we could forgive him of something that he wasn't in control of, she said, pouring on the cuteness. Her eyes got wide with tears, and her cheeks seemed to sparkle. There was an aura about her that just screamed adorable and trustworthy. She exuded a sadness that made mothers everywhere want to cuddle her. Many of the reporters folded and were ready to forgive the god of mischief for his trespasses. They would do anything to take that look off that little girl's face. There were flashes of light as cameras took that picture that would be on many papers that night. The video cameras were zooming in on her tears and making it seem like she was crying for them. "How do you know he was telling the truth?" someone asked warily. "I want to forgive him, but what if he is lying?" The wound was too fresh to out and out forgive someone, no matter how compelling Ivy was. Though, she did make a good argument. That, and she was just so cute. His eyes were a different color. All of the Avengers said so, and I trust them, Ivy said with a serious tone. Her face took on a firm visage. Even Mr. Thor said that his brother had blue eyes when he was trying to hurt everyone. "Mr. Loki has green eyes like mine," she added, batting those big green eyes at them. "Mr. Clint's eyes were blue when Mr. Loki controlled him. His eyes are brown. It's a sign that they're being manipulated by someone else," she explained, hoping Mr. Clint didn't get mad at her for saying that. Everyone was writing this all down. There was murmuring among them as they did note that the man's eyes had indeed been blue. "Mr. Stark, can you confirm this?" Vitters asked, holding up her pencil. "Yes," Tony said, putting Ivy on his hip. They had done what they had come to do. "I have talked with both Thor and Loki. He was controlled into doing the invasion by a being far more powerful than him, and he has been doing community service for weeks now. He knows that it will take time, but he is hopeful that he can make it up to the people of Earth for what happened. That's all we're going to answer for now," he said as he started walking off. "Mr. Thor, can you confirm this?" Someone yelled from the back. "Yes, my brother was not in his right mind. My father has punished him thoroughly." Thor's voice thundered through the room. He started walking with Tony. He wasn't going to say anything else. He didn't answer to these people. They were bombarded with questions, but Tony was a pro at ignoring them. He held Ivy's head to his shoulder, so she didn't get jostled in the crowd. Thor, Sirius, and Steve were holding quite a few of the pushier people back, while Happy got Tony, Ivy, and Pepper in the car. "What do you want for lunch?" he asked Ivy and everyone else as they all got into the limo. Happy was, of course, driving. "I want Chinese," Sirius said, having had some the other night and loving it. It was such a combination of spicy and sweet that he had never tasted before. "You can't have Chinese takeout every day," Pepper said, exasperated. He had asked for it at every meal, even breakfast. It was becoming a running joke. "You haven't let me," Sirius whined, making everyone laugh. "Let's just get sandwiches at home. I'm sure everyone else is waiting," Steve suggested. He patted Sirius' leg. "Maybe we can call for Chinese for dinner." He too liked the takeout food. It had come a long way since his time. "Good call," Tony agreed. "Jarvis, remind me to call for Chinese for dinner," he said into his phone. "Very well, sir," the AI stated in a bland tone. "Yay," both Ivy and Sirius said, holding up their arms in a joyous manner. Steve just smiled, and Thor pouted. He didn't like the food as much as they did. It wasn't as filling as, say, pizza or McDonald's. So, they went home to watch the news to see if they even warranted it. Loki, Bruce, and Remus were watching TV and were happy to see them. The news was showing the conference in segments. Ivy's cuteness was being broadcasted all over California and a few other states for all to see. It would go national before the night was over. "Your tears are all over the news," Loki said to Ivy as soon as they walked through the door. "I don't think there will be a dry eye in this state for a few minutes," he added, taking up the little girl and kissing her head. "Thank you for sticking up for me," he stated with pride in his tone. "Of course, I promised," Ivy said, beaming at him. "I only told the truth. That was very important to her." "I still thank you," he said, hugging her tight. "You should find your children," she murmured into his ear. She wanted to meet his kids. She had read about them in her books, and they sounded like they had a worse life than she had. She hoped he would bring them here to help heal them. Of course, all she knew of them was myth, so he pulled back and looked at her with wonder. She looked back with an innocent face, like she hadn't just blown his world. How did she even know about his children? "I will," was all he said as he put her down. He was already making plans on finding Jormungand so that Ivy had a snake to talk to. He would have to see if he could find his other children. Well, he knew where Sleipnir was, but how to get him free was the question. Perhaps he could sick Ivy on Odin. Even that man's icy heart would melt under such cuteness. Fenrir was more difficult to locate. Odin had hidden him well on Asgard. Again, perhaps Ivy could get his location from the Allfather. Hel was happy where she was, so he needn't bother her. "Goody," she said, clapping her hands and jumping up and down. She was so happy she was correct. Now she would have some playmates. She knew Daddy would let them stay. What is going on? Tony wanted to know. He was warily looking between the two of them. Nothing good would come of them conspiring. He feared for his peaceful life. Then he remembered he didn't have one and just shook his head. "It's a surprise," Ivy said, grabbing his hand and dragging him to the lab. It was the best way to distract him. That, and she had a few simple experiments she was working on. She was still trying to recycle plastics into magical implements. They did have Chinese that night, and it was late when Clint and Natasha joined them. They were not happy campers. "You made our lives more difficult," Clint said, grabbing some leftover food. He knew it was going to be a long day, but damn Fury was such a when he was caught unawares. "How so?" Tony asked from his place at the head of the table. He was done eating and was just sipping on some whiskey. Ivy was trying to pick at the last of her fried rice with chopsticks. She had eaten most of her meal with them, but rice was tricky. "Your press conference," Natasha elaborated, grabbing the last of the sweet and sour pork. "Ah, Fury," Tony said, nodding knowingly. "Got it in one," she said, shoving some food in her mouth. She was starved. "When can we expect the one-eyed pirate?" the billionaire asked, looking around as if the man was going to pop out of the woodwork. "Sir, Mr. Fury is at the gate. Mr. Coulson is with him," Jarvis said, making everyone react. "What do you mean he's not dead? Thanks for all the reviews." "Oops. I guess Goose is a girl according to the wiki. I always thought it was a male. Oh well, for this FIC. Goose will remain a boy." A lot of research went into this chapter. It is mostly Marvel Cinema verse. Also, again, shamelessly tooting my own horn, if you like Deadpool, I have another FIC about him called Deadpool's Fun. It is a crackfic, of course. I meant to say that many chapters ago. "Coulson," came the exclamation from many at the table. All of the Avengers were in various states of shock. It had been the man's death that had brought them together as a team. How had he survived? Had Fury lied to them? If he had, there'd be hell to pay. Clint and Natasha were particularly upset. Philip J. Coulson had been their boss in a way. He was their handler and shield. He was close to them, and to hear that he was still alive was both happy and distressing news. "Phil," Pepper said in a whisper, looking to Tony. She had been told about the man's death. He had been the only shield agent she liked, even if he was a bit pushy. That was until Natasha became part of the household. Still, Phil had saved her life from stain. "Who is Coulson?" Sirius asked, looking at all the shocked faces. The magicals in the room were all confused at the reactions of the Avengers. Loki was perplexed. He was sure he had killed the man named Coulson. His scepter had gone through the man's chest, and there was no recovery from that. He wasn't sure he wanted to confront a man whose death he had been a part of, though he was intrigued on how the man was alive. Goose came wandering in and jumped on Ivy's lap. She had given up on finishing the last of her rice and reached down and started petting him. "A dead man," Stark said, throwing down his napkin and getting up to go and meet his guests. "At least we thought he was dead." "Natasha, Clint, care to explain?" he asked the two agents. "Let them in, Jarvis," he said to the AI. "We're just as surprised as you are," Clint said, very upset that his old mentor was alive and no one told him. "Fury has a lot to answer for," Natasha said in a deadly tone. She didn't like surprises like this one. Sure, she was glad Phil was alive, but it would have been nice to know sooner and not have it sprung on her like this. Everyone got up and started to the living room where the doors were. The dishes could wait. Ivy was carrying Goose, and he was staring at the doors like he couldn't wait until they opened. Thor and Loki stood in the background, Thor ready to defend his brother, and Loki was concerned. His magic was bound by half, and he was loath to use it against the mortals. Ivy would be disappointed in him if he did, and no one in the house wanted to upset the little princess. "Mr. Goose, do you know one of the men coming?" the cute little girl asked the non-cat. He seemed to be thrumming with energy, like it was a reunion that was a long time coming. "Yes, I know both of them, but Nick Fury took care of me for a while. I am the reason he only has one eye," though he tells people he lost it in battle. It was an accident of sorts. He was cuddling me when I didn't want him to. I gave him warning and swiped at him with my paw. I accidentally took his eye out. Goose said, not at all upset that the man was coming. He hoped it was a happy reunion. Goose had disappeared on him after all, but he had been bored in the man's office and wanted to find someone else. And he did. Ivy. However, he had spent many years in Fury's office, until the Tesseract was finally coughed up. When that belly ache was over, it just seemed time to move on. It wasn't like he swallowed the damn thing on purpose anyway. It was just to keep it out of enemy hands. Oh, does that mean you're going to go back with him? Ivy asked, getting upset that her Mr. Goose might leave her. He was one of her closest friends. She loved that he liked spending time with her. He even had tea parties with her if no one else was around. No, I will stay with you. You need me. He does not, the non-cat said, butting heads with the little girl. He swore to protect her, and that was what he was going to do, even if it was against an old friend, though he didn't think Fury stood a chance against Ivy's cuteness. Thank you, Mr. Goose, she exclaimed, hugging him tight. The doors were opened by Jarvis, and Fury and Coulson walked in. Fury was looking around the room like aliens would jump out any moment and attack him. His eye first landed on Goose. Goose, he cried in happiness. He moved forward to take the cat from the girl. Then he noted the girl, who he assumed was the girl from the interview. That meant she was Stark's new daughter. Miss Potter, do you know what you are holding in your arms? He asked Ivy. She was the cutest thing he had ever seen, but the flirkin in her arms was dangerous if handled incorrectly. He didn't want her hurt. I am holding Mr. Goose, Ivy said like it was obvious. She even lifted him a little bit to show that it was indeed Mr. Goose in her arms. And do you know what Mr. Goose is? Fury asked as if questioning a small child, which she was, but she didn't appreciate his tone. Yes, he's a flirkin, she said, primly, holding on tighter to her friend/bodyguard. He is also my friend, she stated, her pert little nose crinkling a bit. Isn't that right, Mr. Goose? She asked the non-cat in her arms. She smiled at the non-cat, who purred in response. Goose butted heads with her again, showing that he liked the girl. He then hissed at Fury and raised his hackles. He might like the guy, but he was upsetting Ivy. He meowed at Fury, and the man got the point. Fury, remembering the temper of the cat, decided to let it go. He looked around at all the adult faces, and soon as I landed on Loki. I should arrest you, he stated, moving forward as if to do just that. Ivy, Goose, and Thor moved to stand in his way. They made quite the group of defenders. Thor standing tall and strong with his armor on, and Ivy in her pink dress with a cat in her arms. You will not arrest my brother. He has already been tried for his crimes and is being punished. The All-Father has spoken, Thor said, hefting his hammer as if to use it. I will stand in your way, and I do not think you can best me in a fight. Though, I think friend Tony will be upset if we ruin his house. He added, a wind from nowhere blowing his hair and cape about. It also ruffled Ivy's hair and dress. You leave Mr. Loki alone, Ivy said, stamping her cute little foot. She looked adorable. Do you understand what this man did? Fury asked Ivy gently. He was besotted over how cute she was, but this man was a murderer. He killed a lot of people, he stated, pointing an accusing finger at Loki. I understand that he was being manipulated, Ivy said. Her face was in a firm visage. Goose had jumped down from her arms, and he was positioned in front of her. Didn't you see my interview? She asked smartly. She knew that was what had brought the man here in the first place. I made sure everyone knew that. How does a little girl like you know a big word like manipulate? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked. His tone was both condescending and confused. He was conflicted as to what he should be feeling over this little girl. One part of him wanted to pick her up and take her away from the murderer, and the more paranoid part of him wanted to know why he felt that way and argue with her. I'm a Stark, she said as if it explained everything. Adopted, he pointed out. He knew she wasn't Stark's biological child. He had kept tabs on any offspring the man might have had, and so far, Stark had been careful in his liaisons. There had been a couple of scares, but blood tests had proven those to be false. Ivy was not his child. For all they had the same type of hair. She looked more like Loki's than Stark's. Those eyes were rare. They glimmered like jewels in her pretty little head. Now they were sparkling with indignation. Daddy, "This man is being mean to me," she called out and started looking pouty. There was even a bit of hurt in her tone that got all the other adults into a frenzy. They all started harassing Fury. Pepper and Tony came to pick up Ivy as if to protect her from the big bad man. The others gathered around and were shouting at the man for his trespass. Loki was forgotten about for the moment, which had been the goal. "Back off, Fury," Tony said, cuddling his little girl to his chest. She put her hand over his arc reactor. She loved touching the outside of it. It let off such soothing vibes. Perhaps because it was what was keeping her daddy alive. "Why are you picking on a little girl?" Natasha asked from her place off to the side of Loki and the small family. Clint was by her side, glaring at the man. There were many things they tolerated from Fury, but picking on Ivy was not one of them. "You leave her alone and answer our questions," Bruce said, his eyes going green. He was taking some deep breaths to calm down. "Hey, you had better be nice to my goddaughter, or I'll give you what for," Sirius said, going to where Tony and Pepper were, Remus by his side. They were glaring at the man who dared make Ivy upset. "I am very disappointed in you, Fury," Steve said, like he was a superior to the man. He could pull off the disappointed look almost as well as Ivy. "Whoa, back up, everyone," the one-eyed man said, holding up his hands in supplication. "I wasn't trying to upset her," he added, looking for all the world like a harassed man. "I'm sorry, miss," he stated, stepping back a pace. Then his eye narrowed again. That was not something he would do. Was there some magic going on here? "Director," Coulson said, who had also been forgotten during the confrontation. His voice got the Avengers to start in on Fury for another reason. "Why didn't you tell us that Phil was alive?" Natasha asked. Her tone was lethal, as was the gun in her hand, which was not quite pointed at Nick Fury. "Yeah, I remember distinctly you telling us that he was dead," Tony said, putting Ivy on the floor again. She watched them all have another go at the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was wrinkling her forehead in thought. She didn't like all the anger in the room. She was about to ask them to stop when the man, Coulson, spoke. "I asked him not to," Phil said, coming up to Natasha and putting his hand on the gun and pushing it down to her side. It hadn't been pointed at anyone, but it had been in a ready position. "What? Why?" she said, stunned that he would do that. She thought they had been closer than that. "At first, I didn't even know that I had died and had been brought back to life. When I found out I had been brought back to life using GH.325 serum and that my memories had been erased, I was already being assigned out. My next assignment was deep undercover. I couldn't let anyone know I was alive," he explained. His hand was still on her gun, but his eyes were soft. "You know how that is," he added, knowing she would understand. He had been very upset over the whole ordeal. He still didn't remember the safe house or coming back to life. He only vaguely remembered being in the room with Loki. All he had were videos of the incidents. Fury had showed him what had happened when he confronted him. He was supposed to go on assignment to a new team, but Ivy's interview brought new information that Fury wanted him to investigate. "And now?" Natasha asked, looking at her former handler. She did understand. She didn't like it, but she understood. "Now, I would like to confront my killer," he said, finally releasing her weapon. "Loki," he said, nodding to the Norse god of mischief. His face was blank. There wasn't a shred of what he was feeling on his visage. He knew that this man was responsible for his death. However, it was in the line of duty that he had died. That, and if the little girl was correct, then it had been out of Loki's control. Coulson was all Loki said. He was wary. This man was more likely to try and kill him than Barton, though he seemed to be in more control than the archer. Still, it was always the silent ones that got you in the end. "I understand that you were being controlled like Barton was. Do you know who it was that was calling the shots?" he asked, taking out a notebook like it was completely normal to be asking the man who killed you questions about your own murder. "Thanos," was the answer. It was given reluctantly, as if speaking the person's name would summon them. "Who or what is Thanos?" Fury wanted to know. He was still standing aggressively in front of the Norse gods. "He's a Titan," Thor answered, his voice full of worry. The Titans were not a people that one would confront lightly. If Thanos could control one of Asgard, then he was one to be reckoned with. For all that Loki was a frost giant, he was raised in Asgard. He knew how to resist torture. They were trained to handle themselves in war from the time they could walk. Loki was the weakest among his family, true, but he was no pushover. The Titans are powerful, godlike beings, much like the Asgard. He added, looking at the Avengers and Magicals in the room to see what they thought of what he was saying. Everyone was paying attention, even little Ivy. Her hand was creeping into Tony's. She looked like she was going to go and find this Thanos and scold him for being a meanie head. From what Thor knew of the little girl, she might get away with it too. He is a warlord, Loki added. He too looked worried. He is set on destroying half of the population of the universe. To do this, he requires all of the Infinity Stones, of which the Tesseract holds one. The Space Stone. I know of 2 more that are here on Midgard. There are 6 altogether. He looked at Fury with a calm face. If he gets all 6, he will use them to destroy half the population of the universe, as I said. Tell me of the other 2, Fury said as if he were debriefing one of his subordinates. No, he would pluck the information from your mind, Loki said, knowing that the Titan might do just that, or at least torture the man to get it. Loki well remembered the torture. Though, he might not like the one-eyed man. Ivy would be upset with him if he got Fury hurt, even if she thought Fury was a mean man. Listen to me, Fury said, and then went to step forward. Ivy stepped in front of him again. You leave Mr. Loki alone, she demanded, putting her hands on her hips and glaring at him. Tony was standing behind her with his hand on her shoulder. Pepper was beside Tony. They would have made quite the family portrait if the tension weren't so high. Goose hissed and swiped his paw at Fury, who leaped back, remembering that this was no normal cat. He was a bit hurt. Goose, I'm hurt. I thought you liked me, he said to the non-cat. Tell him that I am protecting you, but don't tell him I said it, Goose told Ivy. He had never talked to Fury telepathically. The man didn't know he could do that. He's protecting me, she said, lifting her chin, making her look more adorable. There is no need to protect you from me. I'm the good guy here, Nick said, completely flabbergasted as to how he wound up being the bad guy. Loki is the one who killed all those people, he pointed out, and he is paying for his crime. Ivy said slowly as if she was speaking to a child and not the one that was the child. I already told you. He was being manipulated. Your Mr. Coulson is doing the right thing and asking the right questions. You are being aggressive, which is wrong. She wagged her finger at him, and he looked properly chastised for a moment. How come you are acting far above your age? The paranoid man asked, giving her the stink eye. There was no way this was normal. 7-year-old girls didn't talk or act like this. I told you. I'm a Stark, she said, beaming a smile at Tony. Not biologically, he pointed out again. Daddy, make him stop saying that. She pouted, using her cuteness at full force. There was even a tear in her eyes. She's a Stark in all manners that count, Tony said, picking up his little girl. She's just as smart as one, and that's all you need to know. He hugged her tight to him and rubbed her back to comfort her. He then put her back down and went to get a drink. Pepper stepped in and held Ivy's hand. So, you didn't use dark magic to make her smarter? The one-eyed man asked, making everyone stare at him with different faces, though most of them were shocked. How do you know about magic? Sirius wanted to know, palming his wand in case he needed to erase memories. Though there was only the other 2 men here that weren't supposed to know about magic. Others were grabbing their weapons, though they weren't sure if they were going to use them. It was the Magicals' fight. Still, they would stand by their side if necessary. Ivy was to be protected at all costs. I am a high-ranking official in the United States government, Fury stated, puffing up his chest. What he means is he's a spy, Tony stated, flopping down on a couch now that all the drama had played out. He was sure there would be no more confrontation. Loki was playing it safe and keeping to the wall. Thor was standing with his brother. Bruce stood with them. He didn't want to play nice with S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you okay, Mr. Loki? Ivy asked in a cute voice. She came up to him and gave him a hug around his waist. Yes, little one. Thank you for sticking up for me, the man said, though he wasn't sure how he felt hiding behind a little girl, no matter how cute she was. He was pretty sure he lost a man point somewhere. Mr. Thor stood up for you too, she said, pointing to the man still by his side. She gave Thor a brilliant smile, like he had done a wonderful thing. Yes, thank you, Thor, Loki stated, grasping Thor's forearm in a manly shake. It was my pleasure, brother, Thor's voice boomed throughout the house. So, Magic, the only person not in the know, said. Phil Coulson looked at all the unshocked faces and sighed. It was just one more thing the government had kept from him. He wasn't totally shocked, not after being brought back to life using alien drugs. Technically, you shouldn't know this, Fury said as he too took a seat, though in a chair. But Ivy, Black, and Lupin are all magical, he stated, pointing to each as he named them. Everyone took seats around the room, bar the three that were standing at the wall. Thor, Loki, and Bruce were being wallflowers for this dance. So is Mr. Loki, Ivy said as she crawled in Tony's lap. Goose decided to stick close and jumped on the back of the couch and sat near Tony's head. He's an alien, Fury said, like that made a difference. So is Mr. Thor, and he is not magical, Ivy argued. She wasn't sure she liked Mr. Fury. Boss, you're arguing with a 7-year-old, Phil felt the need to point out. He took a seat closer to Natasha and Clint, more used to them than anyone else in the room, bar Fury. She is no normal 7-year-old, Fury stated, once more fighting off the effects of the power of cuteness. She smiled at him, and he caved again. You're right. Not all Asgardians are magical, he sighed. Actually, Loki said, holding up a finger. That's not quite true. They all are, to a certain degree. I have far more than others, though that might be because I am a frost giant. Though they are a warrior race, he wandered off in thought for a moment. Anyway, even Thor has a bit of magic in him, or he would not be able to handle Mjolnir, he stated, pointing to the hammer in question, or create the storms. There is a reason we are called gods, he added, for Ivy's benefit. She still didn't get that they were worshipped because they had magic. She knew she didn't want to be seen as a god because she was cute. She thought about that for a moment. As she was lost in a world of endless tea parties, friends, and unicorns, the adults talked around her. No, we didn't use any dark spells to make Ivy smarter, Tony said, lying through his teeth. He didn't even glance at Sirius. She's just naturally bright. Her parents were as well, Remus added for the benefit of those that didn't know the story behind the Potters. Most of the Avengers had been told, but the Asgardians, Fury, and Coulson didn't know. I don't see any obvious quirks, so I will take your word on that, Fury said, knowing this spell only because he had been told to keep an eye out for it. It's not your business either way, Muggle, Sirius said, not liking this guy's bossiness. He reminded him of Mad-Eye Moody. Only Sirius liked Mad-Eye. He was beginning to not like this guy. Fury was too full of himself. Everything is my business, Fury stated as if that were fact. And don't call me that name, he added as an afterthought. It was too close to being called simple or stupid. I beg to differ, Steve said, indignant. You are not God, he added, insulted that this man thought he was deserving of knowing everything. Not everything is for your knowledge. If it protects the Earth, then yes, it is my business, Fury reiterated. He would ferret out any information that was needed to protect his planet. We are going to have to disagree on that, Steve said, folding his arms in a defiant manner. You are a soldier. You will do as ordered, Fury stated, pointing a finger at the man. I'm retired, Captain America stated, getting up and going to the sideboard to pour himself some water. Even in tense situations like this, he would not drink alcohol. You leave Mr. Steve alone, Ivy said, clapping her hands at Fury to get his attention to her. Why are you starting fights with everyone? She asked, really not liking him. He was nice to her, but mean to everyone else. And he was even snippy with her, which was not something she was used to, except for her aunt. However, her aunt never gave in to her like this man did. I'm not starting fights, Nick said, looking hurt that she said that. He didn't want her upset with him. Can't you just get along? She pleaded with him, with big green eyes. He caved again. Come, Coulson, let's leave them to their evening. We got what we came for. Romanoff, Barton, bright and early, he said, getting up and heading to the doors. Phil, Clint said, making the man turn to him. Are you going to be sticking around? He asked, hoping he was. As long as there is a threat to Earth. I'll be around, Coulson said, turning back to the doors. They left in good spirits, though they were confused as to what had happened in that house. Fury knew he had come to lay in a Loki and set things straight with the Avengers, but that hadn't happened. Well, not like he had planned. He only got to air a bit of what he had come to say. Was he losing his touch? Was he mind-whammied? He didn't feel mind-whammied. Would he feel it? He'd better check himself over when he got back to the helicarrier. They had some alien medical exams that would detect if he was being controlled. He was a paranoid old sod. Still, it had been nice to see Goose again, even if the non-cat seemed to be upset with him. That Ivy child was so cute that they could use her as a weapon against the enemy. Just point her at them and let her pout. Wham! Instant Kevin. He didn't like that it worked on him, but if he could get her on his side, a few minor details. Thanks for all the reviews. Time moved on, and weeks flew by, and things got done. Tony got his investment firm up and running in the wizarding world. It was small since it was a new concept to them, and there wasn't much to invest in. It was hard enough to get the people to understand what an investment was, let alone to invest money into businesses. He did get it started, though, and it was taking off. It was mostly Muggle-born and half-bloods that partook in the business. He had gotten them up and running via his staff at SI. He had Jarvis do a canvass of the resumes and found the magical school equivalent here in America and abroad. He then did the interviews and found those that had financial degrees. He then left it in their hands. He also got all the United States Gringotts updated to modern conveniences. There would no longer be any waiting for owls to come with bank notices. Phone calls were made to him, almost daily, with questions on how such and such worked, until Tony finally delegated them to where they needed to go. Again, it was mostly Muggle-born and half-bloods that were using these services. The purebloods were still lagging behind. Tony finally got a lawyer to handle his business here in the United States. It was Bruce's cousin, Jennifer Walters, who was a rising star in the district attorney's office of Los Angeles. She hadn't quite made a name for herself yet, but she was getting there. Bruce had been shocked to learn that Jennifer had known about the magical world in the first place. He only found out when she freaked out over the whole girl who lived being with Tony Stark. She had called him after the interview that Ivy had given. The conversation had gone like this. Bruce, why didn't you tell me you knew Ivy Potter? The female voice said over the phone. Jennifer? Bruce asked, looking at the cell phone in his hand. He put it back to his ear. How did you get this number? He asked, then remembered that he had given it to his uncle. Never mind. How do you know Ivy? He asked instead. It still amazed him that that cute little girl was a celebrity in the magical world. I'm a new blood, Jennifer said. The rustling of papers could be heard over the receiver. What's a new blood? The scientist asked, sitting heavily in a chair. He figured that it was the same as a Muggle-born that Sirius had told him about, but he wanted confirmation. My parents are non-magical, she confirmed, tapping a pencil on her desk from the sounds coming over the phone. Doesn't that mean there's a squib in the family? Bruce asked, having studied the books on that subject. It had fascinated him. He wondered who the magical was because if there was a squib, there had to be a magical as well. No, it means there's one on my mother's side. My maternal great-grandfather squibbed out of his family. They abandoned him when he didn't show magic. I think they disowned him, but he never told anyone their names, so I can't validate it unless I get a heritage test done, which I haven't done yet, she answered bitterly. Why not? He asked, knowing if it was him, he'd be at the bank demanding one. My mom asked me to wait until great-grandfather passed away. He's still alive, though probably for not much longer. He's in his 90s, she said. She was only in her mid-20s, so it was conceivable. Not that I want the man to die, but she left that hanging. Where did you go to school? He asked, not versed on the magical schools in the world. He knew the population of the wizards was small, so there can't be many of them. I went to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when I was 11. It's the only school in the States. Let me tell you, it was a bitch hiding that from the family, she explained, sounding put out and busily doing things on her side of the line. I can't tell you how many times I almost got caught out, she said with a chuckle. It came from having too many geniuses in the family. Why didn't anyone tell me? He asked, kicking his feet onto the stool in front of him. He might as well get comfortable. He was almost hurt, but for the fact that she didn't know his secret. He wondered if he should share it now, perhaps when they see each other again. You know about the statute? She asked. There was a wariness in her tone. This phone call might go a different route if he didn't. Yes, we were read in, Bruce said, picking up a tumbler of soda pop. He didn't drink alcohol like Tony and Sirius did. He and Steve were the teetotalers in the house. Well, he couldn't say he never partook, but it was very rare. The whole household knows now. Dumbledore is responsible for us knowing, he added. Then why did you ask? She huffed, irritation clear in her voice. Okay, sorry. Going back to why you called, he said, toeing off his shoes. He was in his suite of rooms, so he was going to get as comfortable as possible. I was going to offer my services, she said. More shuffling of papers was heard. As, he asked, taking a sip. He placed the glass on the table next to the chair and leaned his head back. He closed his eyes and just relaxed. A lawyer, she drawled, like he was being an idiot. Oh, I thought you were offering something magical, like a tutor, he said, chuckling a bit. I could do that too. Why? Do they need one? She asked. There was a perkiness in her tone. I think Tony is looking for an attorney more than he needs a tutor, he answered, smiling at the phone. His baby cousin was just so alive with happiness. Ivy's godfathers are here for that. Plus, we have the Asgardians. There were more than enough magicals here to help Ivy learn magic. Good, because I really don't have the time, but I thought I'd offer, Jennifer said, sounding relieved. Still, let him know I'm versed in law in both worlds. I can't actually take a case because I'm working in the DA's office here in LA, but I can offer advice and point him in the correct direction, she offered. Finally, the sounds of papers shuffling stopped, and the clacking of a keyboard started. Are you at work? Bruce asked, concerned since it was after 8 in the evening. He knew she was a dedicated worker, but working this late was going above and beyond. Yes, I have a big case tomorrow, and I need to finish up a few things, she said, still typing away. I'll go home soon, I promise, she told the worrywart. How are you holding this conversation and working at the same time? He wanted to know. He could do it, but it took a lot of concentration and a brainiac mind. Tony could pull it off, too. He knew his cousin was smart. Most of his family was, but he never knew she was this smart. With years of practice, she said, there was a smile in her voice. Can I meet Ivy? She asked, wanting to meet the little girl. She was just so cute and adorable. There was a presence about her that made people want to cuddle and protect her. I'll ask Tony, but I don't see why you couldn't, Bruce said, sitting back up and putting his slippers on. You would ask tonight? Jennifer asked so little of the family, and this was a small thing to do. Great. My schedule opens after next week, she said. The sound of typing stopped, and there was silence at the other end. I'll note that and get back to you, Bruce said, finishing off his drink. He stood and went towards the doors to his suite. Okay, call me back when a good time is to meet up, and I'll let you know if I'm available, Jennifer said. Then she hung up the phone. Goodbye to you too, Bruce said with a chuckle. He went to find Tony. After that call, Tony and Jennifer, along with Ivy and Bruce, met up the next week, and it was the start of a beautiful working relationship. Ivy loved the woman. And of course, Jennifer loved Ivy. Tony was just tickled pink that he now had someone to represent him in both worlds, or at least get him someone to represent him. Anthony Edward Stark came the voice of a very pissed-off male. It echoed throughout the house and made everyone take notice. Rhodey, Tony asked, coming from the kitchen where he had been getting some coffee. Yes, Rhodey, James Rhodes said, standing in the living room with his hands on his hips and surrounded by the Avengers and magicals alike. They were all staring at the man many, with their hands on their weapons. He was wearing his military uniform like he had just come from his job as USAF Weapons Procurement Liaison, though there hadn't been much use for him in the last few months. Well, not between him and Tony's company, at any rate. He was still needed with other companies. What are you doing here? The billionaire asked, coming up to his best friend and trying to hug him, only to get shoved away. You're upset, Tony observed. James had been mad at him before, but never turned down a hug. This must be something very big. You have had a daughter for over 2 months now, and you haven't bothered to call and tell me. Your best friend, Rhodey stated, his tone laced with anger. He folded his arms and glared at Tony. He was hurt by learning about Ivy over the television. I'm sorry, Tony said sincerely. It never crossed his mind that Rhodey would need to be told. He always seemed to just know what was going on in Tony's life. I thought you'd just know, he voiced his thoughts. How would I know that? The man asked, waving his hands in the air. It's not like I have your place bugged, or that I share gossip with Jarvis or Pepper. You're supposed to keep me informed on what is happening, you idiot, he added, still making grand gestures. Everyone could tell he was very upset over this. Excuse me, mister. Ivy said, her voice sweet as honey, coming up to the new person. Hello, my name is Ivy Harriet Potter Stark. Why are you yelling at my daddy? She asked. The look in her face was pure innocence. She didn't like all the shouting and wanted it to stop. Hello back at you. My name is James Rhodes, but your daddy calls me Rhodey, Rhodey said with a formal bow. Hello, Mr. Rhodey, Ivy said with a cute curtsy. Are you done yelling at Daddy? Her eyes got wide and teary. I'll stop yelling at him, but I am mad at him, sweetie. He didn't tell me about you, and we've been best friends for years, James said, kneeling down to her level. You are cuter than you were on TV, he noted. He smiled at her, and she smiled back. He had never seen such an adorable child before. She looked like a China doll come to life. There was a delicate nature about her, and you just wanted to take care of her, to put her on a shelf and watch her. Thank you, mister, she said, then frowned at her daddy. Why didn't you tell him, Daddy? She asked, wondering if he had just forgotten or was something the matter with her. I've been busy, Tony hedged. In truth, it had simply slipped his mind to call Rhodey. He was just too used to the man finding everything out on his own. I swear, it just slipped my mind, he said, once more voicing his thoughts. You need to talk to your friends more, she said with a decisive nod of her head. I am sure Daddy is sorry he forgot about you, Mr. Rhodey, she said to the new man. I will make sure he doesn't forget you again, she added, giggling her tinkling bell-like giggle making everyone smile. I'll forgive him for your sake, James said, caving to the cuteness. However, he'd better not do it again, he said firmly to his friend. A frown marred his forehead. I won't, Tony said with a smile. He was so glad that Ivy was on his side. He did make a mental note to call Rhodey more often. They had had a bit of a falling out over the whole war machine thing, but he was still his best friend. Come, let's have a tea party. That will make everyone feel better, Ivy said with an air of childlike innocence, grabbing Tony's and James' hands and dragging them to her room. In her mind, tea parties solved everything. Well, she knew they didn't, but they were a start. She then set them at the table set aside for tea parties. There were chairs for 5 small people, 2 of which were occupied with large stuffed animals. She led them to 2 of the empty ones and handed them each a hat and boa to put on. Do we have to wear these? Rhodey asked as she walked away, never having had a tea party with a small child before. He was out of his depth. Yes, Tony said, putting on the floppy hat and feather boa. They were both shades of purple, while James were shades of orange. They looked good on his darker skin color. Damn, Rhodey said, quickly putting them on and settling in the too small chair. Ivy came back in with a tea service and Goose on her heels. Goose jumped up on a windowsill and watched the 2 men play with Ivy. The tea party lasted a good half an hour, and Rhodey and Tony left to chat about the armored suits that Tony was building and what he was doing now. I like him, Ivy said to Goose, who just rolled over and continued to rest. He could care less as long as the man didn't hurt Ivy. Rhodey came over more often after that, and the rest of the household got used to having him around. Tony and James continued to come up with ways to improve their suits, but they spent most of their time just hanging out with Ivy and the Avengers. Ivy was now in school and was making friends left and right. She never brought any home because of who she lived with, but she had many play dates at other people's houses or at playgrounds. Tony was not above hiring out a place for just her and her friends. He was more